Section 58 of Enquire Within Upon Everything. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kenita Hill, Williamsburg. Enquire Within Upon Everything by Robert Kemp Philp. Section 58, 1938. Marriage Arrangements. 1939. Special Licenses. Special licenses are dispensations from the ordinary rule under which marriages can only take place canonically in the parish church or other places duly licensed for that purpose. They can only be obtained from the metropolitan or archbishop of the province, and often with no small difficulty, not being readily granted, and when obtained, the fees are about £50. 1940. Common licenses. Common licenses enable persons of full age or minors with consent of parents or guardians to be married in a church of the parish in which one of them has resided for 3 weeks. They are procured from Doctors' Commons or from any surrogate at the cost of about £2 10s. 1941. Banns. Banns must be published 3 times in the parish church, in each place where the persons concerned reside. The clerk is applied to on such occasions. His fee varies from 1s. 6d upwards. When the marriage ceremony is over, the parties repair to the vestry and enter their names in the parish registry. The registry is signed by the clergyman and the witnesses present, and a certificate of the registry is given to the bridegroom if desired. The charge for a certificate of marriage is 2s. 7d, including the penny stamp on the documents, as by law required, and the clergyman's fee varies according to circumstances. The clerk will at all times give information thereupon, and it is best for a friend of the bridegroom to attend to the pecuniary arrangements. 1942. Marriage by registration. An act was passed in the reign of William IV, by which it was rendered legal for persons wishing to be married by a civil ceremony to give notice of their intention to the registrar of marriages in their district or districts. 3 weeks' notice is necessary to give which the parties call, separately or together, at the office of the registrar, who enters the names in a book. When the time of notice has expired, it is only necessary to give the registrar an intimation on the previous day of your intention to attend at his office on the next day and complete the registration. The ceremony consists of merely answering a few questions and making the declaration that you take each other to live as husband and wife. The fee amounts only to a few shillings, and in this form no wedding ring is required, though it is usually placed on the ring finger of the bride's left hand in the presence of the persons assembled. The married couple receive a certificate of marriage, which is in every respect lawful. 1943. Wedding dress. It is impossible to lay down specific rules for dress, as fashions change and tastes differ. The great art consists in selecting the style of dress most becoming to the person. A stout person should adopt a different style from a thin person, a tally one from a short one. Peculiarities of complexion and form of face and figure should be duly regarded, and in these matters there is no better course than to call in the aid of any respectable milliner and dressmaker, who will be found ready and able to give the best advice. The bridegroom should simply appear in morning dress and should avoid everything eccentric and conspicuous in style. The bridesmaids should always be made aware of the bride's dress before they choose their own, which should be determined by a proper harmony with the former. 1944. The order of going to church. The order of going to church is as follows. The bride, accompanied by her father, occupies the last carriage. The father hands out the bride and leads her direct to the altar, round which those who have been invited have already grouped themselves, leaving room for the father, the bride, and the bridesmaids, who usually await the bride's coming at the entrance of the church, or at the bottom of the chancel, and follow her to the communion rails. 1945. The bridegroom. The bridegroom, who has made his way to the church, accompanied by his best man, or principal groomsman, an intimate friend or brother, should be waiting at the communion rails to receive his future wife on her arrival. He should then stand facing the altar, he being on the right of the bride, and the father or the gentleman who is to give away the bride on the left. 1946. The chief bridesmaid. The chief bridesmaid occupies a place immediately behind the bride to hold her gloves and handkerchief and flowers. Her companions range themselves close to and slightly in the rear of the principal bridesmaid. If any difficulties occur from forgetfulness or want of knowledge, the woman who is usually in attendance at the church can set everything right. 1947. Important details. Remember to take the license and the ring with you. The fee to the clergyman is according to the rank and fortune of the bridegroom. The clerk, if there be one, expects 5 shillings, and a trifle should be given to the pew opener and other officials of the church. There is a fixed scale of fees at every church, to which the parties married can add if they please. 1948. Afterwards. When the ceremony is concluded, the bride, taking the bridegroom's arm, goes into the vestry, the others following. Signatures are then affixed, and a registration made, after which the married pair enter their carriage and proceed to the breakfast, everyone else following. 1949. The order of return. The order of return from church differs from the above only in the fact that the bride and bridegroom now ride together in the first carriage, the bride being on his left. The bridesmaids and other guests find their way home in the remaining carriages, but to prevent confusion, some preconcerted arrangement is desirable. 1950. The wedding breakfast. The wedding breakfast having been already prepared, the wedding party returned thereto. If a large party, the bride and bridegroom occupy seats in the center of the long table, and the 2 extremities should be presided over by the father and mother of the bride, or, failing these, by elderly relatives, if possible, one from each family. Everyone should endeavor to make the occasion as happy as possible. One of the senior members of either the bride or bridegroom's family should, sometime before the breakfast has terminated, rise, and in a brief but graceful manner, propose the health and happiness of the wedded pair. It is much better to drink their healths together than separately, and, after a brief interval, the bridegroom should return thanks, which he may do without hesitation, since no one looks for a speech upon such an occasion. A few words, feelingly expressed, are all that is required. The breakfast generally concludes with the departure of the happy pair upon their wedding tour. 1951. Cards. A newly married couple send out cards immediately after the ceremony to their friends and acquaintance, who, on their part, return either notes or cards of congratulation on the event. As soon as the lady is settled in her new home, she may expect the calls of her acquaintance, for which it is not absolutely necessary to remain at home, although politeness requires that they should be returned as soon as possible. But, having performed this, any further intercourse may be avoided, where it is deemed necessary, by a polite refusal of invitations. Where cards are to be left, the number must be determined according to the various members of which the family called upon is composed. For instance, where there are the mother, aunt, and daughters, the latter having been introduced to society, 3 cards should be left. Recently, the custom of sending cards has been in a great measure discontinued, and instead of this, the words "no cards" are appended to the ordinary newspaper advertisement, and the announcement of the marriage, with this addition, is considered all sufficient. 1952. Reception. When the married pair have returned, the day of reception arrives. Wedding cake and wine are handed round, of which everyone partakes, and each expresses some kindly wish for the newly married couple. The bride ought not to receive visitors without a mother or sister or some friend being present, not even if her husband be at home. Gentlemen who are in professions or have government appointments cannot always await the arrival of visitors. When such is the case, some old friend of the family should represent him and proffer an apology for his absence. 1953. The wedding tour. The wedding tour must depend upon the tastes and circumstances of the married couple. Home-loving Englishmen and women may find much to admire and enjoy without ranging abroad. Those whose time is somewhat restricted should visit some spot which may be reached without difficulty. Cornwall and Devonshire, the Isle of Wight and Co. are each delightful to the tourist, and the former is now accessible by railway as far as the Land's End. The scenery of the north of Devon and of both coasts of Cornwall is especially beautiful. North Wales offers a delightful excursion. The lakes of Westmoreland and Cumberland, the lakes of Killarney in Ireland, also the magnificent scenery of the Scottish lakes and mountains. To those who wish for a wider range, France, Germany, Switzerland, and the Rhine offer charms which cannot be surpassed. 1954. Wedding cakes. 4 pounds of fine flour, well dried, 4 pounds of fresh butter, 2 pounds of loaf sugar, 1/4 of a pound of mace, pounded and sifted fine, the same of nutmegs. To every pound of flour, add 8 eggs. Wash 4 pounds of currants. Let them be well picked and dried before the fire. Blanch a pound of sweet almonds and cut them lengthwise, very thin. A pound of citron, 1 pound of candied orange, the same of candied lemon, 1/2 pint of brandy. When these are made ready, work the butter with your hand to a cream. Then beat in the sugar 1/4 of an hour. Beat the whites of the eggs to a very strong froth. Mix them with the sugar and butter. Beat the yolks 1/2 an hour at least, and mix them with the cake. Then put in the flour, mace, and nutmeg. Keep beating it well till your oven is ready. Pour in the brandy, and beat the currants and almonds lightly in. Tie 3 sheets of white paper round the bottom of your hoop to keep it from running out. Rub it well with butter. Put in your cake. Lay the sweetmeats in layers. with cake between each layer, and after it is risen and colored, cover it with paper before your oven is stopped up. It will require 3 hours to bake properly. 1955. Almond icing for wedding cake. Beat the whites of 3 eggs to a strong froth. Pulp a pound of Jordan almonds very fine with rose water. Mix them with the eggs lightly together. Put in by degrees a pound of common loaf sugar in powder. When the cake is baked enough, take it out and lay on the icing. Then put it in to brown. 1956. Sugar icing for wedding cake. Beat 2 pounds of double refined sugar with 2 ounces of fine starch. Sift the whole through a gauze sieve. Then beat the whites of 5 eggs with a knife upon a pewter dish for half an hour. Beat in the sugar a little at a time, or it will make the eggs fall and injure the color. When all the sugar is put in, beat it half an hour longer, and then lay on your almond icing, spreading it even with a knife. If put on as soon as the cake comes out of the oven, it will harden by the time the cake is cold. 1957. Marriages of Dissenters. Marriages of dissenters may be solemnized at any place of worship duly licensed, and in accordance with the forms of their worship. In some cases, the service of the Church of England is read, with slight additions or modifications. The clerk of the place of worship should be applied to for information. 1958. Christenings. Christenings may be performed either in accordance with the rites of the established church or of dissenting congregations. The time of birth and the name of every child must also be registered. The fees paid for christening vary with a variety of circumstances. Particulars should in each case be obtained of the clerk of the place of worship. It is usual to make a christening the occasion of festivity, but not in such a manner as to require special remark. The parents and godparents of the child appear at church at the appointed hour. The child is carried by the nurse. The dress of the parties attending a christening should be what may be termed demi-costume or half-costume, but the infant should be robed in the choicest manner that the circumstances will allow. It is usual for the sponsors to present the child with a gift to be preserved for its future years. Silver spoons, a silver knife and fork, a clasp Bible, a silver cup, and other such articles are usually chosen. It is usual also to give a trifling present to the nurse. 1959. Registration of births. The law of registration requires the parents or occupiers of houses in which the births happen to register such birth at the registrar's office within 6 weeks after the date thereof. For registration within the time specified, no charge is made, but after the expiration of the 42nd day from the birth, a fee of 7 shillings and 6 must be paid. After the expiration of 6 months from the date of the birth, no registration is allowed. It is therefore most important, as soon as possible after the birth of a child, for the father or mother, or in default of either, the occupier of the house in which to his knowledge the child is born, or anyone who may have been present at the birth, to go to the office of the registrar of the district and communicate the following particulars. 1. Date when born. 2. Name of the child. 3. Boy or girl. 4. Name of the father. 5. Name and maiden name of the mother. 6. Rank or profession of the father. 7. Signature, description, and residence of the person giving the information. 8. Date of the registration. 1960. Baptismal name. If any child born in England whose birth has been registered shall, within 6 months of such registration, have any name given to it in baptism other than that originally registered, such baptismal name may be added to the previous registration, if, within 7 days of such baptism, application be made to the registrar by whom the child was originally registered. For this purpose, a certificate of the baptism must be procured of the clergyman, for which a fee of 2 shillings 7 pennies, including stamp, must be paid. This certificate must be taken to the registrar, who will charge another fee of 1 shilling for adding the baptismal name to the original registration. 1961. Choice of names. To choose names for children, parents should consult the list of names in pars. 1962. Children born at sea. If any child of an English parent shall be born at sea on board a British vessel, the captain or commanding officer shall take a minute of the particulars touching the birth of the child, and shall, on the arrival of the vessel at any part of the kingdom, or sooner, by any other opportunity, send a certificate of the birth through the post office, for which no postage will be charged, to the Registrar General, General Registrar Office, London. End of section 58. Section 59 of Enquire Within Upon Everything. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kenita Hill, Williamsburg. Enquire Within Upon Everything by Robert Kemp Philp. Section 59. 1963. Funerals and Registration of Deaths. It is always best to place the direction of a funeral under a respectable undertaker, with the precaution of obtaining his estimate for the expenses and limiting him to them. He can best advise upon the observances to be attended to, since the style of funerals differs with the station of the deceased's family, and is further modified by the customs of particular localities, and even by religious views. 1964. Registration of Deaths. The father or mother of any child that dies, or the occupier of a house in which any person may die, must, within 5 days after such death, give notice to the registrar of the district. Some person present at the death should at the same time attend and give to the registrar an account of the circumstances or cause of the death, to the best of his or her knowledge or belief. Such person must sign his or her name and give the place of abode at which he or she resides. The following are the particulars required. 1. Date of death. 2. Name in full. 3. Sex and age. 4. Rank or profession. 5. Cause of death. 6. Signature, description, and residence of the person giving the information. 7. Date of the registration. A certificate of the cause of death must be obtained from the medical man in attendance, who is required to state when he last saw the patient. 1965. Persons dying at sea. The commander of any British vessel, on board of which a death occurs at sea, must act the same as in a case of birth. 1966. Certificates of death. Every registrar must deliver to the undertaker, without fee, a certificate of the death, which certificate shall be delivered to the officiating minister. No dead body can be buried without such certificate, under a penalty of £10. 1967. Observances of deaths and funerals. It is usual, when a death takes place, to communicate it immediately, upon mourning note paper, to the principal members of the family, and to request them to notify the same to the more remote relatives in their circle. A subsequent note should state the day and hour at which the funeral is fixed to take place. 1968. Special invitations. Special invitations to funerals are not considered requisite to be sent to near relatives, but to friends and acquaintances such invitations should be sent. 1969. Gloves. Most persons who attend funerals will provide themselves with gloves, but it is well to have a dozen pairs of assorted sizes provided in case of accident. An arrangement can be made for those not used to be returned. 1970. Hatbands and cloaks. Hatbands and cloaks will be provided by the undertaker. 1971. Mourning. The dressmaker will advise upon the degree of mourning to be worn, which must be modified according to the age of the deceased and the relationship of the mourner. The undertaker will advise respecting the degree of mourning to be displayed upon the carriages, horses, and co. 1972. Going to the funeral. In going to the funeral, the nearest relatives of the deceased occupy the carriages nearest the hearse. The same order prevails in returning. Only the relatives and most intimate friends of the family should return to the house after the funeral, and their visit should be as short as possible. 1973. Walking funerals. In walking funerals, it is considered a mark of respect for friends to become pall-bearers. In the funerals of young persons, the pall should be borne by their companions wearing white gloves. It is a pretty and an affecting sight to see the pall over the coffin of a young lady borne by 6 of her female friends. Flowers may be placed upon the coffin and strewed in and over the grave. 1974. Societies. As funerals in England, when conducted in this ordinary way, with the usual display of hearse, mourning carriages, and costly mourning, are attended with considerable expense. Societies have been formed in many parishes with the view of reducing the outlay resorted to on these occasions, and at a time perhaps when it would be better in many cases to observe the strictest economy. The members of these societies agree among themselves to do all that is possible to reduce expenditure at funerals, and to render these accompaniments of the sad ceremony as inexpensive as possible. Instead of going into mourning, many now content themselves with wearing a simple band of cloth round the left arm. This is done by women as well as men. 1975. Visits of condolence. Visits of condolence after funerals should be paid by relatives within from a week to a fortnight, by friends within the 2nd week of the fortnight. Friends of less intimacy should make inquiries and leave cards. 1976. Correspondence. Correspondence with families in mourning should be upon black-edged paper if from members of the family, or upon the ordinary note paper but sealed with black if from friends. 1977. Ceremonies. All ceremonies are in themselves superficial things. yet a man of the world should know them. They are the outworks of manners and decency, which would be too often broken in upon, if it were not for that defence which keeps the enemy at a proper distance. It is for that reason we always treat fools and coxcombs with great ceremony, true good breeding not being a sufficient barrier against them. End of section 59. Section 60 of Enquire Within Upon Everything. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kenita Hill, Williamsburg. Enquire Within Upon Everything by Robert Kemp Philp. Section 60, 1978. Love's Telegraph. If a gentleman want a wife, he wears a ring on the first finger of the left hand. If he be engaged, he wears it on the second finger. If married, on the third. And on the fourth if he never intends to be married. When a lady is not engaged, she wears a hoop or a diamond on her first finger. If engaged, on the second. If married, on the third. And on the fourth if she intends to die unmarried. When a gentleman presents a fan, flower, or a trinket to a lady with the left hand, this, on his part, is an overture of regard. Should she receive it with the left hand, it is considered as an acceptance of his esteem. But if with the right hand, it is a refusal of the offer. Thus, by a few simple tokens explained by rule, the passion of love is expressed, and through the medium of the telegraph, the most timid and diffident man may, without difficulty, communicate his sentiments of regard to a lady, and in case his offer should be refused, avoid experiencing the mortification of an explicit refusal. 1979. Wedding rings. The custom of wearing wedding rings appears to have taken its rise among the Romans. Before the celebration of their nuptials, there was a meeting of friends at the house of the lady's father to settle articles of the marriage contract, when it was agreed that the dowry should be paid down on the wedding day or soon thereafter. On this occasion there was commonly a feast, at the conclusion of which the man gave to the woman, as a pledge, a ring, which she put on the fourth finger of her left hand, because it was believed that a nerve reached thence to the heart, and a day was then named for the marriage. 1980. Why the wedding ring is placed on the fourth finger. We have remarked on the vulgar error which supposes that an artery runs from the fourth finger of the left hand to the heart. It is said by Swinburne and others that, therefore, it became the wedding finger. The priesthood kept up this idea by still retaining it as the wedding finger, but the custom is really associated with the doctrine of the Trinity. For, in the ancient ritual of English marriages, the ring was placed by the husband on the top of the thumb of the left hand with the words, "In the name of the Father." He then removed it to the forefinger, saying, "In the name of the Son," then to the middle finger, adding, "and of the Holy Ghost." Finally, he left it as now on the fourth finger with the closing word, Amen. The History and Poetry of Finger Rings. 1981. The Art of Being Agreeable. The true art of being agreeable is to appear well pleased with all the company, and rather to seem well entertained with them than to bring entertainment to them. A man thus disposed perhaps may not have much learning nor any wit, but if he has common sense and something friendly in his behavior, it conciliates men's minds more than the brightest parts without this disposition. And when a man of such a turn comes up to old age, he is almost sure to be treated with respect. It is true, indeed, that we should not dissemble and flatter in company, but a man may be very agreeable, strictly consistent with truth and sincerity, by a prudent silence where he cannot concur, and a pleasing assent where he can. Now and then you meet a person so exactly formed to please that he will gain upon every one that hears or beholds him. This disposition is not merely the gift of nature, but frequently the effect of much knowledge of the world, and a command over the passions. 1982. Artificial Manners. Artificial manners, and such as spring from good taste and refinement, can never be mistaken, and differ as widely as gold and tinsel. How captivating is gentleness of manner derived from true humility, and how faint is every imitation. The suavity of manner, which renders a real gentlewoman courteous to all, and careful to avoid giving offence, is often copied by those who merely subject themselves to certain rules of etiquette, but very awkward is the copy. Warm professions of regard are bestowed upon those who do not expect them, and the esteem which is due to merit appears to be lavished on every one alike. And as true humility, blended with a right appreciation of self-respect, gives a pleasing cast to the countenance, so from a sincere and open disposition springs the artlessness of manner which disarms all prejudice. Feeling, on the contrary, is ridiculous when affected, and even when real, should not be too openly manifested. Let the manners arise from the mind, and let there be no disguise for the genuine emotions of the heart. 1983. Hints upon personal manners. It is sometimes objected to books upon etiquette that they cause those who consult with them to act with mechanical restraint, and to show in society that they are governed by arbitrary rules, rather than by an intuitive perception of what is graceful and polite. 1984. Unsound objection. This objection is unsound because it supposes that people who study the theory of etiquette do not also exercise their powers of observation in society, and obtain, by their intercourse with others, the freedom and ease of deportment which society alone can impart. 1985. Books upon etiquette. Books upon etiquette are useful, inasmuch as they expound the laws of polite society. Experience alone, however, can give effect to the precise manner in which those laws are required to be observed. 1986. Simple Hints. Whatever objections may be raised to the teachings of works upon etiquette, there can be no sound argument against a series of simple and brief hints, which shall operate as precautions against mistakes in personal conduct. 1987. No gossip. Avoid intermeddling with the affairs of others. This is a most common fault. A number of people seldom meet, but they begin discussing the affairs of someone who is absent. This is not only uncharitable, but positively unjust. It is the equivalent of trying to cause in the absence of the person implicated. Even in the criminal code, a prisoner is presumed to be innocent until he is found guilty. Society, however, is less just, and passes judgment without hearing the defense. Depend upon it, as a certain rule, that the people who unite with you in discussing the affairs of others will proceed to your affairs and conduct in your absence. 1988. Consistent principles. Be consistent in the avowal of principles. Do not deny today that which you asserted yesterday. If you do, you will stultify yourself, and your opinions will soon be found to have no weight. You may fancy that you gain favor by subserviency, but so far from gaining favor, you lose respect. 1989. Avoid falsehood. Avoid falsehood. There can be found no higher virtue than the love of truth. The man who deceives others must himself become the victim of morbid distrust. Knowing the deceit of his own heart and the falsehood of his own tongue, his eyes must always be filled with suspicion, and he must lose the greatest of all happiness, confidence in those who surround him. 1990. Elements of manly character. The following elements of manly character are worthy of frequent meditation. 1. To be wise in his disputes. 2. To be a lamb in his home. 3. To be brave in battle and great in moral courage. 4. To be discreet in public. 5. To be a bard in his chair. 6. To be a teacher in his household. 7. To be a counsel in his nation. 8. To be an arbitrator in his vicinity. 9. To be a hermit in his church. 10. To be a legislator in his country. 11. To be conscientious in his actions. 12. To be happy in his life. 13. To be diligent in his calling. 14. To be just in his dealing. 15. To do whatever he doeth as being done unto God and not unto men. 1991. Good temper. Avoid manifestations of ill temper. Reason is given for man's guidance. Passion is the tempest by which reason is overthrown. Under the effects of passion, man's mind becomes disordered, his face disfigured, his body deformed. A moment's passion has frequently cut off a life's friendship, destroyed a life's hope, embittered a life's peace, and brought unending sorrow and disgrace. It is scarcely worthwhile to enter into a comparative analysis of ill temper and passion. They are alike discreditable, alike injurious, and should stand equally condemned. 1992. Be humble. Avoid pride. If you are handsome, God made you so. If you are learned, someone instructed you. If you are rich, God gave you what you own. It is for others to perceive your goodness, but you should be blind to your own merits. There can be no comfort in deeming yourself better than you really are. That is self-deception. The best men throughout all history have been the most humble. 1993. Affectation is a form of pride. It is, in fact, pride made ridiculous and contemptible. Someone writing upon affectation has remarked as follows: if anything will sicken and disgust a man, it is the affected, mincing way in which some people choose to talk. It is perfectly nauseous. If these young jackanapes, who screw their words into all manner of diabolical shapes, could only feel how perfectly disgusting they were, it might induce them to drop it. With many, it soon becomes such a confirmed habit that they cannot again begin to talk in a plain, straightforward, manly way. In the lower order of ladies' boarding schools, and indeed too much everywhere, the same sickening, mincing tone is too often found. Do pray, good people. Do talk in your natural tone, if you don't wish it to be utterly ridiculous and contemptible. 1994. Vulgarity. We have adopted the following paragraph because we approve of some of its sentiments, but chiefly because it shows that persons who object to affectation may go to the other extreme, vulgarity. It is vulgar, we think, to call even the most affected people jackanapes who screw their words into all manner of diabolical shapes. Avoid vulgarity in manner, in speech, and in correspondence. To conduct yourself vulgarly is to offer offense to those who are around you, to bring upon yourself the condemnation of persons of good taste, and to incur the penalty of exclusion from good society. Thus, cast among the vulgar, you become the victim of your own error. 1995. Avoid swearing. An oath is but the wrath of a perturbed spirit. It is mean. A man of high moral standing would rather treat an offense with contempt than show his indignation by an oath. It is vulgar, altogether too low for a decent man. It is cowardly, implying a fear of either not being believed or obeyed. It is ungentlemanly. A gentleman, according to Webster, is a genteel man, well-bred, refined. It is indecent, offensive to delicacy, and extremely unfit for human ears. It is foolish. Want of decency is want of sense. It is abusive to the mind which conceives the oath, to the tongue which utters it, and to the person at whom it is aimed. It is venomous, showing a man's heart to be as a nest of vipers. And every time he swears, one of them starts out from his head. It is contemptible, forfeiting the respect of all the wise and good. It is wicked, violating the divine law, and provoking the displeasure of him who will not hold him guiltless, who takes his name in vain. 1996. Be a gentleman. Moderation, decorum, and neatness distinguish the gentleman. He is at all times affable, diffident, and studious to please. Intelligent and polite, his behavior is pleasant and graceful. When he enters the dwelling of an inferior, he endeavors to hide, if possible, the difference between their ranks of life, ever willing to assist those around him. He is neither unkind, haughty, nor overbearing. In the mansions of the rich, the correctness of his mind induces him to bend to etiquette, but not to stoop to adulation. Correct principle cautions him to avoid the gaming table, inebriety, or any other foible that could occasion him self-reproach. Gratified with the pleasures of reflection, he rejoices to see the gaieties of society, and is fastidious upon no point of little import. Appear only to be a gentleman, and its shadow will bring upon you contempt. Be a gentleman, and its honors will remain even after you are dead. 1997. The happy man, or true gentleman. How happy is he, born or taught, that serveth not another's will, whose armour is his highest thought, and simple truth his only skill, whose passions not his master's are, whose soul is still prepared for death, not tied into the world with care of prince's ear or vulgar breath, who hath his life from rumours freed, whose conscience is his strong retreat, whose state can neither flatterers feed, nor ruin make oppressors great, who God doth late and early pray more of his grace than gifts to lend, and entertains the harmless day with a well-chosen book or friend. The man is freed from servile bands, of hope to rise or fear to fall, Lord of himself, though not of lands, and having nothing, yet hath all. Sir Henry Wotton, 1530. 1998. Be honest. Not only because honesty is the best policy, but because it is the duty to God and to man. The heart that can be gratified by dishonest gains, the ambition that can be satisfied by dishonest means, the mind that can be devoted to dishonest purposes, must be of the worst order. 1999. General Principles. Having laid down these general principles for the government of personal conduct, we will epitomize what we will still enforce. 2000. Idleness. Avoid idleness. It is the parent of many evils. Can you pray, "Give us this day our daily bread," and not hear the reply, "Do thou this day thy daily duty"? 2001. Idle tales. Avoid telling idle tales, which is like firing arrows in the dark. You know not into whose heart they may fall. 2002. Self-praise. Avoid talking about yourself, praising your own works, and proclaiming your own deeds. If they are good, they will proclaim themselves. If bad, the less you say of them, the better. 2003. Envy. Avoid envy, for it cannot benefit you, nor can it injure those against whom it is cherished. 2004. Disputation. Avoid disputation for the mere sake of argument. The man who disputes obstinately and in a bigoted spirit is like the man who would stop the fountain from which he should drink. Earnest discussion is commendable, but factious argument never yet produced a good result. 2005. Kindness. Be kind in little things. The true generosity of the heart is more displayed by deeds of minor kindness than by acts which may partake of ostentation. 2006. Politeness. Be polite. Politeness is the poetry of conduct, and like poetry, it has many qualities. Let not your politeness be too florid, but of that gentle kind which indicates a refined nature. 2007. Sociable. Be sociable. Avoid reserve in society. Remember that the social elements, like the air we breathe, are purified by motion. Thought illumines thought, and smiles win smiles. 2008. Punctuality. Be punctual. 1 minute too late has lost many a golden opportunity. Besides which, the want of punctuality is an affront offered to the person to whom your presence is due. 2009. Hints. The foregoing remarks may be said to apply to the moral conduct, rather than to the details of personal manners. Great principles, however, suggest minor ones, and hence, from the principles laid down, many hints upon personal behavior may be gathered. 2010. Hearty. Be hearty in your salutations, discreet and sincere in your friendships. 2011. Listen. Prefer to listen rather than to talk. 2012. Respect. Behave, even in the presence of your relations, as though you felt respect to be due to them. 2013. Humble. In society, never forget that you are but one of many. 2014. House rules. When you visit a friend, conform to the rules of his household. Lean not upon his tables, nor rub your feet against his chairs. 2015. Privacy. Pry not into letters that are not your own. 2016. Ladies. Pay unmistakable respect to ladies everywhere. 2017. Silliness. Beware of foppery and of silly flirtation. 2018. Considerate. In public places, be not too pertinacious of your own rights, but find pleasure in making concessions. 2019. Conversation. Speak distinctly. Look at the person to whom you speak, and when you have spoken, give him an opportunity to reply. 2020. Temperance. Avoid drunkenness as you would a curse, and modify all appetites, especially those that are acquired. 2021. Correct dress. Dress well, but not superfluously. Be neither like a sloven nor like a stuffed model. 2022. Cleanliness. Keep away all uncleanly appearances from the person. Let the nails, the teeth, and in fact, the whole system retrieve salutary rather than studied care. But let these things receive attention at the toilet, not elsewhere. 2023. Jewelry. Avoid displaying excess of jewelry. Nothing looks more effeminate upon a man. 2024. Central ideas. Every one of these suggestions may be regarded as the center of many others, which the earnest mind cannot fail to discover. See hence on etiquette. Parr, 1924. End of section 60. Section 61 of Enquire Within Upon Everything. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kenita Hill, Williamsburg. Enquire Within Upon Everything by Robert Kemp Philp. Section 61, 2025. Children. Happy indeed is the child who, during the first period of its existence, is fed upon no other aliment than the milk of its mother, or that of a healthy nurse. If other food become necessary before the child has acquired teeth, it ought to be of a liquid form, for instance, biscuits or stale bread boiled in an equal mixture of milk and water, to the consistence of a thick soup, but by no means even this in the first week of its life. Children who are brought up by hand, that is to say, who are not nursed by mother or wet nurse, require an occasioned change of diet, and thin gruel affords a wholesome alternation to milk. When cow's milk is used, it should be obtained, if possible, from one and the same cow, and diluted with boiled water. Swiss milk is recommended by some medical men. The Aylesbury Dairy Company furnish a specialty for young children under the name of artificial human milk, which is recommended. 2026. Thickening. Flour or meal ought never be used for soup, as it produces viscid humours instead of a wholesome nutritious chyle. 2027. Introducing solid food. After the first 6 months, weak veal or chicken broth may be given, and also, progressively, vegetables that are not very flatulent, for instance, carrots, endive, spinach, parsnips with broth, and a little stewed fruit, such as apples, pears, plums, and cherries. 2028. After weaning. When an infant is weaned and has acquired its proper teeth, it is advisable to let it have small portions of meat and other vegetables, as well as dishes prepared of flour and so that it may gradually become accustomed to every kind of strong and wholesome food. 2029. Simple food. We ought, however, to be cautious, and not upon any account to allow a child pastry, confectionery, cheese, heavy dishes made of boiled or baked flour, onions, horseradish, mustard, smoked and salted meat, especially pork, and all compound dishes, for the most simple food is the most wholesome. 2030. Potatoes. Potatoes should be allowed only in moderation, and not to be eaten with butter, but rather with other vegetables, either mashed up or in broth. 2031. Timetable. The time of taking food is not a matter of indifference. Very young infants make an exception, for as their consumption of vital power is more rapid, they may be more frequently indulged with ailment. 2032. Regularity. It is, however, advisable to accustom even them to a certain regularity, so as to allow them their victuals at stated periods of the day. For it has been observed that those children which are fed indiscriminately through the whole day are subject to debility and disease. The stomach should be allowed to recover its tone and to collect the juices necessary for digestion before it is supplied with a new portion of food. 2033. Daily diet. The following order of giving food to children has been found proper and conducive to their health. After rising in the morning, suppose about 6 o'clock, a moderate portion of lukewarm milk with well-baked bread, which should no means be new. At 9 o'clock, bread with some fruit, or, if fruit be scarce, a small quantity of fresh butter. About 12 o'clock, the dinner, of a sufficient quantity. Between 4 and 5 o'clock, some bread with fruit, or, in winter, some preserve as a substitute for fruit. 2034. Tea. On this occasion, children should be allowed to eat till they are satisfied, without surfeiting themselves, that they may not crave for a heavy supper, which disturbs their rest, and is productive of bad humours. Lastly, about 7 o'clock they may be permitted a light supper, consisting either of milk, soup, fruit, or boiled vegetables and the like, but neither meat nor mealy dishes, nor any article of food which produces flatulency. In short, they ought then to eat but little, and remain awake at least for an hour after it. 2035. Bread. It has often been contended that bread is hurtful to children, but this applies only to new bread, or such as not is sufficiently baked. For instance, nothing can be more hurtful or oppressive than rolls, muffins, and crumpets. Good wheaten bread, especially that baked by the aerated process, is extremely proper during the first years of infancy, but that made of whole wheat meal, or wheat flour from which the bran has not been eliminated is, perhaps, more conducive to health after the age of childhood. 2036. Drink. With respect to drink, physicians are decidedly against giving it to children in large quantities and at irregular periods, whether it consists of the mother's milk or any other equally mild liquid. 2037. Improper. It is improper and pernicious to keep infants continually at the breast, and it would be less hurtful, nay, even judicious, to let them cry for a few nights, rather than to fill them incessantly with milk, which readily turns sour on the stomach, weakens the digestive organs, and ultimately generates scrofulous affections. 2038. Liquids. In the latter part of the first year, pure water, milk and water, or toast and water may occasionally be given. On no account should a young child be permitted to taste beer or wine, unless specially ordered by a medical man. Those parents who accustom their children to drink water only bestow on them a fortune, the value and importance of which will be sensibly felt through life. 2039. Drinking with meals. Many children acquire a habit of drinking during their meals. It would be more conducive to digestion if they were accustomed to drink only after having made a meal. This salutary rule is too often neglected, though it is certain that inundations of the stomach during the mastication and maceration of the food not only vitiate digestion, but they may be attended with other bad consequences, as cold drink, when brought in contact with the teeth previously heated, may easily occasion cracks or chinks in these useful bones and pave the way for their carious dissolution. 2040. Crying. If we inquire into the cause which produces the crying of infants, we shall find that it seldom originates from pain or uncomfortable sensations. For those who are apt to imagine that such cases must always operate on the body of an infant are egregiously mistaken, inasmuch as they conceive that the physical condition, together with the method of expressing sensations, is the same in infants and adults. 2041. Difference. It requires, however, no demonstration to prove that the state of the former is essentially different from that of the latter. 2042. Power. In the first year of infancy, many expressions of the tender organs are to be considered only as efforts of manifestations of power. 2043. Exertions. We observe, for instance, that a child, as soon as it is undressed or disencumbered from swaddling clothes, moves its arms and legs, and often makes a variety of strong exertions. Yet no reasonable person would suppose that such attempts arise from a preternatural or oppressive state of the little agent. 2044. Exercise. It is therefore equally absurd to draw an unfavorable inference from every inarticulate cry, because, in most instances, these vociferating sounds imply the effort which children necessarily make to display the strength of their lungs and exercise the organs of respiration. 2045. Functions. Nature has wisely ordained that by these very efforts the power and utility of functions so essential to life should be developed and rendered more perfect with every inspiration. 2046. Development of the breast. Hence it follows that those over-anxious parents or nurses who continually endeavor to prevent infants crying do them a material injury, for, by such imprudent management, their children seldom or never acquire a perfect form of the breast, while the foundation is laid in the pectoral vessels for obstructions or other diseases. 2047. Independent. Independently of any particular causes, the cries of children, with regard to their general effects, are highly beneficial and necessary. 2048. Soul exercises. In the first period of life, such exertions are almost the only exercises of the infant. Thus, the circulation of the blood and all the other fluids is rendered more uniform. Digestion, nutrition, and the growth of the body are thereby promoted, and the different secretions, together with the very important office of the skin or insensible perspiration, are duly performed. 2049. Extremely improper. It is extremely improper to consider every noise of an infant as a claim upon our existence, and to intrude either food or drink, with a view to satisfy its supposed wants. By such injudicious conduct, children readily acquire the injurious habit of demanding nutriment at improper times, and without necessity. Their digestion becomes impaired, and consequently, at this early age, the whole mass of the fluids is gradually corrupted. 2050. Cold. Sometimes, however, the mother or nurse removes the child from its couch, carries it about frequently in the middle of the night, and thus exposes it to repeated colds, which are in their effects infinitely more dangerous than the most violent cries. 2051. Indulgence. We learn from daily experience that children who have been the least indulged thrive much better, unfold all their faculties quicker, and acquire more muscular strength and vigor of mind than those who have been constantly favored and treated by their parents with the most solicitous attention. Bodily weakness and mental imbecility are the usual attributes of the latter. 2052. Free and independent agent. The first and principal rule of education ought never to be forgotten: that man is intended to be a free and independent agent, that his moral and physical powers ought to be spontaneously developed, that he should as soon as possible be made acquainted with the nature and uses of all of his faculties, in order to attain that degree of perfection which is consistent with the structure of his organs, and that he was not originally designed for what we endeavor to make of him by artificial aid. 2053. Guide and watch. The greatest art in educating children consists in a continued vigilance over all their actions, without ever giving them an opportunity of discovering that they are guided and watched. 2054. Instances. There are, however, instances in which the loud complaints of infants demand our attention. 2055. Causes. Thus, if their cries be unusually violent and long continued, we may conclude that they are troubled with colic pains. If, on such occasions, they move their arms and hands repeatedly towards the face, painful teething may account for the cause. And if other morbid phenomena accompany their cries, or if these expressions be repeated at certain periods of the day, we ought not to slight them, but endeavor to discover the proximate or remote causes. 2056. Sleep. Infants cannot sleep too long, and it is a favorable system when they enjoy a calm and long-continued rest, of which they should by no means be deprived, as this is the greatest support granted to them by nature. 2057. Faster life. A child lives comparatively much faster than an adult. Its blood flows more rapidly. Every stimulus operates more powerfully, and not only its constituent parts, but its vital resources also are more speedily consumed. 2058. Aid of sleep. Sleep promotes a more calm and uniform circulation of the blood. It facilitates the assimilation of the nutriment received, and contributes towards a more copious and regular deposition of alimentary matter, while the horizontal posture is the most favorable to the growth and development of the child. 2059. Proportion. Sleep ought to be in proportion to the age of the infant. After the age of 6 months, the periods of sleep, as well as other animal functions, may in some degree be regulated. Yet, even then, a child should be suffered to sleep the whole night, and several hours both in the morning and in the afternoon. 2060. Night preferable. Mothers and nurses should endeavor to accustom infants from the time of their birth to sleep in the night, preferably to the day, and for this purpose they ought to remove all external impressions which may disturb their rest, such as noise, light, and co., but especially not to obey every call for taking them up, and giving food at improper times. 2061. Day sleep. After the 2nd year of their age, children will not instinctively require to sleep in the forenoon, though after dinner it may be continued to the 3rd and 4th year of life, if the child shows a particular inclination to repose, because till that age the full half of life may safely be allotted to sleep. 2062. Proportion of sleep. From that period, however, sleep ought to be shortened for the space of 1 hour with every succeeding year, so that a child of 7 years may sleep about 8, not exceeding 9 hours. This proportion may be continued to the age of adolescence and even manhood. 2063. Gradual awakening. To awaken children from their sleep with a noise or an impetuous manner is extremely injudicious and hurtful, nor is it proper to carry them from a dark room immediately into a glaring light, or against a dazzling wall, for the sudden impression of light debilitates the organs of vision, and lays the foundations of weak eyes from early infancy. 2064. Room for sleeping. A bedroom or night nursery ought to be spacious and lofty, dry, airy, and not inhabited through the day. 2065. No contamination. No servants, if possible, should be suffered to sleep in the same room, and no linen or washed clothes should ever be hung there to dry, as they contaminate the air in which so considerable a portion of infantile life must be spent. 2066. Consequences. The consequences attending a vitiated atmosphere in such rooms are serious and often fatal. 2067. Feather beds. Feather beds should be banished from nurseries, as they are unnatural and debilitating contrivances. 2068. Windows. The windows should never be opened at night, but may be left open the whole day in fine, clear weather. 2069. Position of bedstead. Lastly, the bedstead must not be placed too low on the floor, nor is it proper to let children sleep on a couch which is made without any elevation from the ground, because the most mephitic and pernicious stratum of air in an apartment is that within 1 or 2 feet from the floor, while the most wholesome or atmospheric air is in the middle of the room, and the inflammable gas ascends to the top. End of section 61.
Section 62 of Enquire Within Upon Everything. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Andrus, Waukesha, Wisconsin. Enquire Within Upon Everything by Robert Kemp Philp. Section 62. 2070. Cookery for Children. 2071. Food for an Infant. Take of fresh cow's milk 1 tablespoonful and mix with 2 tablespoonsful of hot water. Sweeten with loaf sugar as much as may be agreeable. This quantity is sufficient for once feeding a newborn infant, and the same quantity may be given every 2 or 3 hours, not oftener, till the mother's breast affords natural nourishment. 2072. Milk for infants 6 months old. Take 1 pint of milk, 1 pint of water, boil it, and add 1 tablespoonful of flour. Dissolve the flour first in half a teacupful of water. It must be stirred in gradually and boiled hard 20 minutes. As the child grows older, 1/3 water. If properly made, it is the most nutritious, at the same time the most delicate food that can be given to young children. 2073. Broth. Broth, made of mutton, veal, or chicken, with stale bread toasted and broken in, is safe and wholesome for the dinners of children when first weaned. 2074. Milk. Milk, fresh from the cow, with a very little loaf sugar, is good and safe food for young children. From 3 years old to 7, pure milk, into which stale bread is crumbled, is the best breakfast and supper for a child. 2075. For a child's luncheon. Good sweet butter with stale bread is one of the most nutritious, at the same time the most wholesome articles of food that can be given children after they are weaned. 2076. Milk porridge. Stir 4 tablespoonfuls of oatmeal smoothly into a quart of milk, then stir it quickly into a quart of boiling water, and boil up a few minutes till it is thickened. Sweeten with sugar. Oatmeal, where it is found to agree with the stomach, is much better for children, being a mild aperient as well as cleanser. Fine flour in every shape is the reverse. Where biscuit powder is in use, let it be made at home. This, at all events, will prevent them from getting the sweepings of the baker's counters, boxes, and baskets. All the waste bread in the nursery, hard ends of stale loaves, etc., ought to be dried in the oven or screen, and reduced to powder in the mortar. 2077. Meats for children. Mutton and poultry are the best. Birds and the white meat of fowls are the most delicate food of this kind that can be given. These meats should be slowly cooked, and no gravy, if made rich with butter, should be eaten by a young child. Never give children hard, tough, half-cooked meats of any kind. 2078. Vegetables for children, eggs, etc. For children, rice ought to be cooked in no more water than is necessary to swell it. Apples roasted or stewed with no more water than is necessary to steam them. Vegetables so well cooked as to make them require little butter and less digestion. Eggs boiled slowly and soft. The boiling of milk ought to be directed by the state of the bowels. If flatulent or bilious, a very little curry powder may be given with vegetables with good effect. Turmeric and the warm seeds, not hot peppers, are also particularly useful in such cases. 2079. Potatoes and peas. Potatoes, particularly some kinds, are not easily digested by children, but this may be remedied by mashing them very fine and seasoning them with salt and a little milk. When peas are dressed for children, let them be seasoned with mint and salt, which will take off the flatulency. If they are old, let them be pulped, as the skins cannot be digested by children's stomachs. Never give them vegetables less stewed than would pulp through a colander. 2080. Rice pudding with fruit. In a pint of new milk, put 2 large spoonfuls of rice, well washed. Then add 2 apples, pared and quartered, or a few currants or raisins. Simmer slowly till the rice is very soft. Then add 1 egg beaten to bind it. Serve with cream and sugar. 2081. Puddings and pancakes for children. Sugar and egg, browned before the fire or dropped as fritters into a hot frying pan without fat, will make a nourishing meal. 2082. To prepare fruit for children. A far more wholesome way than in pies or puddings is to put apples sliced, or plums, currants, gooseberries, etc., into a stone jar and sprinkle among them as much sugar as necessary. Set the jar in the oven with a teacupful of water to prevent the fruit from burning, or put the jar into a saucepan of water till its contents be perfectly done. Slices of bread or some rice may be put into the jar to eat with the fruit. Honest loss is preferable to shameful gain. 2083. Rice and apples. Core as many nice apples as will fill the dish. Boil them in light syrup. Prepare 1/4 pound of rice and milk with sugar and salt. Put some of the rice in the dish. Put in the apples, and fill up the intervals with rice. Bake it in the oven till it is a fine color. 2084. A nice apple cake for children. Grate some stale bread and slice about double the quantity of apples. Butter a mold and line it with sugar paste, and strew in some crumbs mixed with a little sugar. Then lay in apples with a few bits of butter over them, and so continue till the dish is full. Cover it with crumbs or prepared rice. Season with cinnamon and sugar. Bake it well. 2085. Fruits for children. That fruits are naturally healthy in their season, if rightly taken, no one who believes that the Creator is a kind and beneficent being can doubt. And yet the use of summer fruits appears often to cause most fatal diseases, especially in children. Why is this? Because we do not conform to the natural laws in using this kind of diet. These laws are very simple and very easy to understand. Let the fruit be ripe when you eat it, and eat when you require food. Fruits that have seeds are much more wholesome than the stone fruits, but all fruits are better for very young children if baked or cooked in some manner and eaten with bread. The French always eat bread with raw fruit. Apples and winter pears are very excellent food for children. Indeed, for almost any person in health, but best when eaten for breakfast or dinner. If taken late in the evening, fruit often proves injurious. The old saying that apples are gold in the morning, silver at noon, and lead at night is pretty near the truth. Both apples and pears are often good and nutritious when baked or stewed, and when prepared in this way are especially suitable for those delicate constitutions that cannot bear raw fruit. Much of the fruit gathered when unripe might be rendered fit for food by preserving in sugar. 2086. Ripe currants. Ripe currants are excellent food for children. Mash the fruit, sprinkle with sugar, and let them eat freely, taking some good bread with the fruit. 2087. Blackberry jam. Gather the fruit in dry weather. Allow 1/2 pound of good brown sugar to every pound of fruit. Boil the whole together gently for an hour, or till the blackberries are soft, stirring and mashing them well. Preserve it like any other jam, and it will be found very useful in families, particularly for children, regulating their bowels and enabling you to dispense with cathartics. It may be used in the ordinary way in roll-over puddings, and for tarts, or spread on bread instead of butter, and even when the blackberries are bought, it is cheaper than butter. In the country, every family should preserve at least 1/2 peck of blackberries. 2088. Blackberry pudding or pie. Pudding or pie made of blackberries only, or of blackberries and apples mixed in equal proportions, is excellent. For suitable suet crust, see paragraph 1269, and for puff pastry, see paragraph 1257. 2089. To make senna and manna palatable. Take of senna leaves and manna 1/4 ounce of each, and pour over them a pint of boiling water. When the strength is abstracted, pour the infusion over from 1/4 to 1/2 pound of prunes, and 2 large tablespoonfuls of West India molasses. Stew the whole slowly until the liquid is nearly absorbed. When cold, it can be eaten with bread and butter, without detecting the senna, and is excellent for children when costive. 2090. Discipline of children. Children should not be allowed to ask for the same thing twice. This may be accomplished by parents, teacher, or whoever may happen to have the management of them, paying attention to their little wants, if proper, at once when possible. Children should be instructed to understand that when they are not answered immediately, it is because it is not convenient. Let them learn patience by waiting. Care in summer, comfort in winter. 2091. My wife's little tea parties. My wife is celebrated for her little parties, not tea parties alone, but dinner parties, picnic parties, music parties, supper parties. In fact, she is the life and soul of all parties, which is more than any leading politician of the day can boast. But her great forte is her little tea parties, praised and enjoyed by everybody. A constant visitor at these little parties is Mrs. Hitching, spoken of elsewhere, and before a certain epoch in her life, see paragraph 215, she was wont to remark that, quote, never knew anyone who understood the art of bringing so many elegancies together, end quote, as my wife. Nobody makes tea like her, and how she makes it she will impart at a future time. But for her little knick-knacks, as she calls them, which give a variety and a charm to the tea-table, without trenching too deeply upon our own pocket, she has been kind enough to give a few receipts upon the present occasion. 2092. Good plum cake. 1 pound of flour, 1/4 of a pound of butter, 1/4 of a pound of sugar, 1/4 of a pound of currants, 3 eggs, 1/2 a pint of milk, and a small teaspoonful of carbonate of soda or baking powder. The above is excellent. The cakes are always baked in a common earthen flower pot saucer, which is a very good plan. 2093. Gingerbread snaps. 1 pound of flour, 1/2 a pound of treacle, 1/2 a pound of sugar, 1/4 of a pound of butter, 1/2 an ounce of best prepared ginger, 16 drops of essence of lemon, potash the size of a nut dissolved in a tablespoonful of hot water. 2094. Drop cakes. 1 pint of flour, 1/2 a pound of butter, 1/4 of a pound of pounded lump sugar, 1/2 a nutmeg grated, a handful of currants, 2 eggs, and a large pinch of carbonate of soda or a little baking powder, to be baked in a slack oven for 10 minutes or 1/4 of an hour. The above quantity will make about 30 excellent cakes. 2095. A very nice and cheap cake. 2 pounds and a half of flour, 3/4 of a pound of sugar, 3/4 of a pound of butter, 1/2 a pound of currants or a 1/4 of a pound of raisins, 1/4 of a pound of orange peel, 2 ounces of caraway seeds, 1/2 an ounce of ground cinnamon or ginger, 4 teaspoonfuls of carbonate of soda or some baking powder, mixed well with rather better than a pint of new milk. The butter must be well melted previous to being mixed with the ingredients. 2096. Jersey Wonders. The oddity of these wonders consists solely in the manner of cooking and the shape consequent. Take 2 pounds of flour, 6 ounces of butter, 6 ounces of white sugar, a little nutmeg, ground ginger, and lemon peel. Beat 8 eggs and knead them all well together. A taste of brandy will be an improvement. Roll the paste into a long mass about the thickness of your wrist. Cut off a slice and roll it into an oval about 4 inches long and 3 inches wide, not too thin. Cut 2 slits in it, but not through either end. There will be then 3 bands. Pass the left one through the aperture to the right and throw it into a brass or bell-metal skillet of boiling lard or beef or mutton dripping. You may cook 3 or 4 at a time. In about 2 minutes turn them with a fork, and you will find them browned and swollen or risen in 2 or 3 minutes more. Remove them from the pan to a dish, when they will dry and cool. They must hunger in frost who will not work in heat. 2097. Muffins. Add 1.5 pints of good ale yeast, from pale malt if possible, to a bushel of the very best white flour. Let the yeast lie all night in water. Then pour off the water quite clear. Heat 2 gallons of water just milk warm, and mix the water, yeast, and 2 ounces of salt well together for about 1/4 hour. Strain the whole, and mix up your dough as light as possible, letting it lie in the trough an hour to rise. Next, roll it with your hand, pulling it into little pieces about the size of a large walnut. These must be rolled out thin with a rolling pin, in a good deal of flour, and if covered immediately with a piece of flannel, they will rise to a proper thickness, but if too large or too small, dough must be added accordingly or taken away. Meanwhile, the dough must be also covered with flannel. Next, begin baking, and when laid on the iron, watch carefully, and when one side changes color, turn the other, taking care that they do not burn or become discolored. Be careful also that the iron does not get too hot. In order to bake muffins properly, you ought to have a place built as if a copper were to be set in, but instead of a copper, a piece of iron must be put over the top, fixed in form like the bottom of an iron pot, underneath which a coal fire is kindled when required. Toast the muffins crisp on both sides with a fork. Pull them open with your hand, and they will then be like a honeycomb. Lay in as much butter as you intend, then clap them together and set by the fire. Turn them once, that both sides may be buttered alike. When quite done, cut them across with a knife, but if you use a knife either to spread or divide them, they will be as heavy as lead. Some kinds of flour will soak up more water than others. When this occurs, add water, or, if too moist, add flour, for the dough must be as light as possible. 2098. Unfermented cakes, etc. All cakes of this description may be made with the aid of a little baking powder or egg powder. For instructions respecting these preparations, the reader is referred to paragraphs 1011, 1012. 2099. Tea cakes. Take of flour 1 pound, sugar 1 ounce, butter 1 ounce, baking powder 3 teaspoonfuls, milk 6 ounces, water 6 ounces. Rub the butter and baking powder into the flour. Dissolve the sugar in the water, and then add the milk. Pour this mixture gradually over the flour and mix well together. Divide the mass into 3 portions and bake 25 minutes. Flat round tins or earthen pans are the best to bake the cakes in. Buttermilk may be used instead of milk and water, if preferred. 2100. Unfermented cake. Take of flour 1 pound and a half, baking powder 4 teaspoonfuls, sugar 1 ounce and a half, butter 1 ounce and a half, milk 20 ounces, currants 6 ounces, more or less. Mix the baking powder and butter into the flour by rubbing them together. Next, dissolve the sugar in the milk and add it gradually to the flour, mixing the whole intimately, and adding fruit at discretion. Bake in a tin or earthen pan. 2101. Luncheon cakes. Take of flour 1 pound, baking powder 3 teaspoonfuls, sugar 3 ounces, butter 3 ounces, currants 4 ounces, milk 1 pint or 20 ounces. Bake 1 hour in a quick oven. 2102. Nice plum cake. Take of flour 1 pound, baking powder 3 teaspoonfuls, butter 6 ounces, loaf sugar 6 ounces, currants 6 ounces, 3 eggs, milk about 4 ounces. Bake for 1 hour and a half in a tin or pan. 2103. Lemon buns. Take a flour 1 pound, baking powder 3 teaspoonfuls, butter 6 ounces, loaf sugar 4 ounces, 1 egg, essence of lemon, 6 or 8 drops. Make into 20 buns and bake in a quick oven for 15 minutes. 2104. Soda cake. Take of flour half a pound, bicarbonate of soda 2 drachms, tartaric acid 2 drachms, butter 4 ounces, white sugar 2 ounces, currants 4 ounces, 2 eggs, warm milk, half a teacupful. An honest word is better than a careless oath. 2105. Excellent biscuits. Take of flour 2 pounds, carbonate of ammonium 3 drachms in fine powder, white sugar 4 ounces, arrowroot 1 ounce, butter 4 ounces, 1 egg. Mix into stiff paste with new milk and beat them well with a rolling pin for half an hour. Roll out thin and cut them out with a docker and bake in a quick oven for 15 minutes. 2106. Wine biscuits. Take of flour half a pound, butter 4 ounces, sugar 4 ounces, 2 eggs, carbonate of ammonium 1 drachm, white wine enough to mix to a proper consistency. Cut out with a glass. 2107. Ginger cakes. To 2 pounds of flour, add 3/4 of a pound of good moist sugar, 1 ounce best Jamaica ginger well mixed in the flour. Have ready 3/4 of a pound of lard melted and 4 eggs well beaten. Mix the lard and eggs together and stir it into the flour, which will form a paste. Roll out in thin cakes and bake in a moderately heated oven. Lemon biscuits may be made in a similar way by substituting essence of lemon for ginger. 2108. Sponge cake. 1. Very easy method. The following receipt is as excellent as it is simple. It gives less trouble than any other and has never been known to fail. Take 5 eggs and half a pound of loaf sugar, sifted. Break the eggs upon the sugar and beat all together with a steel fork for half an hour. Previously take the weight of 2 eggs and half in their shells of flour. After you have beaten the eggs and sugar, the time specified, grate in the rind of a lemon. The juice may be added at pleasure. Stir in the flour and immediately pour into a tin lined with buttered paper and let it be instantly put into a rather cool oven. 2109. Sponge cake. 2. Take equal weight of eggs and sugar, half their weight in sifted flour. To 12 eggs add the grated rind of 3 lemons and the juice of 2. Beat the eggs carefully, white and yolks separately, before they are used. Stir the materials thoroughly together and bake in a quick oven. 2110. Almond sponge cake. Almond sponge cake is made by adding blanched almonds to the above. 2111. Yule cake. Take 1 pound of fresh butter, 1 pound of sugar, 1 pound and a half of flour, 2 pounds of currants, a glass of brandy, 1 pound of sweetmeats, 2 ounces of sweet almonds, 10 eggs, 1/4 of an ounce of allspice, and 1/4 of an ounce of cinnamon. Melt the butter to a cream and put in the sugar. Stir it till quite light, adding the allspice and pounded cinnamon. In 1/4 of an hour, take the yolks of the eggs and work them 2 or 3 at a time, and the whites of the same must by this time be beaten into a strong snow, quite ready to work in, as the paste must not stand to chill the butter, or it will be heavy, work in the whites gradually, then add the orange peel, lemon, and citron, cut in fine strips, and the currants, which must be mixed in well with the sweet almonds. Then add the sifted flour and glass of brandy. Bake this cake in a tin hoop in a hot oven for 3 hours, and put 12 sheets of paper under it to keep it from burning. 2112. Cake of Mixed Fruits. Extract the juice from red currants by simmering them very gently for a few minutes over a slow fire. Strain it through folded muslin, and to 1 pound of the juice add 1.5 pounds of freshly gathered cooking apples, pared, and rather deeply cored, that the fibrous part may be avoided. Boil these quite slowly until the mixture is perfectly smooth. Then, to evaporate part of the moisture, let the boiling be quickened. In from 25 to 30 minutes, draw the pan from the fire, and throw in gradually 1.25 pounds of sugar in fine powder. Mix it well with the fruit, and when it is dissolved, continue the boiling rapidly for 20 minutes longer, keeping the mixture constantly stirred. Put it into a mold and store it, when cold, for winter use, or serve it for dessert, or for the second course. In the latter case, decorate it with spikes of almonds, blanched, and heap solid whipped cream around it, or pour a custard into the dish. For dessert, it may be garnished with dice of the palest apple jelly. Plain words make the most ornamental sentences. 2113. Banbury Cakes. Roll out the paste about 1/2 inch thick, and cut it into pieces. Then roll again till each piece becomes twice the size. Put some Banbury meat in the middle of one side, fold the other over it, and pinch it up into a somewhat oval shape. Flatten it with your hand at the top, letting the seam be quite at the bottom. Rub the tops over with the white of an egg, laid on with a brush, and dust loaf sugar over them. Bake in a moderate oven. 2114. Meat for Banbury Cakes. The meat for Banbury cakes is made thus. Beat up 1/4 pound of butter until it becomes in the state of cream. Then mix with it 1/2 pound of candied orange and lemon peel, cut fine, 1 pound of currants, 1/4 ounce of ground cinnamon, and 1/4 ounce of allspice. Mix all well together, and keep in a jar till wanted for use. 2115. Bath buns. 1/4 pound of flour, 4 yolks and 3 whites of eggs, with 4 spoonfuls of solid fresh yeast. Beat in a bowl and set before the fire to rise. Then rub into 1 pound of flour 10 ounces of butter. Put in 1/2 pound of sugar and caraway comfits. When the eggs and yeast are pretty light, mix by degrees all together. Throw a cloth over it and set it before the fire to rise. Make the buns, and when on the tins, brush over with the yolk of egg and milk. Strew them with caraway comfits. Bake in a quick oven. If baking powder is used instead of yeast, use 2 teaspoonfuls and proceed as directed, omitting to set the dough before the fire to rise, which is useless as regards all articles made with baking powder. 2116. Belvedere Cake for Breakfast or Tea. Take 1 quart of flour, 4 eggs, a piece of butter the size of an egg, a piece of lard the same size. Mix the butter and lard well in the flour. Beat the eggs light in a pint bowl, and fill it up with cold milk. Then pour it gradually into the flour. Add a teaspoonful of salt. Work it for 8 or 10 minutes only. Cut the dough with a knife to the size you wish it. Roll them into cakes about the size of a breakfast plate, and bake in a quick oven. 2117. To make gingerbread cake. Take 1 pound and a half of treacle, 1 1/2 ounces of ground ginger, half an ounce of caraway seeds, 2 ounces of allspice, 4 ounces of orange peel shred fine, half a pound of sweet butter, 6 ounces of blanched almonds, 1 pound of honey, and 1½ ounces of carbonate of soda, with as much fine flour as makes a dough of moderate consistence. Directions for making. Make a pit in 5 pounds of flour, then pour in the treacle and all the other ingredients, creaming the butter. Then mix them all together in a dough, work it well, then put in 3/4 of an ounce of tartaric acid, and put the dough into a buttered pan and bake for 2 hours in a cool oven. To know when it is ready, plunge a fork into it, and if it comes out sticky, put the cake in the oven again. If not, it is ready. This is a good and simple test, which may be resorted to in baking bread and all kinds of cakes. 2118. Picnic Biscuits. Take 2 ounces of fresh butter, and well work it with a pound of flour. Mix thoroughly with it half a saltspoonful of pure carbonate of soda, 2 ounces of sugar. Mingle thoroughly with the flour. Make up the paste with spoonfuls of milk. It will require scarcely 1/4 of a pint. Knead smooth. Roll 1/4 of an inch thick. Cut in rounds about the size of the top of a small wine glass. Roll these out thin. Prick them well. Lay them on lightly floured tins, and bake in a gentle oven until crisp. When cold, put into dry canisters. Thin cream used instead of milk in the mixture will enrich the biscuits. To obtain variety, caraway seeds or ginger can be added at pleasure. A duel is folly playing at murder. 2119. Ginger biscuits and cakes. Work into small crumbs 3 ounces of butter, 2 pounds of flour, and 3 ounces of powdered sugar and 2 of ginger in fine powder. Knead into a stiff paste with new milk. Roll thin, cut out with a cutter. Bake in a slow oven until crisp through. Keep of a pale color. Additional sugar may be used when a sweeter biscuit is desired. For good ginger cakes, butter 6 ounces, sugar 8 for each pound of flour. Wet the ingredients into a paste with eggs. A little lemon peel grated will give an agreeable flavor. 2120. Sugar biscuits. Cut the butter into the flour. Add the sugar and caraway seeds. Pour in the brandy and then the milk. Lastly, put in the soda. Stir all well with a knife and mix it thoroughly till it becomes a lump of dough. Flour your pasteboard and lay the dough on it. Knead it very well. Divide it into 8 or 10 pieces and knead each piece separately. Then put them all together and knead them very well into one lump. Cut the dough in half and lay it out into sheets about ½ an inch thick. Beat the sheets of dough very hard on both sides with a rolling pin. Cut them out into rounded cakes with the edge of a tumbler. Butter tins and lay the cakes on them. Bake them of a very pale brown. If done too much, they will lose their taste. Let the oven be hotter at the top than at the bottom. These cakes kept in a stone jar, closely covered from the air, will continue perfectly good for several months. 2121. Lemon sponge. For a quart mold, dissolve 2 ounces of isinglass in a pint and 3/4 of water. Strain it and add 3/4 of a pound of sifted loaf sugar, the juice of 6 lemons, and the rind of 1. Boil the whole for a few minutes, strain it again, and let it stand till quite cold and just beginning to stiffen. Then beat the whites of 2 eggs and put them into it, and whisk till it is quite white. Put it into the mold, which must be first wetted with cold water. Salad oil is much better than water for preparing the mold, for turning out jelly, blancmange, etc., but great care must be taken not to pour the jelly into the mold till quite cool, or the oil will float on the top, and after it is turned out it must be carefully wiped over with a clean cloth. This plan only requires to be tried once to be invariably adopted. End of section 62. Section 63 of Enquire Within Upon Everything. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Andrus, Waukesha, Wisconsin. Enquire Within Upon Everything by Robert Kemp Philp. Section 63. Puddings and Desserts. 2122. Almond Custards. Blanch and pound fine, with half a gill of rose water, 6 ounces of sweet and half an ounce of bitter almonds. Boil a pint of milk, with a few coriander seeds, a little cinnamon, and some lemon peel. Sweeten it with 2 ounces and a half of sugar. Rub the almonds through a fine sieve with a pint of cream. Strain the milk to the yolks of 8 eggs and the whites of 3 well beaten. Stir it over a fire till it is of a good thickness. Take it off the fire and stir it till nearly cold to prevent its curdling. 2123. Arrowroot Blancmange. A teacupful of arrowroot to a pint of milk. Boil the milk with 12 sweet and 6 bitter almonds, blanched and beaten. Sweeten with loaf sugar and strain it. Break the arrowroot with a little of the milk as smooth as possible. Smooth the boiling milk upon it by degrees. Stir the while. Put it back into the pan and boil a few minutes, still stirring. Dip the shape in cold water before you put it in, and turn it out when cold. 2124. Red Currant Jelly. With 3 parts of fine ripe red currants, mix 1 of white currants. Put them into a clean preserving pan and stir them gently over a clear fire until the juice flows from them freely. Then turn them in a fine hair sieve and let them drain well, but without pressure. Pass the juice through a folded muslin or jelly bag, weigh it, and then boil it fast for a quarter of an hour. Add for each pound 8 ounces of sugar coarsely powdered. Stir this to it off the fire until it is dissolved. Give the jelly 8 minutes more of quick boiling and pour it out. It will be firm and of excellent color and flavor. Be sure to clean off the scum as it rises, both before and after the sugar is put in, or the preserve will not be clear. Juice of red currants, 3 pounds. Juice of white currants, 1 pound, 15 minutes. Sugar, 2 pounds, 8 minutes. An excellent jelly may be made with equal parts of the juice of red and white currants and of raspberries, with the same proportion of sugar and degree of boiling as mentioned in the foregoing receipt. Revenge is the only debt which is wrong to pay. 2125. White Currant Jelly. White currant jelly is made in the same way as red currant jelly, only double refined sugar should be used, and it should not be boiled above 10 minutes. White currant jelly should be put through a lawn sieve. 2126. Another receipt for white currant jelly. After the fruit is stripped from the stalks, put it into the pan, and when it boils, run it quickly through a sieve. Take a pound of sugar to each pint of juice and let it boil 20 minutes. 2127. Black currant jelly. To each pound of picked fruit, allow 1 gill of water. set them on the fire in the preserving pan to scald, but do not let them boil. Bruise them well with a silver fork or wooden beater. Take them off and squeeze them through a hair sieve, and to every pint of juice allow a pound of loaf or raw sugar. Boil it 10 minutes. 2128. Apricot Jelly. Divide 2 dozen ripe apricots into halves. Pound half of the kernels in a gill of water and a teaspoonful of lemon juice. Reduce the fruit to a pulp, and mix the kernels with it. Put the whole into a stew pan with a pound of sugar. Boil thoroughly, skim till clear, and put into small pots. 2129. Oxheel Jelly. Oxheel jelly is made in the same way as calves' feet jelly. See paragraph 2132. 2130. Arrowroot Jelly. A tablespoonful of arrowroot and cold water to form a paste. Add a pint of boiling water. Stir briskly, boil for a few minutes. A little sherry and sugar may be added. For infants, a drop or two of the essence of caraway seed or cinnamon is preferable. 2131. An excellent jelly. For the sick room. Take rice, sago, pearl barley, hartshorn shavings, each 1 ounce. Simmer with 3 pints of water to 1, and strain it. When cold it will be a jelly, which give, dissolved in wine, milk, or broth, in change with the other nourishment. 2132. Calves' feet jelly. It is better to buy the feet of the butcher than at the tripe shop ready boiled, because the best portion of the jelly has been extracted. Slit them in two and take every particle of fat from the claws. Wash well in warm water, put them in a large stew pan, and cover with water. Skim well and let them boil gently for 6 or 7 hours until reduced to about 2 quarts. Then strain and skim off any oily substance on the surface. It is best to boil the feet the day before making the jelly, as, when the liquor is cold, the oily part being at the top, and the other being firm, with pieces of blotting paper applied to it, you may remove every particle of the oily substance without wasting the liquor. Put the liquor in a stew pan to melt, with a pound of lump sugar, the peel of 2 lemons, and the juice of 6 whites and shells of eggs beat together, and a bottle of sherry or Madeira. Whisk the whole together until it is on the boil, then put it by the side of the stove, and let it simmer a quarter of an hour. Strain it through a jelly bag. What is strained first must be poured into the bag again, until it is as bright and clear as distilled water. Then put the jelly in molds, to be cold and firm. If the weather is too warm, it requires some ice, or some of Nelson's gelatin. If required to be very stiff, half an ounce of isinglass may be added when the wine is put in. It may be flavored by the juice of various fruits and spices, etc., and colored with saffron, cochineal, the juice of beetroot, spinach juice, claret, etc. It is sometimes made with cherry brandy, red noyeau, caraco, or essence of punch. 2133. Orange Marmalade. Select the largest Seville oranges, as they usually contain the greatest quantity of juice, and take those that have clear skins, as the skins form the largest part of the marmalade. Weigh the oranges, and weigh also an equal quantity of loaf sugar. Peel the oranges, dividing the peel of each into quarters, and put them in a preserving pan. Cover them well with water, and set them on the fire to boil. In the meantime, prepare your oranges. Divide them into gores, then scrape with a teaspoon all the pulp from the white skin. Or, instead of peeling the oranges, cut a hole in the orange and scoop out the pulp. Remove carefully all the pips, of which there are innumerably small ones, in the Seville orange, which will escape observation unless they are very minutely examined. Have a large basin near you with some cold water in it to throw the pips and peels into. A pint is sufficient for a dozen oranges. Boil these in the water, and having strained off the glutinous matter which comes from them, add it to the other parts. When the peels have boiled till they are sufficiently tender to admit of a fork being stuck into them, scrape away all the pith from the inside of them, lay them in folds, and cut them into thin slices of about an inch long. Clarify the sugar, then throw the peels and pulp into it, stir it well, and let it boil for half an hour. Then remove it from the fire, and when it becomes cool, put it in by pots. Marmalade should be made at the end of March, or at the beginning of April, as Seville oranges are then in their best state. 2134. Apple Marmalade. Peel and core 2 pounds of sub-acid apples. Wellingtons are excellent for the purpose, and put them in an enamelled saucepan with 1 pint of sweet cider, or half a pint of wine, and 1 pound of crushed sugar. Cook them by a gentle heat 3 hours or longer until the fruit is very soft. Then squeeze it first through a colander and then through a sieve. If not sufficiently sweet, add powdered sugar to taste, and put away in jars made airtight by covering them with a piece of wet bladder. 2135. Plum, greengage, or apricot jam. After taking away the stones from the fruit and cutting out any blemishes, put them over a slow fire in a clean stewpan with half a pint of water, and when scalded, rub them through a hair sieve. To every pound of pulp, put 1 pound of sifted loaf sugar. Put it into a preserving pan over a brisk fire, and when it boils, skim it well, and throw in the kernels of the apricots and half an ounce of bitter almonds, blanched. Then boil it fast for a quarter of an hour longer, stirring it all the time. Store away in pots in the usual manner. 2136. Almond flavor. Essence of peach kernels, quintessence of noyeau. Dissolve 1 ounce of essential oil of bitter almonds in 1 pint of spirit of wine. Use it as a flavoring for cordials and pastry. In large quantities is exceedingly poisonous. A few drops only should be used to several pounds of syrups, pastry, etc. This and other flavorings may be bought in small bottles ready for use of grocers or oilmen. 2137. Syrup of orange or lemon peel. A fresh outer rind of Seville orange or lemon peel, 3 ounces, apothecary's weight, boiling water, 1.5 pints. Infuse the peel for a night in a closed vessel. Then strain the liquor, let it stand to settle, and having poured it off clear from the sediment, dissolve it into 2 pounds of double refined loaf sugar, and make it into a syrup with a gentle heat. Pride costs more than hunger, thirst, or cold. 2138. Indian syrup. A delicious summer drink. 5 pounds of lump sugar, 2 ounces of citric acid, a gallon of boiling water. When cold, add half a drachm of essence of lemon and half a drachm of spirit of wine. Stir it well and bottle it. About 2 tablespoons to a glass of cold water. 2139. Apples in syrup for immediate use. Pare and core some hard round apples, throwing them into a basin of water as each is peeled. Clarify as much loaf sugar as will cover them. Put the apples in water with the juice and rind of a lemon, and let them simmer till they are quite clear. Great care must be taken not to break them. Place them on the dish they are to appear upon a table, and pour the syrup over. 2140. Pounding almonds. The almonds should be dried for a few days after being blanched. Set them in a warm place, strewn singly over a dish or tin. A little powdered lump sugar will assist the pounding. They may be first chopped small and rolled with a rolling pin. Almond paste may be made in the same manner. 2141. Blanched almonds. Put the almonds into cold water, and heat them slowly to scalding. Then take them out and peel them quickly, throwing them into cold water as they are done. Dry them in a cloth before serving. 2142. Freezing without ice or acids. The use of ice in cooling depends upon the fact of its requiring a vast quantity of heat to convert it from a solid into a liquid state, or in other words, to melt it, and the heat so required is obtained from those objects with which it may be in contact. A pound of ice requires nearly as much heat to melt it as would be sufficient to make a pound of cold water boiling hot. Hence its cooling power is extremely great. But ice does not begin to melt until the temperature is above the freezing point, and therefore it cannot be employed in freezing liquids, etc., but only in cooling them. If, however, any substance is mixed with ice which is capable of causing it to melt more rapidly, and at a lower temperature, a still more intense cooling effect is the result. Such a substance is common salt, and the degree of cold produced by the mixture of 1 part of salt with 2 parts of snow or pounded ice is greater than 30 degrees below freezing. In making ice creams and dessert ices, the following articles are required: pewter ice pots with tightly fitting lids, furnished with handles, wooden ice pails to hold the rough ice and salt. The pails should be stoutly made, about the same depth as the ice pots, and 9 or 10 inches more in diameter, with a hole in the side, fitted with a good cork, in order that the water from the melted ice may be drawn off as required. In addition, a broad spatula, about 4 inches long, rounded at the end, and furnished with a long wooden handle, is necessary to scrape the frozen cream from the sides of the ice pot, and for mixing the whole smoothly together. When making ices, place the mixture of cream and fruit to be frozen in the ice pot, cover it with the lid, and put the pot in the ice pail, which proceed to fill up with coarsely pounded ice and salt, in the proportion of about 1 part of salt to 3 of ice. Let the whole remain a few minutes. If covered by a blanket, so much the better. Then whirl the pot briskly by the handle for a few minutes, take the lid off, and with the spatula scrape the iced cream from the sides, mixing the whole smoothly. Put the lid on and whirl again, repeating all the operations every few minutes until the whole of the cream is well frozen. Great care and considerable labor are required in stirring, so that the whole cream may be smoothly frozen, and is not in hard lumps. When finished, if it is required to be kept any time, the melted ice and salt should be allowed to escape by removing the cork, and the pail filled up with fresh materials. It is necessary to add that if any of the melted ice and salt is allowed to mix with the cream, the latter is spoiled. From the difficulty of obtaining ice in places distant from large towns and in hot countries, and from the impracticability of keeping it any length of time, or in fact of keeping small quantities more than a few hours, its use is much limited, and many have been the attempts to obtain an efficient substitute. For this purpose salts have been employed, which, when dissolved in water or in acids, absorb a sufficient amount of heat to freeze substances with which they may be placed in contact. We shall not attempt in this article to describe all the various freezing mixtures that have been devised, but speak only of those which have been found practically useful. Many of the freezing mixtures which are to be found described in books are incorrectly so named, for although they themselves are below the freezing point, yet they are not sufficiently powerful to freeze any quantity of water or other substances when placed in a vessel within them. In order to be efficient as a freezing mixture, as distinguished from a cooling one, the materials used ought to be capable of producing by themselves an amount of cold more than 30 degrees below the freezing point of water, and this the ordinary mixtures will not do. Much more efficient and really freezing mixtures may be made by using acids to dissolve the salts. The cheapest and perhaps the best of these for ordinary use is one which is frequently employed in France, both for making dessert ices and cooling wines, etc. It consists of coarsely powdered Glauber salt, sulphate of sodium, on which is poured about 2/3 its weight of spirit of salts, hydrochloric acid. The mixture should be made in a wooden vessel, as that is preferable to one made of metal, which conducts the external heat to the materials with great rapidity, and when the substance to be cooled is placed in the mixture, the whole should be covered with a blanket, a piece of old woolen carpet doubled, or some other non-conducting material, to prevent the access of the external warmth. The vessel used for icing wines should not be too large, that there may be no waste of the freezing mixture. This combination produces a degree of cold 30 degrees below freezing, and if the materials are bought of any of the wholesale druggists or dry salters, it is exceedingly economical. It is open, however, to the very great objection that the spirit of salt is an exceedingly corrosive liquid, and of a pungent, disagreeable odor. This almost precludes its use for any purpose except that of icing wines. Fair and softly, go sure and far. 2143. Further directions. Actual quantities. 1 pound of chloride of ammonium, or sal ammoniac, finely powdered, is to be instantly mixed with 2 pounds of nitrate of potassium, or saltpeter, also in powder. This mixture we may call number 1. Number 2 is formed by crushing 3 pounds of the best Scotch soda. In use, an equal bulk of both number 1 and number 2 is to be taken, stirred together, placed in the ice pail surrounding the ice pot, and rather less cold water poured on than will dissolve the whole. If 1 quart of number 1 and the same bulk of number 2 are taken, it will require about 1 quart of water to dissolve them, and the temperature will fall, if the materials used are cool, to nearly 30 degrees below freezing. Those who fail may trace their want of success to one or other of the following points: the use of too small a quantity of the preparation, the employment of a few ounces, whereas in freezing ices the ice pot must be entirely surrounded with the freezing material. No one would attempt to freeze with 4 ounces of ice and salt. Again, too large a quantity of water may be used to dissolve the preparation, when all the excess of water has to be cooled down instead of the substance it is wished to freeze. All the materials used should be pure, and as cool as can be obtained. The ice pail in which the mixture is made must be of some non-conducting material, as wood, which will prevent the access of warmth from the air, and the ice pot in which the liqueur to be frozen is placed should be of pewter, and surrounded nearly to its top by the freezing mixture. Bear in mind that the making of ice cream, under any circumstances, is an operation requiring considerable dexterity and practice. 2144. To make dessert ices, both cream and water. 2145. Strawberry ice cream. Take 1 pint of strawberries, 1 pint of cream, nearly half a pound of powdered white sugar, the juice of a lemon, Mash the fruit through a sieve and take out the seeds. Mix with the other articles and freeze. A little new milk added makes the whole freeze more quickly. 2146. Raspberry ice cream. The same as strawberry. These ices are often colored by cochineal, but the addition is not advantageous to the flavor. Strawberry or raspberry jam may be used instead of the fresh fruit of equal quantities of jam and fruit employed. Of course, the quantity of sugar must be proportionately diminished. 2147. Strawberry water ice. 1 large pottle of scarlet strawberries, the juice of a lemon, a pound of sugar or 1 pint of strong syrup, half a pint of water. Mix, first rubbing the fruit through a sieve, and freeze. 2148. Raspberry water ice. Raspberry water ice is made in precisely the same manner as strawberry water ice. 2149. Lemon water ice. Lemon juice and water, each half a pint. Strong syrup, 1 pint. The rind of the lemons should be rasped off before squeezing, with lump sugar, which is to be added to the juice. Mix the whole, strain after standing an hour, and freeze. Beat up with a little sugar the whites of 2 or 3 eggs, and as the ice is beginning to set, work this in with a spatula, which will be found to much improve the consistence and taste. 2150. Orange water ice. Orange water ice is made in the same way as lemon water ice. 2151. Nitrate of ammonium as a freezing mixture. Another substance which is free from any corrosive action or unpleasant odor is nitrate of ammonium, which, if simply dissolved in rather less than its own weight of water, reduces the temperature about 25 degrees below freezing. The objections to its use are that its frigorific power is not sufficiently great to freeze readily, and if it be required to form dessert ices, it is requisite to renew the process, at the expiration of a quarter of an hour, a second time, and if the weather is very hot, and the water used is rather warm, even a third or fourth time. Again, nitrate of ammonium is a very expensive salt. Even in France, where it is manufactured expressly for this purpose, it is sold at the rate of 3 francs a pound, and in England it cannot be obtained under a much higher price. One great recommendation, however, attends its use, namely, it may be recovered again and used any number of times by simply boiling away the water in which it is dissolved by a gentle fire, until a small portion, on being removed, crystallizes on cooling. 2152. Washing soda as a freezing mixture. If, however, nitrate of ammonium in coarse powder is put into the cooler, and there is then added twice its weight of freshly crushed washing soda, and an equal quantity of the coldest water can be obtained, an intensely powerful frigorific mixture is the result, the cold often falling to 40 degrees below freezing. This is by far the most efficacious freezing mixture that can be made without the use of ice or acids, but, unfortunately, it has an almost insuperable objection, that the nitrate of ammonium is decomposed by the soda, and cannot be recovered by evaporation. This raises the expense to so great a height that the plan is practically useless. All is not gold that glitters. 2153. Sal ammoniac as a freezing mixture. If the ordinary sal ammoniac of the shops is used, it will be found both difficult to powder and expensive. In fact, it is so exceedingly tough that the only way in which it can be easily divided, except in a drug mill, is by putting as large a quantity of the salt into water, which is actually boiling, as the latter will dissolve. As the solution cools, the salt crystallizes out in the solid form, and if stirred as it cools, it separates into a state of fine division. As this process is troublesome, and as the sal ammoniac is expensive, it is better to use the crude muriate of ammonium, which is the same substance as sal ammoniac, but before it has been purified by sublimation. This is not usually kept by druggists, but may be readily obtained of any of the artificial manure merchants, at the very moderate rate, and its purity may be readily tested by placing a portion of it on a red-hot iron, when it should fly off in a vapor, leaving scarcely any residue. 2154. Coldness of the materials used. It is hardly necessary to add that in icing wines, or freezing, the effect is great in proportion to the coldness of the materials used. Therefore, every article employed, viz., the water, tubs, mixtures, etc., should be as cool as possible. End of section 63.
Section 64 of Enquire Within Upon Everything. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nathan Heck. Enquire Within Upon Everything by Robert Kemp Philp. 2155. Blackbirds. The cockbird is of a deep black, with a yellow bill. The female is dark brown. It is difficult to distinguish male from female when young, but the darkest generally are males. Their food consists of German paste, bread, meat, and bits of apple. The same treatment as given for the thrush. See paragraph 2157, applies to the blackbird. 2156. Food of blackbirds. The natural food of the blackbird is berries, worms, insects, shelled snails, cherries, and other similar fruit, and its artificial food, lean fresh meat, cut very small, and mixed with bread or German paste. 2157. Thrushes. A cock may be distinguished from a hen by a darker black, and the more glossy appearance of the feathers. The belly is also white. Their natural food is insects, worms, and snails. In a domesticated state, they will eat raw meat, but snails and worms should be procured for them. Young birds are hatched about the middle of April and should be kept very warm. They should be fed with raw meat, cut small, or bread mixed in milk with hemp seed well bruised. When they can feed themselves, give them lean meat cut small and mixed with bread or German paste, plenty of clean water, and keep them in a warm, dry, and sunny situation. 2158. Canaries. To distinguish a cock-bird from a hen, observe the bird when it is singing, and if it be a cock, you will perceive the throat heaving with a pulse-like motion, a peculiarity which is scarcely perceptible in the hen. Feed young canaries with white and yolk of hard egg, mixed together with a little bread steeped in water. This should be pressed and placed in one vessel, while in another, some boiled rapeseed, washed in fresh water. Change the food every day. When they are a month old, put them into separate cages. Cut the claws of cage birds occasionally when they become too long, but in doing so, be careful not to draw blood. 2159. Treatment of canaries. Care must be taken to keep canaries very clean. For this purpose, the cage should be strewn every morning with clean sand, or rather fine gravel, for small pebbles are absolutely essential to life and health in cage birds. Fresh water must be given every day, both for drinking and bathing, the latter being in a shallow vessel, and, during the molting season, a small bit of iron should be put in the water for drinking. The food of a canary should consist principally of summer rapeseed that is, of those small brown rape seeds which are obtained from plants sown in spring, and which ripen during the summer. Large and black rape seeds, on the contrary, are produced by such plants as are sown in autumn and reaped in spring. A little chickweed in spring, lettuce leaves in summer, and endive in autumn, with slices of sweet apple in winter, may be safely given, but bread and sugar ought to be generally avoided. Occasionally also, a few poppy or canary seeds, and a small quantity of bruised hemp seed may be added, but the last very sparingly. Cleanliness, simple food, and fresh but not cold air are essential to the well-being of a canary. During the winter, the cage should never be hung in a room without a fire, but even then, when the air is mild and the sun shines bright, the little prisoner will be refreshed by having the window open. The cage should never be less than 8 inches in diameter and a foot high, with perches at different heights. 2160. Bullfinches. Old birds should be fed with German paste, see paragraph 2164, and occasionally rapeseed. The Germans sometimes give them a little poppy seed and a grain or two of rice steeped in canary wine when teaching them to pipe, as a reward for the progress they make. Bird organs or flageolets are used to teach them. They breed 3 or 4 times a year. The young require to be kept very warm, and to be fed every 2 hours with rapeseed, soaked for several hours in cold water, afterwards scalded and strained, bruised, mixed with bread, and moistened with milk. Not more than 1, 2, or 3 mouthfuls should be given at a time. 2161. Linnets. Cockbirds are browner on the back than the hens, and have some of the larger feathers of the wings white up to the quills. Canary and hempseed, with occasionally a little groundsel, watercress, chickweed, etc., constitute their food. 2162. Skylarks. The cock is recognized by the largeness of his eye, the length of his claws, the mode of erecting his crest, and by marks of white in the tail. It is also a larger bird than the hen. The cage should be of the following proportions. Length, 1 foot 5 inches, width, 9 inches, height, 1 foot 3 inches. There should be a circular projection in the front to admit of a fresh turf being placed every 2 or 3 days, and the bottom of the cage should be plentifully and constantly sprinkled with river sand. All vessels containing food should be placed outside, and the top of the cage should be arched and padded so that the bird may not injure itself by jumping about. Their food, in a natural state, consists of seeds, insects, and also buds, green herbage, as clover, endive, lettuce, etc., and occasionally berries. When confined, they are usually fed with a paste made in the following manner. Take a portion of bread, well baked and stale, put it into fresh water, and leave it until quite soaked through. Then squeeze out the water and pour boiled milk over it, adding 2/3 of the same quantity of barley meal well sifted, or, what is better, wheat meal. This should be made fresh every 2 days. Occasionally the yolk of a hard-boiled egg should be crumbled small and given to the birds, as well as a little hemp seed, meal, worms, and elderberries when they can be got. The cages of these birds should be kept very clean. 2163. Parrots. Parrots may best be taught to talk by covering the cage at night, or rather in the evening, and then repeating to them slowly and distinctly the words that they are desired to learn. They should not be kept in places where they are liable to hear disagreeable noises, such as street cries and the whistlings and shouts of boys at play, for they will imitate them and become too noisy to be tolerated. Parrots may be fed upon soaked bread, biscuit, mashed potatoes, and rapeseed. They are fond of nuts. They should be kept very clean and allowed a bath frequently. When parrots appear sickly in any way, it is best to keep them warm, change their food for a time, and give them lukewarm water to bathe in. Short reckonings make long friends. 2164. German paste. Good German paste for cage birds may be made in the following manner. Boil 4 eggs until quite hard, then throw them into cold water, remove the whites, and grate or pound the yolks until quite fine, and add a pound of white pea meal and a tablespoon of olive oil. Mix the whole up together and press the dough through a tin colander so as to form it into small grains like shot. Fry these over a gentle fire, gradually stirring them until of a light brown color when they are fit for use. 2165. Insects in bird cages. To keep away insects, suspend a little bag of sulfur in the cage. This is said to be healthful for birds generally, as well as useful in keeping away insects by which they become infested. 2166. Squirrels. In the domestic state, these little animals are fed with hazelnuts, or indeed any kind of nuts, and occasionally bread and milk. They should be kept very clean. 2167. Rabbits. Rabbits should be kept dry and warm. Their best food is celery, parsley, and carrots, but they will eat almost any kind of vegetable, especially the dandelion, milk thistle, etc. In spring it is recommended to give them tares. A little bran and any kind of grain occasionally is beneficial, as too much green food is very hurtful. Care should be taken not to overfeed them. When fed upon dry food, a little skim milk is good for them. Tea leaves also, in small quantities, may be given to them. 2168. White mice. White mice are fed upon bread soaked in milk, peas, oats, beans, etc., and any kind of nuts. 2169. Monkeys. Monkeys feed upon bread and fruit of any kind. Do not give them meat, but occasionally they may have small bones to pick. 2170. Guinea pigs. Guinea pigs very much resemble rabbits in their mode of living, and may be treated in much the same manner. They should be kept dry, warm, and very clean. 2171. To fatten poultry. Poultry should be fattened in coops and kept very clean. They should be furnished with gravel, but with no water, except that which their only food, barley meal, is mixed. Their thirst makes them eat more than they would, in order to extract the moisture from the food. This should not be put in troughs, but laid upon a board, which should be washed clean every time fresh food is put upon it. 2172. To fatten fowls in a short time. Mix together ground rice well scalded with milk, and add some coarse sugar. Feed them this in the daytime, but do not give them too much at once. Let it be rather thick. 2173. Eggshells for poultry. It is a bad thing to give fowls eggshells. They supply nothing that is not equally well furnished by lime, and especially bricklayers' rubbish, old ceilings, etc. Never do anything that has a tendency to make them eat eggs. They are apt scholars. If they find worms in a natural way, they are good food, but it is a bad plan to give them by the handful. 2174. Goldfish. Great care must be taken of goldfish, as they are very sensitive, and hence a loud noise, strong smell, violent or even slight shaking of the vessel will sometimes destroy them. Small worms, which are common to the water, suffice for their food in general, but the Chinese, who bring goldfish to great perfection, throw small balls of paste into the water, of which they are very fond. They will also give them a lean pork, dried in the sun, and reduced to a very fine and delicate powder. Fresh river water should be given frequently, if possible. Goldfish seldom deposit spawn when kept in glass vessels. In order to procure a supply, they must be put into reservoirs of considerable depth, in some part at least, well shaded at intervals with water lilies, and constantly supplied with fresh water. First be just, then you may be generous. 2175. Dogs. The best way to keep dogs healthy is to let them have plenty of exercise and not to overfeed them. Let them at all times have a plentiful supply of clean water, and encourage them to take to swimming, as it assists their cleanliness. Naldier's soap is recommended as highly efficacious in ridding dogs of fleas. After using any soap, rinse it well off with clean water. Properly treated, dogs should be fed only once a day. Meat boiled for dogs, and the liquor in which it is boiled, thickened with barley meal or oatmeal, forms capital food. 2176. Distemper in dogs. The distemper is liable to attack dogs from 4 months to 4 years old. It prevails most in spring and autumn. The disease is known by dullness of the eye, husky cough, shivering, loss of appetite and spirits, and fits. When fits occur, the dog will most likely die, unless a veterinary surgeon be called in. During the distemper, dogs should be allowed to run on the grass, their diet should be spare, and a little sulphur be placed in their water. Chemists who dispense cattle medicines can generally advise with sufficient safety upon the diseases of dogs, and it is best for unskilful persons to abstain from physicizing them. In many diseases, dogs will be benefited by warm baths. 2177. Hydrophobia in dogs. Hydrophobia is the most dreadful of all diseases. The first symptoms are attended by thirst, fever, and languor. The dog starts convulsively in his sleep, and when awake, though restless, is languid. When a dog is suspected, he should be firmly chained in place where neither children, nor dogs, nor cats can get near him. Anyone going to attend him should wear thick leather gloves and proceed with great caution. When a dog snaps savagely at an imaginary object, it is almost a certain indication of madness, and when it exhibits a terror of fluids, it is confirmed hydrophobia. Some dogs exhibit a great dislike of musical sounds, and when this is the case, they are too frequently made sport of. But it is a dangerous sport, as dogs have sometimes been driven mad by it. 2178. Mange in dogs. The mange is a contagious disease, which is difficult to get rid of once contracted. The best way is to apply a veterinary chemist for an ointment, and to keep applying it for some time after the disease has disappeared, or it will break out again. 2179. Cats. It is generally supposed that cats are more attached to places than to individuals, but this is an error. They obstinately cling to certain places because it is there that they expect to see the persons to whom they are attached. A cat will return to an empty house and remain in it for weeks, but when at last she finds that the family does not return, she strays away, and if she chance then to find the family, she will abide with them. The same rules of feeding which apply to dogs apply also to cats. They should not be overfed, nor too frequently. Cats are liable to the same diseases as dogs, though they do not become ill so frequently. A little brimstone in their milk occasionally is a good preventive. The veterinary chemist will also prescribe for the serious diseases of cats. End of section 64. Recording by Nathan Heck. Enquire Within Upon Everything by Robert Kemp Philp.
Section 65 of Enquire Within Upon Everything. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. Enquire Within Upon Everything by Robert Kemp Philp. Section 65. 2180. Choice of Friends. Dr. Blair has said, quote, "We should ever have it fixed in our memories that, by the character of those whom we choose for our friends, our own character is likely to be formed, and will certainly be judged of by the world. We ought therefore to be slow and cautious in contracting intimacy. But when a virtuous friendship is once established, we must ever consider it as a sacred engagement." End quote. 2181. Words. Soft words soften the soul. Angry words are fuel to the flame of wrath, and make it blaze more freely. Kind words make other people good-natured. Cold words freeze people, and hot words scorch them, and bitter words make them bitter, and wrathful words make wrathful. There is such a rush of all other kinds of words in our days that it seems desirable to give kind words a chance among them. There are vain words, and idle words, and hasty words, and spiteful words, and silly words, and empty words, and profane words, and boisterous words, and warlike words. Kind words also produce their own image on men's souls, and a beautiful image it is. They smooth and quiet and comfort the hearer. They shame him out of his sour and morose and unkind feelings. We have not yet begun to use kind words in such abundance as they ought to be used. 2182. Gossiping. If you wish to cultivate a gossiping, meddling, censorious spirit in your children, be sure when they come home from church, a visit, or any other place where you do not accompany them, to ply them with questions concerning what everybody wore, how everybody looked, and what everybody said and did. And if you find anything in this to censure, always do it in their hearing. You may rest assured, if you pursue a course of this kind, they will not return to you unladen with intelligence, and rather than it should be uninteresting, they will by degrees learn to embellish, in such a manner as shall not fail to call forth remarks and expressions of wonder from you. You will by this course render the spirit of curiosity, which is so early visible in children, and which, if rightly directed, may be made the instrument of enriching and enlarging their minds, a vehicle of mischief which will serve only to narrow them. 2183. Rules of Conduct. The following rules of conduct were drawn up by Mrs. Fry, who combined in her character and conduct all that is truly excellent in woman. 1. Never lose any time. I do not think that time lost, which is spent in amusement or recreation some part of each day, but always be in the habit of being employed. 2. Never err the least in truth. 3. Never say an ill thing of a person when thou canst say a good thing of him. Not only speak charitably, but feel so. 4. Never be irritable or unkind to anybody. 5. Never indulge thyself in luxuries that are not necessary. 6. Do all things with consideration, and when thy path to act right is most difficult, feel confidence in that power alone which is able to assist thee, and exert thy own powers as far as they go. 2184. The female temper. No trait of character is more agreeable in a female than the possession of a sweet temper. Home can never be happy without it. It is like the flowers that spring up in our pathway, reviving and cheering us. Let a man go home at night, wearied and worn by the toils of the day, and how soothing is a word dictated by a good disposition. It is sunshine falling on his heart. He is happy, and the cares of life are forgotten. A sweet temper has a soothing influence over the minds of a whole family. Where it is found in the wife and mother, you observe a kindness and love predominating over the natural feelings of a bad heart. Smiles, kind words, and looks characterize the children, and peace and love have their dwelling there. Study then to acquire and maintain a sweet temper. 2185. Counsels for the young. 1. Never be cast down by trifles. If a spider break his thread 20 times, he will mend it again as often. 2. Make up your mind to do a thing, and you will do it. 3. Fear not if a trouble comes upon you. Keep up your spirits, though the day be a dark one. If the sun is going down, look up to the stars. If the earth is dark, keep your eye on heaven. With God's promises, a man or a child may be cheerful. 4. Mind what you run after. Never be content with a bubble that will burst, firewood that will end in smoke and darkness. Get that which you can keep and which is worth keeping. 5. Fight hard against a hasty temper. Anger will come, but resist it strongly. A fit of passion may give you cause to mourn all the days of your life. 6. Never revenge an injury. If you have an enemy, act kindly to him, and make him your friend. You may not win him over at once, but try again. Let one kindness be followed by another, till you have compassed your end. By little and little, great things are completed, and repeated kindness will soften the heart of stone. 7. Whatever you do, do it willingly. A boy that is whipped to school never learns his lessons well. A man who is compelled to work cares not how badly it is performed. He that pulls off his coat cheerfully, turns up his sleeves in earnest, and sings while he works, is the man of action. 2186. Advice to young ladies. 1. If you have blue eyes, you need not languish. If black eyes, you need not stare. 2. If you have pretty feet, there is no occasion to wear short petticoats. If you are doubtful as to that point, there can be no harm in letting the petticoats be long. 3. If you have good teeth, do not laugh in order to show them. If bad teeth, do not laugh less than the occasion may warrant. 4. If you have pretty hands and arms, you may play on the harp if you play well. If they are disposed to be clumsy, work tapestry. 5. If you have a bad voice, speak in a subdued tone. If you have the finest voice in the world, never speak in a high tone. 6. If you dance well, dance but seldom. If ill, never dance at all. 7. If you sing well, make no previous excuses. If indifferently, do not hesitate when you are asked, for few people are judges of singing, but everyone is sensible of a desire to please. 8. To preserve beauty, rise early. 9. To preserve esteem, be gentle. 10. To obtain power, be condescending. 11. To live happily, try to promote the happiness of others. 2187. Daughters. Mothers who wish not only to discharge well their own duties in the domestic circle, but to train up their daughters for a later day to make happy and comfortable firesides for their families, should watch well and guard well the notions which they imbibe and with which they grow up. There will be many persons ready to fill their young heads with false and vain fancies, and there is so much always afloat in society opposed to duty and common sense, that if mothers do not watch well, their children may contract ideas very fatal to their future happiness and usefulness, and hold them till they grow into habits of thought or feeling. A wise mother will have her eyes open and be ready for every emergency. A few words of common, downright practical sense, timely uttered by her, may be enough to counteract some foolish idea or belief put into her daughter's head by others, whilst if it be left unchecked, it may take such possession of the mind that it cannot be corrected at a later time. One false notion rife in the present age is the idea that women, unless compelled to it by absolute poverty, are out of place when engaged in domestic affairs. Now mothers should have a care lest their daughters get hold of this conviction as regard themselves. There is danger of it. The fashion of the day engenders it, and even the care that an affectionate family take to keep a girl, during the time of her education, free from other occupations than those of her tasks, or her recreations, may lead her to infer that the matters with which she is never asked to concern herself are, in fact, no concern to her, and that any attention she may ever bestow on them is not a matter of simple duty, but of grace, or concession, or stooping on her part. Let mothers bring up their daughters from the first with the idea that in this world it is required to give as well as to receive, to minister as well as to enjoy, that every person is bound to be useful in his own sphere, and that a woman's first sphere is the house, and its concerns and demands. Once really imbued with this belief, a young girl will usually be anxious to learn all that her mother is disposed to teach, and will be proud and happy to aid in any domestic occupations assigned to her. These need never be made so heavy as to interfere with the peculiar duties or enjoyments of her age. If a mother wishes to see her daughter become a good, happy, and rational woman, never let there be contempt for domestic occupations, or suffer them to be deemed secondary. 2188. A wife's power. The power of a wife for good or evil is irresistible. Home must be the seat of happiness, or it must be forever unknown. A good wife is to a man wisdom and courage and strength and endurance. A bad wife is confusion, weakness, discomfiture, and despair. No condition is hopeless where the wife possesses firmness, decision, and economy. There is no outward prosperity which can counteract indolence, extravagance, and folly at home. No spirit can long endure bad domestic influence. Man is strong, but his heart is not adamant. He delights in enterprise and action, but to sustain him he needs a tranquil mind and a whole heart. He needs his moral force in the conflicts of the world. To recover his equanimity and composure, home must be to him a place of repose, of peace, of cheerfulness, of comfort, and his soul renews its strength again, and goes forth with fresh vigour to encounter the labour and troubles of life. But if at home he find no rest, and is there met with bad temper, sullenness, or gloom, or is assailed by discontent or complaint, hope vanishes, and he sinks into despair. 2189. Husband and Wife. Being hints to each other for the good of both, as actually delivered at our own table. 2190. Hints for Wives. 1. If your husband occasionally looks a little troubled when he comes home, do not say to him with an alarmed countenance, "What ails you, my dear?" Don't bother him. He will tell you of his own accord, if need be. Be observant and quiet. Let him alone until he is inclined to talk. Take up your book or your needlework pleasantly and cheerfully, and wait until he is inclined to be sociable. Don't let him ever find a shirt button missing. A shirt button, being off a collar or wristband, has frequently produced the first impatient word in married life. 2191. Hints for Husbands. 1. If your wife complain that young ladies of the present day are very forward, don't accuse her of jealousy. A little concern on her part only proves her love for you, and you may enjoy your triumph without saying a word. Don't evince your weakness either by complaining of every trifling neglect. What though her knitting and crochet seem to absorb too large a share of her attention, depend upon it that as her eyes watch the intertwinings of the threads and the manoeuvres of the needles, she is thinking of the events of bygone times which entangled your two hearts in the network of love, whose meshes you can neither of you unravel or escape. 2192. Hints for Wives. 2. Never complain that your husband pores too much over the newspaper, to the exclusion of that pleasing converse which you formerly enjoyed with him. Don't hide the paper, but when the boy leaves it at the door, take it in pleasantly and lay it down before him. Think what man would be without a newspaper, and how much good newspapers have done by exposing bad husbands and bad wives, by giving their errors to the eye of the public. When your husband is absent, instead of gossiping or looking into shop windows, sit down quietly and look over that paper, run your eye over its home and foreign news, glance rapidly at the accidents and casualties, carefully scan the leading articles, and at tea-time, when your husband again takes up the paper, make some brief remarks on what you have read, and depend upon it, he will put it down again. If he has not read the information, he will hear it all from your lips, and when you have read, he will ask questions in his turn, and gradually you will get into as cosy a chat as you ever enjoyed, and you will soon discover that, rightly used, the newspaper is the wife's real friend, for it keeps the husband at home, and supplies capital topics for everyday table talk. 2193. Hints for Husbands. 2. You can hardly imagine how refreshing it is to occasionally call up the recollection of your courting days. How tediously the hours rolled away prior to the appointed time of meeting, how swiftly they seemed to fly when you had met, how fond was the first greeting, how tender the last embrace, how vivid your dreams of future happiness, when, returning to your home, you felt yourself secure in the confessed love of the object of your warm affections. Is your dream realized? Are you as happy as you expected? Consider whether, as a husband, you are as fervent and constant as you were when a lover. Remember that the wife's claims to your unremitting regard, great before marriage, are now exalted to a much higher degree. She has left the world for you, the home of her childhood, the fireside of her parents, their watchful care and sweet intercourse have all been yielded up for you. Look, then, most jealously upon all that may tend to attract you from home, and to weaken that union upon which your temporal happiness mainly depends, and believe that in the solemn relationship of husband is to be found one of the best guarantees for man's honour and happiness. 2194. Hints for Wives. 3. Perchance you think that your husband's disposition is much changed, that he is no longer the sweet-tempered, ardent lover he used to be. This may be a mistake. Consider his struggles with the world, his everlasting race with the busy competition of trade. What is it makes him so eager in the pursuit of gain, so energetic by day, so sleepless by night, but his love of home, wife, and children, and a dread that their respectability, according to the light in which he has conceived it, may be encroached upon by the strife of existence. This is the true secret of that silent care which preys upon the hearts of many men, and true it is that when love is least apparent it is nevertheless the active principle which animates the heart, though fears and disappointments make up a cloud which obscures the warmer element. As above the clouds there is glorious sunshine, while below are showers and gloom, so with the conduct of man. Behind the gloom of anxiety is a bright fountain of high and noble feeling. Think of this in those moments when clouds seem to lower upon your domestic peace, and, by tempering your conduct accordingly, the gloom will soon pass away, and warmth and brightness take its place. 2195. Hints for Husbands. 3. Summer is the season of love and innocent enjoyment. What shall the husband do when summer returns to gladden the earth and all who live upon it? Must he still pore over the calculations of the counting-house, or ceaselessly pursue the toils of the work-room, sparing no moment to taste the joys which heaven measures out so liberally? No, let him ask his wife once more to breathe with him the fresh air of heaven, and look upon the beauties of earth. The summers are few that they may dwell together, so let him not give them all to Mammon, but seek invigorating and health-renewing recreation abroad, which shall make the hearts of each glow with emotions of renewed love. Truth is a rock large enough for all to stand upon. 2196. Hints for Wives. 4. It was. It was not. It was. It was not. Ah! Ha! Now, who's the wiser or the better for this contention for the last word? Does obstinacy establish superiority or elicit truth? Decidedly not. Woman has always been described as clamouring for the last word, and men generally have agreed in attributing this trait to her and in censuring her for it. This being so, it remains for some one of the sex, by an exhibition of noble example, to aid in sweeping away the unpleasant imputation. The wife who will establish the rule of allowing her husband to have the last word will achieve for herself and her sex a great moral victory. Is he right? It were a great error to oppose him. Is he wrong? He will soon discover it, and applaud the self-command which bore unvexed his pertinacity. And gradually there will spring up such a happy fusion of feelings and ideas that there will be no last word to contend about, but a steady and unruffled flow of generous sentiment. End of section 65.
Section 66 of Enquire Within Upon Everything. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marianne. Enquire Within Upon Everything by Robert Kemp Philp. Section 66. 2197. Cider. A beverage made from the juice of the apple, and for which sour and rough-tasted apples are generally preferred. The process of making cider varies in different localities, but in every case essentially consists of the collection of the fruit and the expression and fermentation of the juice. The collection of the fruit should not be commenced before it has become sufficiently mature. The apples, after being gathered, are usually left for 14 or 15 days in a barn or loft to mellow, during which time the mucilage is decomposed and alcohol and carbonic acid developed. The expression of the juice is the next step in cider making. The apples are ground into a pulp in a mill consisting of 2 fluted cylinders of hard wood or cast iron working against each other. The pulp is afterwards put into coarse, strong bags and pressed with a heavy weight so as to squeeze out all the juice. This is then placed in large open tubs and kept at a heat of about 60 degrees. After 2 or 3 days for weak cider, and 8 or 10 days for strong cider, or as soon as the sediment has subsided, the liquor is drawn off into clean casks. The casks are then stored in a cellar, shaded barn, or other cool place, where a low and regular temperature can be ensured, and are left to mature and ripen until the following spring. The refuse pulp may be given to pigs and store cattle. 2198. Bottling cider. Preparatory to bottling cider, it should always be examined. to see whether it is clear and sparkling. If not so, it should be clarified and left for a fortnight. The night previous to bottling, the bung should be taken out of the cask, and the filled bottles should not be corked down until the day after, as if this is done at once, many of the bottles will burst by keeping. The best corks should be used. Champagne bottles are the best for cider. When the cider is wanted for immediate use or for consumption during the cooler season of the year, a small piece of lump sugar may be put into each bottle before corking it. When you intend for keeping it, it should be stored in a cool cellar, when the quality will be greatly improved by age. 21.99. Cider Champagne. Cider, 18 gallons, spirit, 3 pints, sugar, 5 pounds. Mix and let them rest for a fortnight. Then fine with 1 pint of skimmed milk. Bottle in champagne bottles. When opened, it will be found to approach very nearly to genuine champagne. 2200. Properties of cider. Cider is a pleasant and refreshing beverage, and with persons in good health is not unwholesome when drunk in moderation. By persons suffering from indigestion, however, it should be carefully avoided, nor should it be drunk by persons when they are overheated, as it is apt to cause colic and other disagreeable symptoms. Persons who suffer from rheumatism or have a tendency to it should not drink cider. Knowledge is the wing whereby we fly to heaven. 2201. Perry. A beverage made from pears. The fruit used for this purpose should contain a large proportion of sugar and be likewise astringent, or the liquor from it will be acetous when it ceases to be saccharine. In the making of perry, the pears are pressed and ground in precisely the same manner as apples are in the making of cider. The method of fermenting perry is nearly the same as that for cider, but the former does not afford the same indications as the latter, by which the proper period for racking off may be known. The thick scum that collects on the surface of cider rarely appears in the juice of the pear, and during the time of the suspension of its fermentation, the excessive brightness of the former liquor is seldom seen in the latter. But when the fruit has been regularly ripe, its produce will generally become moderately clear and quiet in a few days after it is made, and then it should be drawn off from its grosser lees. In the after-management of perry, the process is the same as that of cider, but it does not so well bear situations where it is much exposed to change of temperature. In bottle it almost always retains its good qualities, and in that situation it is always advisable to put it, if it remains sound and perfect, at the conclusion of the first succeeding summer. 2202. Servants. There are frequent complaints in these days that servants are bad, and dependents and aiding hands generally are bad. It may be so, but if it is so, what is the inference? In the working of the machine of society, class moves pretty much with class. That is, one class moves pretty much with its equals in the community, equals so far as social station is concerned, and apart from other classes, as much those below as those above itself. But there is one grand exception to this general rule, and that is in the case of domestic servants. The same holds, though in less degree, with assistants, and in less degree only because in this last case the difference of grade is slighter. Domestic servants and assistants in business and trade come most closely and continually into contact with their employers, and they are about them from morning till night, and see them in every phase of character, in every style of humor, in every act of life. How powerful is the force of example! Rectitude is promoted, not only by precept but by example, and, so to speak, by contact it is increased more widely. Kindness is communicated in the same way. Virtue of every kind is like an electric shock. Those who come under its influence imbibe its principles. The same with qualities and tempers that do no honor to our nature. If servants come to you bad, you may at least improve them, possibly change their nature. Here follows, then, a receipt to that effect. Receipt for obtaining good servants. Let them observe in your conduct to others just the qualities and virtues that you would desire they should possess and practice as respects to you. Be uniformly kind and gentle. If you reprove, do so with reason and with good temper. Be respectable, and you will be respected by them. Be kind, and you will meet kindness from them. Consider their interests, and they will consider yours. A friend in a servant is no contemptible thing. Be to every servant a friend, and heartless indeed would be the servant who does not warm in love to you. 2203. Oyster Ketchup. Take some fresh oysters, wash them in their own liquor, strain it, pound them in a marble mortar. To a pint of oysters add a pint of sherry, boil them up and add an ounce of salt, 2 drachms of pounded mace, and 1 of cayenne. Let it just boil up again, skim it and rub it through a sieve, and when cold, bottle it, cork well, and seal down. 2204. Walnut Ketchup. Take 2 sieves of green walnut shells, put them into a tub, mix them up well with from 2 to 3 pounds of common salt. Let them stand for 6 days, frequently beating and mashing them. By this time the shells become soft and pulpy. Then by banking the mass up on one side of the tub, and at the same time raising the tub on the side, the liquor will drain clear off to the other. Then take that liquor out. The mashing and banking up may be repeated as often as liquor is found. The quantity obtained will be about 6 quarts. When done, let it be simmered in an iron boiler as long as any scum arises. Then bruise a 1/4 pound of ginger, a 1/4 pound of allspice, 2 ounces of long pepper, and 2 ounces of cloves. Let it slowly boil for half an hour with the above ingredients. When bottled, let an equal quantity of the spice go into each bottle. Before corking, let the bottles be filled quite up. Cork them tight, seal them over, and put them into a cool, dry place for 1 year before they are used. 2205. Essence of Mushrooms. This delicate relish is made by sprinkling a little salt over either flap or button mushrooms. 3 hours after, mash them. Next day, strain off the liquor that will flow from them. Pour it into a stewpan and boil it till it is reduced 1/2. It will not keep long, but is preferable to any of the ketchups containing spice, etc., to preserve them, which overpowers the flavor of the mushrooms. An artificial mushroom bed will supply these all year round. 2206. Essence of Celery. This is prepared by soaking for a fortnight half an ounce of the seeds of celery in a 1/4 pint of brandy. A few drops will flavor a pint of syrup or broth equal to a head of celery. 2207. Tincture of allspice. Bruised allspice, 1 ounce and a half. Brandy, 1 pint. Steep for a fortnight, occasionally shaking, then pour off the clear liquor. This is excellent for many of the uses of allspice, such as making bishop, mulling wine, flavoring gravies, potted meats, etc. 2208. Horseradish vinegar. Pour a quart of the best vinegar on 3 ounces of scraped horseradish, an ounce of minced shallot, and 1 drachm of cayenne. Let it stand a week, and you will have an excellent relish for cold beef, salads, etc., costing but little. Horseradish is in the highest perfection about November. 2209. Mint vinegar. Put into a wide-mouthed bottle fresh, nice, clean mint leaves, enough to fill it loosely. Then fill up the bottle with good vinegar, and after it has been corked closed for 2 or 3 weeks, pour it off clear into another bottle, and keep it well corked for use. Serve with lamb when mint cannot be obtained. 2210. Cress vinegar. Dry and pound half an ounce of cress seed, such as is sown in the garden with mustard. Pour upon it a quart of the best vinegar. Let it steep for 10 days, shaking it up every day. This is very strongly flavored with cress, and is useful for salads, and as a sauce for cold meats, etc. Celery vinegar may be made in the same manner. 2211. Cheap and good vinegar. To 8 gallons of clear rainwater, add 3 quarts of molasses. Turn the mixture into a clean, tight cask. Shake it well 2 or 3 times, and add 3 spoonfuls of good yeast. Place the cask in a warm place, and in 10 or 15 days add a sheet of common wrapping paper, smeared with molasses, and torn into narrow strips, and you will have good vinegar. The paper is necessary to form the mother or life of the vinegar. Little boats must be kept near the shore. 22:12. Cayenne pepper. Dr. Kitchener says, in his excellent book, The Cook's Oracle, "We advise all who are fond of cayenne not to think it too much trouble to make it of English chilies. There is no other way of being sure it is genuine, and they will obtain a pepper of much finer flavor without half the heat of the foreign. 100 large chilies, costing only 2 shillings, will produce you about 2 ounces of cayenne, so it is as cheap as the commonest cayenne. 400 chilies, when the stems were taken off, weighed half a pound, and when dried produced a quarter of a pound of cayenne pepper. The following is the way to make it. Take away the stalks and put the pods into a colander. Set them before the fire. They will take full 12 hours to dry. Then put them into a mortar with 1/4 their weight of salt, and pound them and rub them until they are as fine as possible, and put them into a well-stoppered bottle. 22:13. Peas powder. Pound in a marble mortar 1/2 ounce each of dried mint and sage, a drachm of celery seed, and 1/4 of a drachm of cayenne pepper. Rub them together through a fine sieve. This gives a very savory relish to pea soup and even to gruel. A drachm of allspice or black pepper may be pounded with the above as an addition, or instead of the cayenne. 22:14. Horseradish powder. The time to make this is during November and December. Slice the radish, the thickness of a shilling, and lay it to dry very gradually in a Dutch oven. A strong heat soon evaporates its flavor. When dry enough, pound it and bottle it. 22:15. Curry powder. 1. A genuine Indian receipt. Turmeric, coriander, black pepper, 4 ounces each. Fenugreek, 3 ounces. Ginger, 2 ounces. Cumin seed, ground rice, 1 ounce each. Cayenne pepper, cardamoms, 1/2 ounce each. 22:16. Another curry powder. 2. Coriander, 12 ounces. Black pepper, 6 ounces. Turmeric, 4 ounces and 3/4. Cumin seed, 3 ounces. Cayenne, 1 ounce and 1/2. Ground rice, 1 ounce. Cardamoms, 1/2 ounce. Cloves, 1/4 ounce. It is best to have the above receipts prepared at a chemist's. 22:17. Another curry powder. 3. Take 2 ounces of turmeric, 6 ounces of coriander seed, 1/2 ounce of powdered ginger, 2 drachms of cinnamon, 6 drachms of cayenne pepper, 4 drachms of black pepper, 1 drachm of mace and cloves, powdered fine, 2 drachms of pimento, 4 drachms of nutmeg, and 1.5 ounces of fennel seed. Powder finely, mix, dry, and bottle for use. 22:18. Another curry powder. 4. Take of coriander seed and turmeric each 6 drachms. Black pepper, 4 drachms. Fennel seed and powdered ginger each 2 drachms. Cayenne pepper, 1/2 drachm. Powdered finely, mix, dry, and bottle for use. 22:19. True Indian curry powder. 5. Turmeric, 4 ounces. Coriander seeds, 11 ounces. Cayenne, 1/2 ounce. Black pepper, 5 ounces. Pimento, 2 ounces. Cloves, 1/2 ounce. Cinnamon, 3 ounces. Ginger, 2 ounces. Cumin seed, 3 ounces. Shallots, 1 ounce. All these ingredients should be of a fine quality and recently ground or powdered. 22:20. Oyster powder. Open the oysters carefully so as not to cut them, except in dividing the gristle which adheres to the shells. Put them into a mortar, and when you have got as many as you can conveniently pound at once, add salt in proportion of about 2 drachms to a dozen oysters. Pound them and rub them through the back of a hair sieve. Dry them thoroughly, and put them into the mortar again, with as much flour as will convert them into a paste. Roll this paste out several times, and lastly flour it, and roll it out to the thickness of 1/2 crown, and cut it into pieces about 1 inch square. Lay them in a Dutch oven, where they will dry so gently so as not to get burned. Turn them every half hour, and when they begin to dry, crumble them. They will take about 4 hours to dry. Pound them, sift them, and put them into dry bottles. Cork and seal them. 3 dozen of natives require 7 ounces and a half of flour to make them into a paste weighing 11 ounces, which, when dried, is reduced to 6½ ounces. To make half a pint of sauce, put 1 ounce of butter into a stewpan with 3 drachms of oyster powder and 6 tablespoons of milk. Set it on a slow fire. Stir till it boils and season it with salt. As a sauce, it is excellent for fish, fowls, or rump steaks. Sprinkled on bread and butter, it makes a good sandwich. 2221. Anchovy butter. Scrape the skin from a dozen fine anchovies. Take the flesh from the bones, pound it smooth in a mortar, rub through a hair sieve. Put the anchovies into the mortar with 3/4 pound of fresh butter, a small quantity of cayenne, and a saltspoonful of grated nutmeg and mace. Beat together until thoroughly blended. If to serve cold, mold the butter into small shapes and turn it out. For preservation, press the butter into jars and keep cool. 2222. Lobster butter. Lobster butter is made in the same manner as anchovy butter. A mixture of anchovy butter and lobster butter is considered excellent. 2223. Liver sauce for fish. Boil the liver of the fish and pound it in a mortar with a little flour. Stir it into some broth or some of the liquor the fish was boiled in, or melted butter with some chopped parsley, a few grains of cayenne, and a little essence of anchovy, soy, or ketchup. Give the whole a boil up and rub it through a sieve. A little lemon juice or lemon cut in dice may be added if liked. 2224. Sauce for fish. 24 anchovies chopped, 10 shallots, 2 ounces of horseradish scraped, 4 blades of mace, 1 lemon sliced, 12 cloves, 1/4 ounce of black pepper whole, 1 gill of the anchovy liquor, 1 quart of best vinegar, 1 quart of water. Let the whole simmer on the fire in a covered saucepan until reduced to 1 quart. Strain and bottle for use. If required for long keeping, add 1/4 ounce of cayenne pepper. 2225. Applesauce. Pare and core 3 good-sized baking apples. Put them into a well-tinned pint saucepan with 2 tablespoonsful of cold water. Cover the saucepan close and set it on a trivet over a slow fire a couple of hours before dinner. Some apples will take a long time stewing. Others will be ready in 1/4 hour. When the apples are done enough, pour off the water and let them stand a few minutes to get dry. Then beat them up with a fork with a bit of butter about as big as a nutmeg and a teaspoonful of powdered sugar. Some persons add lemon peel, grated or minced fine, or boil a small piece with the apples. Many persons are fond of applesauce with cold pork. 2226. Grill sauce. To 1/4 pint of gravy, add 1/2 ounce of butter and a dessert spoonful of flour, well rubbed together. The same of mushroom or walnut ketchup, a teaspoonful of lemon juice, 1/2 teaspoon of made mustard, and of minced capers, a small quantity of black pepper, a little lemon peel grated very thin, a saltspoonful of essence of anchovies, a very small piece of minced shallot, and a little chili vinegar, or a few grains of cayenne. Simmer together for a few minutes. Pour a portion of it over the grill, and send up the remainder in a sauce tureen. 2227. Tomato sauce. 12 tomatoes, ripe and red. Take off the stalk, cut in halves, put them into a stewpan with capsicum and 2 or 3 tablespoonsful of beef gravy. Set it on a slow stove till properly melted. Rub them through a sieve into a clean stewpan. Add a little white pepper and salt, and let them simmer a few minutes. French cooks add an onion or shallot, a clove or 2, and a little tarragon vinegar. One story is good until another is told. 2228. Beef gravy sauce. Or brown sauce for ragout, game, poultry, fish, etc. If you want gravy, put in a thick and well-tinned stewpan a thin slice of fat ham or bacon, or 1 ounce of butter, and a middling-sized onion. On this lay a pound of nice juicy gravy beef, As the object of making gravy is to extract the nutritious qualities of the meat, it must be beaten so as to reduce the containing vessels, and scored to render the surface more susceptible to the action of the water. Cover the stewpan. Set it on a slow fire, and when the meat begins to brown, turn it about, and let it get slightly browned, but take care it is not at all burnt. Then pour in 1.5 pints of boiling water. Set the pan on the fire. When it boils, carefully catch the scum, and then put in a crust of bread toasted brown, don't burn it, a sprig of winter savory, or lemon thyme and parsley, a roll of thin-cut lemon peel, a dozen berries of allspice, and a dozen of black pepper. Cover the stewpan close. Let it stew very gently for about 2 hours, then strain it through a sieve into a basin. If you wish to thicken it, set a clean stewpan over a slow fire with about 1 ounce of butter in it. When it is melted, dredge into it, by degrees, as much flour as will dry it up, stirring them intimately. When thoroughly mixed, pour in a little of the gravy. Stir it well together, and add the remainder by degrees. Set it over the fire, let it simmer gently for 15 or 20 minutes longer, and skim off the fat, etc., as it rises. And when it is about as thick as cream, squeeze it through a tamis or fine sieve, and you will have a fine, rich brown sauce at a very moderate expense and without much trouble. Observe, if you wish to make it still more relishing, for poultry, you may pound the liver with a piece of butter, rub it through a sieve, and stir it into the sauce when you put in the thickening. 2229. Chutney. 1 pound of salt, 1 pound of mustard seed, 1 pound of stoned raisins, 1 pound of brown sugar, 12 ounces of garlic, 6 ounces of cayenne pepper, 2 quarts of unripe gooseberries, 2 quarts of best vinegar. The mustard seed gently dried and bruised, the sugar made into a syrup with a pint of the vinegar, the gooseberries dried and boiled in a quart of the vinegar, the garlic to be well bruised in a mortar. When cold, gradually mix the whole in a large mortar, and with the remaining vinegar thoroughly amalgamate them. To be tied down close. The longer it is kept, the better it will become. 2230. Wow Wow Sauce. Chop parsley leaves fine. Take 2 or 3 pickled cucumbers or walnuts and divide into small squares and set them by in readiness. Put into a saucepan a piece of butter as big as an egg. When it is melted, stir into it a tablespoonful of fine flour and 1/2 pint of the broth of the beef. Add a tablespoonful of vinegar, 1 of mushroom ketchup or port wine, or both, and a tablespoonful of made mustard. Simmer together till it is as thick as you wish. Put in the parsley and the pickles to get warm, and pour it over the beef, or send it up in a sauce tureen. This is excellent for stewed or boiled beef. 2231. Sage and onion or goose stuffing sauce. Chop very fine 1 ounce of onion and 1/2 ounce of green sage leaves. Put them into a stewpan with 4 spoonfuls of water. Simmer gently for 10 minutes. Then put in a teaspoonful of pepper and salt and 1 ounce of fine breadcrumbs. Mix well together. Then pour to it 1/4 pint of broth or gravy or melted butter. Stir well together and simmer it a few minutes longer. This is an excellent relish for roast pork, poultry, geese or ducks, or green peas. 2232. Garnishes. 1. Parsley is the most universal garnish for all kinds of cold meat, poultry, fish, butter, cheese, and so forth. Horseradish is the garnish for roast beef, and for fish in general. For the latter, slices of lemons are sometimes laid alternately with the horseradish. 2. Slices of lemon for boiled fowl, turkey, and fish, and for roast veal and calf's head. 3. Carrots in slices for boiled beef, hot or cold. 4. Barberries, fresh or preserved, for game. 5. Red beetroot sliced for cold meat, boiled beef, and saltfish. 6. Fried smelts as a garnish for turbot. 7. Fried sausages or forcemeat balls are placed round turkey, capon, or fowl. 8. Lobster, coral, and parsley round boiled fish. 9. Fennel for mackerel and salmon, either fresh or pickled. 10. Currant jelly for game, also for custard or bread pudding. 11. Seville orange or lemon in slices for wild ducks, widgeons, teal, and so forth. 11. Mint, either with or without parsley, for roast lamb, either hot or cold. 13. Pickled gherkins, capers, or onions for some kinds of boiled meat and stews. The sea is the heaving bosom of the world. 2233. Relish for chops, etc. Pound fine an ounce of black pepper and half an ounce of allspice with an ounce of salt and half an ounce of scraped horseradish and the same of shallots peeled and quartered. Put these ingredients into a pint of mushroom ketchup or walnut pickle and let them steep for a fortnight, then strain it. Observe, a teaspoonful or two of this is generally an acceptable addition, mixed with gravy usually sent up for chops and steaks, or added to thicken melted butter. 2234. Mock crab. Take any required quantity of good, fat, mellow cheese. Pound it well in a mortar, incorporating made mustard, salad oil, vinegar, pepper, cayenne is the best, and salt sufficient to season, and render it about the consistence of the cream of the crab. Add and mix well half a pint or more of pickled shrimps, and serve in a crab shell, or on a dish garnished with slices of lemon. End of section 66.
Section 67 of Enquire Within Upon Everything. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. Enquire Within Upon Everything by Robert Kemp Philp. Section 67, 2235. Female dress. It is well known that a loose and easy dress contributes much to give the sex the fine proportions of body that are observable in the Greek statues, and which serve as models to our present artists, nature being too much disfigured among us to afford any such. The Greeks knew nothing of those ligatures and bandages with which our bodies are compressed. Their women were ignorant of the use of stays, by which ours distort their shape instead of displaying it. This practice, carried to excess as it is in England, is in bad taste. To behold a woman cut in two in the middle, as if she were like a wasp, is as shocking to the eye as it is painful to the imagination. Such a deformity would be shocking in a naked figure. Wherefore, then, should it be esteemed a beauty in one that is dressed? Everything that confines and lays nature under restraint is an instance of bad taste. This is as true in regards to the ornaments of the body as to the embellishments of the mind. Life, health, reason, and convenience ought to be taken first into consideration. Gracefulness cannot subsist without ease. 2236. How to take care of your hat. 1. Should you get caught in a shower, always remember to brush your hat well while wet. When dry, brush the glaze out and gently iron it over with a smooth, flat iron. 2. If your hat is very wet or stained with sea water, get a basin of clean cold water and a good stiff brush. Wash it well all over, but be careful to keep the nap straight. Brush it as dry as you can, then put it on a peg to dry. When dry, brush the glaze out and gently iron it over as before. 3. Should you get a spot of grease on your hat, just drop 1 drop of benzene or sapine on the place, and then rub it briskly with a piece of cloth until out. 4. Should you be travelling, always tie your hat up in a handkerchief before putting it into your case. This will save it from getting rubbed or damaged through the friction of the rail or steamboat. 5. Never put your hat flat on the brim, as it will spoil its shape, but always hung it up on a peg. 6. Never put your hat, wet or dry, in front of the fire, as it will soften it and throw it all out of shape. 7. Before putting your hat down, be careful to see if the place is free from spots of grease, beer, sugar, etc., as these things often spoil a good hat more than a 12-month's wear, and are often very difficult to remove. These simple rules will save a good hat for a very long time. Music is soul embodied in sound. 2237. French polishes. 1. Naphtha polish. Shellac, 3 pounds. Wood naphtha, 3 quarts. Put the shellac in the naphtha and let it dissolve. 2. Spirit polish. Shellac, 2 pounds. Powdered mastic and sandarac, of each 1 ounce. Copal varnish, half a pint. Spirits of wine, 1 gallon. Digest in the cold till dissolved. 2238. French polish for boots and shoes. Mix together 2 pints of the best vinegar and 1 pint of soft water. Stir into it 1/4 pound of glue, broken up, 1/2 pound of logwood chips, 1/4 ounce of finely powdered indigo, 1/4 ounce of the best soft soap, and 1/4 ounce of isinglass. Put the mixture over the fire and let it boil for 10 minutes or more. Then strain the liquid and bottle and cork it. When cold it is fit for use. Apply it with a clean sponge. 2239. To polish enamelled leather. 2 pints of the best cream, 1 pint of linseed oil. Make them each lukewarm and then mix them well together. Having previously cleaned the shoe, etc., from dirt, rub it over with a sponge dipped in the mixture. Then rub it with a soft dry cloth until a brilliant polish is produced. 2240. Boots and shoes. Boots and shoes should be cleaned frequently, whether they are worn or not, and should never be left in a damp place, nor be put too near to the fire to dry. In cleaning them, be careful to brush the dirt from the seams, and not to scrape it off with a knife, or you may cut the leather. Let the hard brush do its work thoroughly well, and the polish will be all the brighter. 2241. Blacking. Blacking is generally made with ivory black, treacle, linseed or sweet oil, and oil of vitriol. The proportions vary in the different directions, and a variable quantity of water is added, as paste or liquid blacking is required, the mode of making being otherwise precisely the same. 2242. Liquid blacking. Ivory black and treacle, of each 1 pound. Sweet oil and oil of vitriol, of each 1/4 pound. Put the first 3 together until the oil is perfectly mixed or killed. Then add the oil of vitriol, diluted with 3 times its weight of water, and after standing 3 hours, add 1 quart of water or sour beer. The ivory black must be very finely ground for liquid blacking, otherwise it settles rapidly. The oil of vitriol is powerfully corrosive when undiluted, but uniting with the lime of the ivory black, it is partly neutralized, and does not injure the leather, whilst it much improves the quality of the blacking. 2243. Paste blacking. Ivory black, 2 pounds. Treacle, 1 pound. Olive oil and oil of vitriol, of each 1/4 pound. Mix as before, adding only sufficient water to form into a paste. 2244. Best blacking for boots and shoes. Ivory black, 1 ounce and a half. Treacle, 1 ounce and a half. Sperm oil, 3 drachms. Strong oil of vitriol, 3 drachms. Common vinegar, 1/2 pint. Mix the ivory black, treacle and vinegar together, then mix the sperm oil and oil of vitriol separately, and add them to the other mixture. 2245. Waterproofing for boots and shoes. 1. Linseed oil 1 pint. Oil of turpentine or camphine 1/4 pint. Yellow wax 1/4 pound. Burgundy pitch 1/4 pound. Melt together with a gentle heat, and when required for use, warm and well rub into the leather before a fire or in the hot sun. The composition should be poured, when melted, into small gallipots or tin boxes. 2246. To render shoes waterproof. 2. Warm a little beeswax and mutton suet until it is liquid, and rub some of it slightly over the edges of the sole where the stitches are. Out of debt, out of danger. 2247. Directions for putting on gutta-percha soles. Dry the old sole and rough it well with a rasp, after which put on a thin coat of warm solution of gutta-percha with the finger. Rub it well in, let it dry, then hold it to the fire, and whilst warm put on a second coat of solution thicker than the first. Let it dry. Then take the gutta-percha sole and put it in hot water until it is soft. Take it out, wipe it, and hold the sole in one hand and the shoe in the other to the fire, and they will become sticky. Immediately lay the sole on, beginning at the toe, and proceed gradually. In half an hour, take a knife and pare it. The solution should be warmed by putting as much as you want to use in a cup and placing it in hot water, taking care that no water mixes with it. 2248. Boot tops. 1. Clean boot tops with 1 ounce of white vitriol and 1 ounce of oxalic acid dissolved in a quart of warm water. Apply with a clean sponge, or sour milk 1 pint, gum arabic ½ ounce, juice of a lemon, white of an egg, and 1 ounce of vitriol well mixed. 2249. Boot top liquid. 2. Oxalic acid and white vitriol of each 1 ounce, water 1 pint and a half, to be applied with a sponge to the leather, previously washed, and then wiped off again. This preparation is poisonous. 2250. Care of gloves. Nothing looks worse than shabby gloves, and, as they are expensive articles in dress, they require a little management. A good glove will outlast 6 cheap ones with care. Do not wear your best gloves at night. The heat of the gas, etc., gives a moisture to the hands that spoils the gloves. Do not wear them in very wet weather, as carrying umbrellas and drops of rain spoil them. 2251. To clean kid gloves. 1. Make a strong lather with curd soap and warm water, in which steep a small piece of new flannel. Place the glove on a flat, clean, and unyielding surface, such as the bottom of a dish, and, having thoroughly soaped the flannel, when squeezed from the lather, rub the kid till all dirt be removed, cleaning and re-soaping the flannel from time to time. Care must be taken to omit no part of the glove, by turning the fingers, etc. The glove must be dried in the sun, or before a moderate fire, and will present the appearance of old parchment. When quite dry they must be gradually pulled out, and will look new. 2252. To clean French kid gloves. 2. Put the gloves on your hand and wash them as if you were washing your hands, in some spirits of turpentine, until quite clean. Then hang them up in a warm place, or where there is a current of air, and all smell of the turpentine will be removed. 2253. How to wash kid gloves. 3. Have ready a little new milk in 1 saucer, and a piece of brown soap in another, and a clean cloth or towel folded 3 or 4 times. On the cloth, spread out the glove, smooth and neat. Take a piece of flannel, dip it in the milk, then rub off a good quantity of soap to the wetted flannel, and commence to rub the glove downwards towards the fingers, holding it firmly with the left hand. Continue this process until the glove, if white, looks of a dingy yellow, though clean; if coloured, till it looks dark and spoiled. Lay it to dry, and old gloves will soon look nearly new. They will be soft, glossy, smooth, well-shaped, and elastic. 2254. Preserving the colour of dresses. The colours of merinos, mousseline de laine, ginghams, chintzes, printed lawns, etc., may be preserved by using water that is only milk-warm, making a lather with white soap before you put in the dress, instead of rubbing it on the material, and stirring into a first and second tub of water a large tablespoonful of oxgall. The gall can be obtained from the butcher, and a bottle of it should always be kept in every house. No coloured articles should be allowed to remain long in the water. They must be washed fast and then rinsed through 2 cold waters. In each rinsing water stir a teaspoonful of vinegar, which will help to brighten the colours, and after rinsing hang them out immediately. When ironing dry, or still a little damp, bring them in, have irons ready heated and iron them at once, as it injures the colours to allow them to remain damp too long, or sprinkle and roll them up in a cover for ironing next day. If they cannot be conveniently ironed immediately, let them hang till they are quite dry, and then damp and fold them on the following day, a quarter of an hour before ironing. It is better not to do coloured dresses on the day of the general wash, but to give them a morning by themselves. They should only be undertaken in clear, bright weather. If allowed to freeze, the colours will be irreparably injured. We need scarcely say that no coloured articles should ever be boiled or scalded. If you get from a shop a slip for testing the durability of colours, give it a fair trial by washing it as above, afterwards pinning it to the edge of a towel and hanging it to dry. Some colours, especially pinks and light greens, though they may stand perfectly well in washing, will change as soon as a warm iron is applied to them, the pink turning purplish and the green bluish. No coloured articles should be smoothed with a hot iron. A gambler and a swindler are near neighbours. 2255. To renovate silks. 1. Sponge faded silks with warm water and soap, then rub them with a dry cloth on a flat board. Afterwards iron them on the inside with a smoothing iron. Old black silks may be improved by sponging with spirits. In this case, the ironing may be done on the right side, thin paper being spread over to prevent glazing. 2256. Black Silk Reviver. 2. Boil logwood in water for half an hour, then simmer the silk half an hour. Take it out, and put into the dye a little blue vitriol, or green copperas. Cool it, and simmer the silk for half an hour. Or, boil a handful of fig leaves in 2 quarts of water until it is reduced to 1 pint. Squeeze the leaves and bottle the liquor for use. When wanted, sponge the silk with this preparation. 2257. Restoring colour to silk. 3. When the colour has been taken from silk by acids, it may be restored by applying to the spot a little hartshorn or sal volatile. 2258. To remove water stains from black crape. When a drop of water falls on a black crape veil or collar, it leaves a conspicuous white mark. To obliterate this, spread the crape on a table, laying on it a large book or a paperweight to keep it steady, and place underneath the stain a piece of old black silk. With a large camel's hair brush dipped in common ink go over the stain, and then wipe off the ink with a small piece of old soft silk. It will dry at once and the white mark will be seen no more. 2259. To remove stains from mourning dresses. Boil a handful of fig leaves in 2 quarts of water until reduced to a pint. Bombazines, crape, cloth, etc., need only be rubbed with a sponge dipped in this liquor, and the stains will be instantly removed. 2260. Wax. Wax may be taken out of cloth by holding a red-hot iron within an inch or two of the marks, and afterwards rubbing them with a soft, clean rag. 2261. Grease spots from silk. Upon a deal table lay a piece of woolen cloth or baize, upon which lay smoothly the part stained, with the right side downwards. Having spread a piece of brown paper on the top, apply a flat iron just hot enough to scorch the paper. About 5 or 8 seconds is usually sufficient. Then rub the stained part briskly with a piece of whitey-brown paper. 2262. Liquid for preserving furs from moth. Warm water 1 pint. Corrosive sublimate 12 grains. If washed with this and afterwards dried, furs are safe from moth. Care should be taken to label the liquid poison. One doubt may lead to disbelief. 2263. Velvet. When velvet gets crushed from pressure, hold the parts over a basin of hot water, with the lining of the article next the water. The pile will soon rise and assume its original beauty. 2264. Stockings. Worsted and lamb's wool stockings should never be mended with worsted or lamb's wool, because, the latter being new, it shrinks more than the stockings, and draws them up till the toes become short and narrow, and the heels have no shape left. 2265. Making flannels. All flannels should be soaked before they are made up, first in cold, then in hot water, in order to shrink them. 226. Washing flannel. Flannel should always be washed with white soap, and in warm but not boiling water. End of section 67.
Section 68 of Enquire Within Upon Everything. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marianne. Enquire Within Upon Everything by Robert Kemp Philp. Section 68. 2267. Brewing. The best time of year for brewing is the autumn. The spring is also suitable, but less so. It is a great object to secure a moderate temperature for the cooling of the worts and to ensure gradual fermentation. To those who wish to enter upon the practice without any previous knowledge, we would advise their calling in the aid of someone practically acquainted with the process for the first operation. By so doing, they will save a great deal of trouble, disappointment, and expense. In all places, town or country, there are persons who have worked in brewing establishments, or in gentlemen's families, where they have superintended the operations of the brew house, and the aid of such persons would be valuable. With such assistance, the following receipts will be of importance, since many who are able to go through the manipulations of brewing are unaware of the proper proportions to employ. 2268. Ale. Take 3 bushels of malt, 3 pounds of hops, 52 gallons of water, for 2 workings, or malt 2 bushels and a half, sugar 3 pounds, hops 3 pounds, coriander seeds 1 ounce, capsicum a drachm, 36 gallons. This gives a pleasant ale with a good body. 2269. Amber ale. 3 bushels of amber malt, 3/4 of a bushel of pale amber malt, 2 pounds of hops, a tablespoonful of salt, 3 mashes, 40 to 50 gallons. Skim and fine with isinglass. 2270. Burton ale. 1/4 of pint malt, 8 pounds and a half pale hops. Mash 3 times. Work the first mash at 170 degrees, second at 176 degrees, third at 150 degrees. Boil the first wort by itself. When boiling, add 3 pounds of honey, a pound and a half of coriander seeds, 1 ounce of salt. Mix the worts when boiled. Cool to 61 degrees. Set to work with 1.5 pints of yeast. As soon as the liquor gets yeasty, skim the head off. Rouse the rest with another 1.5 pints of yeast, 3/4 ounce of bay salt, and 1/4 pound of malt or bean flour. This makes a hogshead. 2271. Edinburgh Ale. Mash 2 barrels per quarter at 183 degrees. Mash for 3/4 hour. Let it stand 1 hour and allow half an hour to run off. Or mash 1 barrel per quarter at 190 degrees. Mash 3/4 hour. Let it stand 3/4 hour and tap. 2272. Porter. Brown amber and pale malt in equal quantities. Then turn them into a mash tub. Turn on the first liqueur at 165 degrees. Mash 1 hour, then coat the whole with dry malt. In 1 hour, set the tap. Mix 10 pounds of brown hops into 1/4 of malt, half old, half new. Boil the first wort briskly with the hops for 3/4 hour. After putting into the copper 1.5 pounds of sugar and 1.5 pounds of extract of licorice to the barrel, turn it into coolers, rousing the wort the while. Turn on the second liqueur at 174 degrees. Set the tap again in an hour. The second wort having run off, turn on again at 145 degrees. Mash an hour and stand an hour. Boil the second wort with the same hops for 1 hour. Turn into the coolers and let into the tub at 64 degrees, mixing the yeast as it comes down. Cleanse the second day at 80 degrees, previously adding a mixture of flour and salt and rousing well. When in motion, to push on is easy. 2273. Making wines. Wines from rhubarb, unripe grapes, currants, gooseberries, etc. The whole art of wine making consists in the proper management of the fermenting process. The same quantity of fruit, whether it be rhubarb, currants, gooseberries, unripe grapes, leaves, tops, and tendrils, water and sugar, will produce 2 different kinds of wine by varying the process of fermentation only. That is, a dry wine like sherry, or a brisk beverage like champagne. But neither rhubarb, currants, nor gooseberries will produce a wine with the true champagne flavor. It is to be obtained only from the fruit of the grape, ripe or unripe, its leaves, tops, and tendrils. The following receipt will do for rhubarb or any of the above-mentioned fruits. 2274. English Champagne. Take 50 pounds of rhubarb and 37 pounds of fine moist sugar. Provide a tub that will hold from 15 to 20 gallons, taking care it has a hole for a tap near the bottom. In this tub bruise the rhubarb. When done, add 4 gallons of water. Let the whole be well stirred together. Cover the tub with a cloth or blanket and let the materials stand for 24 hours. Then draw off the liquor through the tap. Add 1 or 2 more gallons of water to the pulp, let it be well stirred, and then allow to remain an hour or 2 to settle, then draw off. Mix the 2 liquors together, and in it dissolve the sugar. Let the tub be made clean, and return the liquor to it. Cover it with a blanket, and place it in a room the temperature of which is not below 60 degrees Fahrenheit. Here it is to remain for 24, 48, or more hours, until there is an appearance of fermentation having begun, when it should be drawn off into the 10-gallon cask, as fine as possible, which cask must be filled up to the bunghole with water, if there is not liquor enough. Let it lean to one side a little, that it may discharge itself. If there is any liquor left in the tub not quite fine, pass it through flannel, and fill it up with that instead of water. As the fermentation proceeds and the liquor diminishes, it must be filled up daily to encourage the fermentation for 10 or 12 days. It then becomes more moderate, when the bung should be put in, and a gimlet hole made at the side of it fitted with a spile. This spile should be taken out every 2 or 3 days, according to the state of fermentation, for 8 or 10 days, to allow some of the carbonic acid gas to escape. When this state is passed, the cask may be kept full by pouring a little liquor in at the vent hole once a week, or 10 days. for 3 or 4 weeks. This operation is performed at long intervals of a month or more till the end of December, when on a fine frosty day it should be drawn off from the lees as fine as possible, and the turbid part passed through flannel. Make the cask clean, return the liquor to it with 1 drachm of isinglass, pure, dissolved in a little water. Stir the whole together and put the bung in firmly. Choose a clear day in March for bottling. The bottles should be champagne bottles. Common wine bottles are not strong enough. Secure the corks in a proper manner with wire, etc. The liquor is generally made up to 2 or 3 pints over the 10 gallons, which is bottled for the purpose of filling the cask as it is wanted. The wine contains spirit enough without the addition of brandy, which spoils all wines, the proper fermentation producing spirit enough. The way to obtain a dry wine from these materials is to keep the cask constantly filled up to the bung hole, daily or every other day, as long as any fermentation is perceptible, by applying to the ear near the hole. The bung may then be put in lightly for a time before finally fixing it. It may be racked off on a fine day in December, and fined with isinglass as above directed, and bottled in March. A word before is worth 2 behind. 2275. Parsnip wine. Take 15 pounds of sliced parsnips and boil until quite soft in 5 gallons of water. Squeeze the liquor well out of them, run it through a sieve, and add 3 pounds of coarse lump sugar to every gallon of liquor. Boil the whole for 3/4 of an hour. When it is nearly cold, add a little yeast on toast. Let it remain in a tub for 10 days, stirring it from the bottom every day. Then put it into a cask, in which it should remain for a year. As it works over, fill it up every day. 2276. Turnip wine. Take a large number of turnips, pare and slice them, then place in a cider press and obtain all the juice you can. To every gallon of juice add 3 pounds of lump sugar and half a pint of brandy. Pour the liquor into a cask, and when it has done working, bung it close for 3 months, and draw off into another cask. When it is fine, bottle and cork well. 2277. Blackberry wine. Gather the fruit when ripe, on a dry day. Put into a vessel with the head out, and a tap fitted near the bottom. Pour on boiling water to cover it. Mash the berries with your hands and let them stand covered till the pulp rises to the top and forms a crust, in 3 or 4 days. Then draw off the fluid into another vessel, and to every gallon add 1 pound of sugar. Mix well, and put it into a cask to work for a week or 10 days, and throw off any remaining lees, keeping the cask well filled, particularly at the commencement. When the working has ceased, bung it down. After 6 to 12 months, it may be bottled. 2278. Black or white elderberry wine. Gather the berries ripe and dry, pick them, bruise them with your hands, and strain them. Set the liquor by in glazed earthen vessels for 12 hours to settle. Put to every pint of juice 1.5 pints of water, and to every gallon of this liquor 3 pounds of good moist sugar. Settle in a kettle over the fire, and when it is ready to boil, clarify it with the white of 4 or 5 eggs. Let it boil 1 hour, and when it is almost cold, work it with strong ale yeast, and turn up, filling up the vessel from time to time with the same liquor, saved on purpose, as it sinks by working. In a month's time, if the vessel holds about 8 gallons, it will be fine and fit to bottle, and after bottling, will be fit to drink in 12 months. 2279. Arrack, imitation. Dissolve 2 scruples of flowers of benjamin in a quart of good rum, and it will impart to the spirit the fragrance of arrack. 2280. Devonshire junket. Put warm milk into a bowl, turn it with a little rennet, then add some scalded cream, sugar, and cinnamon on the top, without breaking the curd. 2281. A nightcap for travelers. Take your pocket handkerchief, and laying it out the full square, double down 1/3 over the other part. Then raise the whole, and turn it over, so that the third folded down shall now be underneath. Take hold of one of the folded corners, and draw its point towards the center, Then do the same with the other, as in making a cocked hat or a boat of paper. Then take hold of the 2 remaining corners and, twisting the hem of the handkerchief, continue to roll it until it meets the double corners brought to the center and catches them up a little. Lift the whole and you will see the form of a cap, which, when applied to the head, will cover the ears and head and, being tied under the chin, will not come off. Very little practice will enable you to regulate the size of the folds so as to fit the head. 2282. Scotch punch or whiskey toddy. Pour about a wine glassful of boiling water into a half-pint tumbler and sweeten according to taste. Stir well up, then put in a wineglassful of whiskey and add a wineglassful and a half more boiling water. Be sure the water is boiling. Never put lemon into a toddy. The 2 in combination, in almost every instance, produce acidity in the stomach. If possible, store your whiskey in the wood, not in bottles, as keeping it in the cask mellows it and dissipates the coarser particles. Man doubles his evils by brooding upon them. 2283. Athol Brose. Put a wineglassful of whiskey into a half-pint tumbler. Sweeten with a large tablespoonful of honey and fill up with milk that has been nearly brought to boiling over a clear fire. Remember that milk boiled is milk spoiled. 2284. Buttered rum. Put a wineglassful of good rum into a half-pint tumbler with a lump or 2 of sugar and a piece of butter the size of a filbert. Fill up with boiling water. This is excellent for hoarseness and husky conditions of the throat. 2285. Raspberry vinegar. Put a pound of very fine ripe raspberries into a bowl. Bruise them well, and pour upon them a quart of the best white wine vinegar. Next day, strain the liquor on a pound of fresh ripe raspberries. Bruise them also, and the following day do the same, but do not squeeze the fruit, or it will make it ferment. Only drain the liquor as dry as you can from it. Finally, pass it through a canvas bag previously wet with the vinegar to prevent waste. Put the juice into a stone jar with a pound of sugar broken into lumps to every pint of juice. Stir, and when melted, put the jar into a pan of water. Let it simmer and skim it. Let it cool, then bottle it. When cold it will be fine and thick like strained honey newly prepared. 2286. Ginger beer. The following receipt is taken from the celebrated treatise of Dr. Pereira on diet. The honey gives the beverage a peculiar softness, and from not being fermented with yeast, it is less violent in its action when opened, but requires to be kept a somewhat longer time before use. White sugar, 5 pounds. Lemon juice, 1/4 of a pint. Honey, 1/4 of a pound. Ginger, bruised, 5 ounces. Water, 4 gallons and a half. Boil the ginger in 3 quarts of the water for half an hour, then add the sugar, lemon juice, and honey, with the remainder of the water, and strain through a cloth. When cold, add 1/4 of the white of an egg, and a small teaspoonful of essence of lemon. Let the whole stand 4 days, and bottle. It will keep for many months. This quantity will make 100 bottles. 2287. Ginger beer powders. Blue paper, carbonate of soda, 30 grains. Powdered ginger, 5 grains. Ground white sugar, 1 drachm to 1 drachm and a half. Essence of lemon, 1 drop. Add the essence to the sugar, then the other ingredients. A quantity should be mixed and divided as recommended for Seidlitz powders. White paper. Tartaric acid, 30 gallons. Directions. Dissolve the contents of the blue paper in water, stir in the contents of the white paper, and drink during effervescence. Ginger beer powders do not meet with such general acceptation as lemon and kali, the powdered ginger rendering the liquid slightly turbid. 2288. Lemonade. Powdered sugar, 4 pounds. Citric or tartaric acid, 1 ounce. Essence of lemon, 2 drachms. Mix well. 2 or 3 tablespoonsful makes a very sweet and agreeable glass of extemporaneous lemonade. 2289. Milk lemonade. Dissolve 3/4 of a pound of loaf sugar in 1 pint of boiling water, and mix with them 1 gill of lemon juice and 1 gill of sherry, Then add 3 gills of cold milk. Stir the whole well together and strain it. 2290. Champagne lemonade. Champagne lemonade, composed of 2 bottles of champagne, 1 bottle of seltzer water, 3 pomegranates, 3 lemons, and of sugar sufficient, is a princely beverage in hot weather. Only care must be taken that perspiration is not hereby too much encouraged. 2291. Summer champagne. To 4 parts of seltzer water, add 1 of Moselle wine, or hock, and put a tablespoonful of powdered sugar into a wineglassful of this mixture. An effervescence takes place, and the result is a sort of champagne, which is more wholesome in hot weather than the genuine wine known by that name. Think of ease, but work on. 2292. Lemon and kali, or sherbet. Large quantities of this wholesome and refreshing preparation are manufactured and consumed every summer. It is sold in bottles and also as a beverage, made by dissolving a large teaspoonful in a tumbler 2/3 filled with water. The ingredients are ground white sugar, ½ pound, tartaric acid and carbonate of soda, of each 1/4 pound, essence of lemon 40 drops. All the powders should be well dried. Add the essence to the sugar, then the other powders. Stir all together and mix by passing twice through a hair sieve. Must be kept in tightly corked bottles, into which a damp spoon must not be inserted. The sugar must be ground, or very finely pulverized in a pestle and mortar. The powdered sugar sold for icing cakes will do. 2293. Soda water powders. 1 pound of carbonate of soda and 13½ ounces of tartaric acid supply the materials for 256 powders of each sort. Put into blue papers 30 grains of carbonate of soda and into white papers 25 grains of tartaric acid. Directions. Dissolve the contents of the blue paper into ½ a tumbler of water. Stir in the other powder and drink during effervescence. Soda powders furnish a saline beverage which is slightly laxative and well calculated to allay the thirst in hot weather. 2294. Seidlitz powders. Seidlitz powders are usually put up in 2 papers. The larger blue paper contains tartarized soda, also called Rochelle salt, 2 drachms, and carbonate of soda, 2 scruples. In practice, it will be found more convenient to mix the 2 materials in larger quantity by passing them twice through a sieve, and then divide the mixture either by weight or measure, then to make each powder separately. 1 pound of tartarized soda and 5 ounces and a half of carbonate of soda will make 60 powders. The smaller powder, usually placed in white paper, consists of tartaric acid, ½ drachm. Directions for use. Dissolve the contents of blue paper in ½ a tumbler of cold water. Stir in the other powder and drink during effervescence. See paragraph 2291. 2295. Economy of tea. A given quantity of tea is similar to malt, only imparting strength to a given quantity of water. Therefore, any additional quantity is waste. 2 small teaspoonsful of good black tea and 1 3 parts full of green is sufficient to make 3 teacups full agreeable, the water being put in a boiling state at once. A second addition of water gives a vapid flavor to the tea. 2296. Preparing tea. In preparing tea, a good economist will be careful to have the best water, that is, the softest and least impregnated with foreign mixture, for if tea be infused in hard and in soft water, the latter will always yield the greatest quantity of the tannin matter, and will strike the deepest black with sulphate of iron in the solution. 2297. Tea making. Dr. Kitchener recommends that all the water necessary should be poured in at once, as the second drawing is bad. When much tea is wanted, it is better to have 2 teapots instead of 2 drawings. 2298. Another method. The water should be fresh boiled, not exhausted by long boiling. Scald the teapot and empty it, then put in as much water as necessary for the first cups. Put the tea on it as it is brewing, and close the lid as quickly as possible. Let it stand 3 minutes and a half, or, if the quantity be large, 4 minutes. Then fill the cups. This is greatly superior to the ordinary method, the aroma being preserved instead of escaping with the steam, as it does when the water is poured on the tea. 22.99. Substitute for cream in tea or coffee. Beat the white of an egg to a froth. Put it into a very small lump of butter and mix well. Then stir it in gradually so that it may not curdle. If perfectly mixed, it will be an excellent substitute for cream. Perseverance is the bridge by which difficulty is overcome. 2300. Making coffee. In making coffee, observe that the broader the bottom and smaller the top of the vessel, the better the coffee will be. 2301. Turkish mode of making coffee. The Turkish way of making coffee produces a very different result from that to which we are accustomed. A small conical saucepan, something like our beer warmer, with a long handle and calculated to hold about 2 tablespoonsful of water, is the vessel used. The fresh roasted berry is pounded, not ground, and about a dessert spoonful is put into the minute boiler. It is then nearly filled with water and thrust among the embers. A few seconds suffice to make it boil, and the decoction, grounds and all, is poured out into a small cup, which fits into a brass socket, much like the cup of an acorn, and holding the china cup, as that does the acorn itself. The Turks seem to drink this decoction boiling and swallowing the grounds with the liquid. We allow it to remain a minute in order to leave the sediment at the bottom. It is always taken plain. Sugar or cream would be thought to spoil it, and Europeans, after a little practice, are said to prefer it to the clear infusion drunk in France. In every hut these coffee boilers may be seen suspended, and the means for pounding the roasted berry are always at hand. 2302. Coffee milk. For the sick room. Boil a dessert spoonful of ground coffee in nearly a pint of milk, a quarter of an hour. Then put it into a shaving or 2 of isinglass and clear it. Let it boil a few minutes, and set it by the side of the fire to clarify. This is a very fine breakfast beverage, but it should be sweetened with sugar of a good quality. 2303. Iceland moss chocolate. For the sick room. Iceland moss has been in the highest repute on the continent as the most efficacious remedy in incipient pulmonary complaints. Combined with chocolate, it will be found a nutritious article of diet and may be taken as a morning and evening beverage. Directions. Mix a teaspoonful of the chocolate with a teaspoonful of boiling water or milk, stirring it constantly until it is completely dissolved. 2304. Alum whey. A pint of cow's milk boiled with 2 drachms of alum until a curd is formed. Then strain off the liquor and add a spirit of nutmeg, 2 ounces, syrup of cloves, an ounce. It is useful in diabetes and in uterine fluxes, etc. 2305. Barley water. Pearl barley, 2 ounces. Wash till freed from dust in cold water. Boil in a quart of water a few minutes, strain off the liquor, and throw it away. Then boil the barley in 4 parts and a half of water until it is reduced 1/2. 2306. Agreeable effervescence, drink for heartburn, etc. Orange juice of 1 orange, water and lump sugar to flavor, and in proportion to acidity of orange, bicarbonate of soda about half a teaspoonful. Mix orange juice, water, and sugar together in a tumbler, then pour in the soda, stir, and the effervescence ensues. 2307. Apple water. A tart apple well baked and mashed, on which pour a pint of boiling water. Beat up, cool, and strain. Add sugar if desired. Cooling drink for sick persons. 2308. Tincture of lemon peel. A very easy and economical way of obtaining and preserving the flavor of lemon peel is to fill a wide-mouthed pint bottle half full of brandy or proof spirit. And when you use a lemon, pare the rind off very thin and put it in the brandy, etc. In a fortnight it will impregnate the spirit with the flavor very strongly. 2309. Chamomile tea. 1 ounce of the flowers to a quart of water boiling. Simmer for 15 minutes and strain. Emetic when taken warm, tonic when cold. Dose, from a wine glass to a breakfast cup. End of section 68.
Section 69 of Enquire Within Upon Everything. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Diana Schmidt. Enquire Within Upon Everything by Robert Kemp Philp. Section 69. Solitude is the nurse of wisdom. 2310. Borax and its uses. The utility of borax for medicinal purposes, such as relieving soreness of the throat and for the cure of thrush in young children, has long been known, but it is only in present day that its good qualities as an antiseptic have become known, and its use in every kind of domestic work, in the laundry, in the garden, vinery, and greenhouse, and even for the toilet, under various forms and in different preparations bearing the general name of patent Californian borax, specially prepared for all personal and domestic purposes, has been promoted by its production in small packets, varying in price from 1D to 6D, which may be purchased of almost any chemist, oilman, grocer, or dealer throughout the world. 2311. Its antiseptic qualities. The patent borax, which consists of a combination of boron and sodium, acts in a marvelous manner as an arrestor of decay, and as such is useful for the preservation of meat, milk, butter, and all articles of animal food liable to taint and decay, especially in hot weather. When infused in small quantities in water, it preserves and softens it for drinking, cooking, washing, and all household purposes. It whitens linen and cleanses it far better than soda. It kills harmful insect life, though perfectly harmless to human beings and domestic animals. It cleanses and heals ulcers, festering wounds, sore throat, etc. Is useful in the nursery for washing the heads of children, cleans sponges, destroys unpleasant and unwholesome smells, and is beneficial to teeth and gums when used as a tooth powder or put in water used for washing the teeth. 2312. Borax as a disinfectant. Alone or dissolved in water and used freely to pour down closets, sinks, etc., it removes all noisome smells, acting as a purifier and rendering even impure water wholesome. It should be used frequently where sewer gas is suspected. 2313. Borax for cleansing purposes. A solution patent in hot water, allowed to cool, is useful for washing any kind of glass or china, imparting a luster and brightness to them that they never exhibit when washed in the ordinary way. When it is put into water used for washing floors, it destroys all vermin with which the solution comes in contact. 2314. Borax as a vermin killer. When sprinkled in the form of powder on places infested with insects, black beetles, etc., these troublesome pests will soon disappear. 2315. Its use in cleansing marble. Sprinkle some borax on the marble wherever it is stained or soiled, and then wash the marble with hot water and a little borax soap powder applied with a soft flannel. 2316. Borax in cookery. A few grains added to the tea before the water is poured on it greatly improves the flavor of the infusion. When used instead of soda or carbonate of soda in cooking vegetables such as greens, peas, beans, etc., it improves their flavor, preserves their color, and renders them tender. Vegetables eaten in an uncooked state, as salad, are rendered more crisp and of better flavor by steeping them for a short time before they are brought to the table in a solution of borax. 2317. Borax as a preservative of meat, etc. Meat may be preserved and taint removed by soaking it for a short time in a solution of patent Californian borax, or by sprinkling it with the dry powder. Game, poultry, hams, bacon, and all kinds of meat may be thus preserved. Milk cans should be washed with the solution, and milk itself may be preserved and kept sweet for some time by adding to each quart about half a thimbleful of this prepared borax dissolved in a tablespoonful of hot water. Butter may also be preserved by washing it in a solution of borax, or sprinkling the powder over it, or the cloths in which it is wrapped. Judgment is the throne of prudence. 2318. Borax in the laundry. For washing, add a 3-penny packet to every 10 gallons of hot water used. Let the clothes soak all night in the solution. In the morning, give them a slight boil, adding a little more patent borax if they be very greasy or dirty. By this means, the clothes are rendered whiter, soap is saved, and the hands are uninjured. It acts, moreover, as a disinfectant, if the clothes have been taken from the bed or person of anyone who is suffering from any infectious disorder. Flannels are rendered softer, and the appearance of lace, fine articles, colored prints, soiled ribbons, etc., greatly improved by washing them in this solution. A teaspoonful to each pint of starch, when hot, will add to the stiffness and gloss of linen when ironed. 2319. To revive black lace. Lay the lace on a piece of clean smooth board, and moisten it all over with a piece of black silk dipped in a solution of a teaspoonful of patent borax to a pint of warm water. Iron while damp, after covering the lace with a piece of black silk or cloth. 2320. Borax for the toilet. As a wash for the mouth, add half a teaspoonful of spirits of camphor and a teaspoonful of tincture of myrrh to a pint of hot water, in which a penny packet of patent borax has been dissolved, and use a wineglassful of this mixture in half a tumbler of water when brushing the teeth. When the mouth is washed out with this solution, it removes the smell of tobacco and any unpleasant odor arising from decayed teeth. Camphorated chalk dentrifice is improved as a tooth powder by the addition of a little powdered borax. For washing hairbrushes, sponges, etc., a solution of a small packet in a pint of hot water should be used. 2321. Borax in the nursery. A little borax added to water for bathing infants and children has a beneficial effect on the skin. For cleaning the hair and removing scruff or dandruff, wash the head with a solution of a small packet of borax in a pint of hot water, after which the head should be rinsed with cold water and carefully dried. This wash may be improved by the addition of half an ounce of rosemary spirit sold by any chemist. 2322. Borax in the garden. A solution made by dissolving borax in hot water in the proportion of a penny packet of the former to a pint of the latter will kill the green fly on roses and other plants. A weaker solution may be used for syringing the plants. When applied to the stems of fruit trees and other trees, it destroys all insects in and about the bark, and clears the blight on apple trees. For these purposes, the solution should be applied with a brush. For washing the shelves, boards, and woodwork of greenhouses, the solution is especially valuable, and when used for syringing vines in the proportion of a pint of the solution to 10 gallons of water and a half a pound of borax dry soap, as soon as the grapes have been thinned, it will keep them free from red spider and all other insects. 2323. Fever or infection. In all cases of fever or infectious diseases, it should be freely used in the room by dusting the dry powder over floors, carpets, mats, etc. It will not injure the finest fabrics, and by placing in dishes or other vehicles into which hot water should be poured. It has no smell, but quickly removes all smells. In cases of death it is most valuable. The corpse may be kept perfectly sweet by merely dusting into ears, nose, mouth, under armpits, feet, etc., or when any moisture exudes. It will preserve features and skin fresh as in life for many weeks, and keeps the corpse free from decomposition. 2324. Vaseline. What it is. This indispensable household requisite is a product of petroleum, from which it is obtained by an elaborate system of nitration, without the addition or aid of any chemical whatever. The substance thus produced, to which the name of Vaseline has been given, is in the form of a lemon-colored jelly, completely devoid of either smell or taste, and of exquisite softness and smoothness to the touch. This jelly, which is one of the finest emollients known, and is possessed of healing and other medicinal properties, forms the basis of many preparations which are now widely used all the world over. 2325. Vaseline for medicinal use. The pure jelly itself, without any addition, is an invaluable family remedy for burns, chilblains, chapped hands, and skin roughened by exposure to wind and water in cold weather, as well as for sunburns, wounds, sprains, and all other diseases of the skin, for inflamed eyelids, and for preventing pitting in smallpox, when used externally as an ointment. When taken internally in doses of a half a teaspoonful or in smaller quantities, it forms a cure for diseases of the throat, chest, and stomach, and gives speedy relief in cases of diphtheria, croup, etc. For convenience in using it, a confection is prepared from it for complaints of the throat and lungs. No one need fear to use it, for although it is a product of petroleum, it is the only one that is not dangerous to use, and is possessed of no poisonous qualities. It may be procured from or through any chemist and druggist. 2326. Vaseline for the toilet. The toilet soap and tar soap made from Vaseline are superior in emollient and healing properties to similar preparations from glycerin. For the hair, an excellent hair tonic and pomade are supplied, which have the effect not only of strengthening, but of promoting its growth. For the complexion, Vaseline cold cream should be used, and for the lips, when sore and chapped by cold winds or any other cause, Vaseline camphor ice. 2327. Vaseline for the household. As time progresses, there can be no doubt that this valuable preparation will be turned to good account for many domestic uses. It has already been found an excellent anti-corrosive, being an efficient protection against rust when smeared over guns, bicycles, arms, knives, tools, and steel goods of any kind in general household use. An excellent boot and shoe paste is prepared from it, which renders boots and shoes absolutely waterproof, and over which any ordinary blacking may be used to produce a polish. 2328. Vaseline in the stable. When mixed with graphite, Vaseline affords a valuable lubricant for application to the axles of light and heavy carriages of every description, and for all bearings in machinery of any kind, especially where great speed is required. A paste is also prepared from it which renders leather harness soft, pliable, impervious to wet, and free from any tendency to crack, thus increasing its durability. Another preparation is found most useful for the cure of injuries and diseases of cattle and domestic animals. This, which is supplied under the name of veterinary Vaseline, has been found to promote the growth of the hair, unchanged in color, in the case of broken knees. Its use will also improve the condition of the coat on horses, and will keep off the flies and cure the mange and all skin diseases commonly met with in the stable, including injuries to the frogs, hooves, and fetlocks. 2329. Damp situations, remedy 4. People who live in damp localities, particularly near undrained land, are apt to think that there is no help for them save in removal. They are mistaken. Successful experiments have shown that it is possible to materially improve the atmosphere in such neighborhoods by the planting of the laurel and the sunflower. The laurel gives off an abundance of ozone, whilst the sunflower is potent in destroying the malarial condition. These two, if planted on the most restricted scale in a garden or any ground close to the house, will be found to speedily increase the dryness and salubrity of the atmosphere. End of section 69.
Section 70 of Enquire Within Upon Everything. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Amelia Chesley. Enquire Within Upon Everything by Robert Kemp Philp. Section 70. Plant Skeletons. 2330. Plant Skeletons. The leaves should be put into an earthen or glass vessel, and a large quantity of rainwater poured over them. After this they must be left in the open air and to the heat of the sun without covering the vessel. As the water evaporates and the leaves become dry, more water must be added. The leaves will by this means putrefy, but the time required for this varies. Some plants will be finished in a month, others will require 2 months or longer according to the toughness of their parenchyma. When they have been in a state of putrefaction for some time, the two membranes will begin to separate, and the green part of the leaf to become fluid. Then the operation of clearing is to be performed. The leaf is to be put upon a flat white earthen plate, and covered with clear water. And being gently squeezed with the finger, the membranes will begin to open, and the green substance will come out at the edges. The membranes must be carefully taken off with the finger, and great caution must be used in separating them near the middle rib. When once there is an opening towards this separation, the whole membrane always follows easily. When both membranes are taken off, the skeleton is finished, and it has to be washed clean with water and then dried between the leaves of a book. 2331. Fruit Skeletons. Fruits are divested of their pulp and made into skeletons in a different manner. Take, for instance, a fine large pear which is soft and not tough. Let it be carefully pared without squeezing it, and without injuring either the crown or the stalk. Put it into a pot of rainwater, covered, set it over the fire, and let it boil gently till perfectly soft. Then take it out and lay it in a dish filled with cold water. Then, holding it by the stalk with one hand, rub off as much of the pulp as you can with the finger and the thumb, beginning at the stalk and rubbing it regularly towards the crown. The fibres are most tender towards the extremities, and are therefore to be treated with great care there. When the pulp has thus been cleared pretty well off, the point of a fine penknife may be of use to pick away the pulp sticking to the core. In order to see how the operation advances, the soiled water must be thrown away from time to time, and clean poured on in its place. When the pulp is in this manner perfectly separated, the clean skeleton is to be preserved in spirits of wine. 2332. To make impressions of leaves. Prepare 2 rubbers by tying up wool or any other substance in wash leather. Then prepare the colors in which you wish to print leaves by rubbing up with cold drawn linseed oil the tints that are required, as indigo for blue, chrome for yellow, indigo and chrome for green, etc. Get a number of leaves the size and kind you wish to stamp, and then dip the rubbers into the paint, and rub them one over the other so that you may have but a small quantity of the composition upon the rubbers. Place a leaf upon one rubber, and moisten it gently with the other. Take the leaf off, and apply it to the substance on which you wish to make an imprint of the leaf. Upon the leaf place a piece of white paper, press gently, and a beautiful impression of all the veins of the leaf will be obtained. 2333. To make a facsimile of a leaf in copper. This beautiful experiment can be performed by any person in possession of a common galvanic battery. The process is as follows. Soften a piece of gutta percha over a candle or before a fire. Knead it with the moist fingers upon a table until the surface is perfectly smooth and large enough to cover the leaf to be copied. Lay the leaf flat upon the surface and press every part well into the gutta percha. In about 5 minutes the leaf may be removed, when, if the operation has been carefully performed, a perfect impression of the leaf will be made in the gutta percha. This must now be attached to the wire in connection with the zinc end of the battery, which can easily be done by heating the end of the wire and pressing it into the gutta percha. Dusted well over with the best blacklead with a camel hair brush, the object of which is to render it a conductor of electricity. It should then be completely immersed in a saturated solution of sulphate of copper. A piece of copper attached to the wire in connection with the copper end of the battery must also be inserted into the copper solution facing the gutta percha, but not touching it. This not only acts as a conductor to the electricity, but it also maintains the solution of copper of a permanent strength. In a short time the copper will be found to creep over the whole surface of the gutta percha, and in about 24 hours a thick deposit of copper will be obtained, which may then be detached from the mould. The accuracy with which a leaf may be thus cast is truly surprising. 2334. Leaf printing. After warming the leaf between the hands, apply printing ink by means of a small leather ball containing cotton, or some other soft substance, or with the end of the finger. The leather ball, and the finger when used for that purpose, after the ink is applied to it, should be pressed several times on a piece of leather, or some smooth surface, before each application to the leaf, that the ink may be smoothly and evenly applied. After the under surface of the leaf has been sufficiently inked, apply it to the paper where you wish the impression to be, and after covering it with a slip of paper, use the hand or roller to press upon it. 2335. Directions for taking leaf impressions. Hold oiled paper in the smoke of a lamp or of pitch until it becomes coated with the smoke. To this paper apply the leaf of which you wish an impression, having previously warmed it between your hands, that it may be pliable. Place the lower surface of the leaf upon the blackened surface of the oil paper, that the numerous veins which are so prominent on this side may receive from the paper a portion of the smoke. Lay a paper over the leaf, and then press it gently upon the smoked paper with the fingers, or with a small roller covered with woolen cloth, or some similarly soft material, so that every part of the leaf may come in contact with the sooted oil paper. A coating of the smoke will adhere to the leaf. Then remove the leaf carefully, and place the blackened surface on a sheet of white paper, or in a book prepared for the purpose, covering the leaf with a clean slip of paper, and pressing upon it with the fingers or roller as before. Thus may be obtained the impression of a leaf, showing the perfect outlines, together with an accurate exhibition of the veins which extend in every direction through it, more correctly than the finest drawing. And this process is so simple, and the materials so easily obtained, that any person with a little practice to enable him to apply the right quantity of smoke to the oil paper, and give the leaf a proper pressure, can prepare beautiful leaf impressions, such as a naturalist would be proud to possess. 2336. Dry botanical specimens for preservation. The plants to be preserved should be gathered when the weather is dry. Place the ends in water and let them remain in a cool place till the next day. When about to be submitted to the process of drying, place each plant between several sheets of blotting paper, and iron it with a large smooth heater, pretty strongly warmed, till all the moisture is dissipated. Colours may thus be fixed, which otherwise become pale or nearly white. Some plants require more moderate heat than others, and herein consists the nicety of the experiment. But it is generally found that if the iron be not too hot, and is passed rapidly yet carefully over the surface of the blotting paper, it answers the purpose equally well with plants of almost every variety of hue and thickness. In compound flowers, with those also of a stubborn and solid form, as the centaurea, some little art is required in cutting away the under part, by which means the profile and forms of the flowers will be more distinctly exhibited. This is especially necessary when flowers are fixed down with gum upon the paper previous to ironing, by which means they become almost incorporated with the surface. When this very delicate process is attempted, blotting paper should be laid under every part except the blossoms, in order to prevent staining the white paper. Great care must be taken to keep preserved specimens in a dry place. 2337. Collecting and laying out seaweeds. First wash the seaweed in fresh water, then take a plate or dish, the larger the better, cut your paper to the size required, and place it in the plate with the fresh water, and spread out the plant with a good-sized camel hair pencil in a natural form. Picking out with a pin gives the seaweed an unnatural appearance, and destroys the characteristic fall of the branches, which should be carefully avoided. Then gently raise the paper with the specimen out of the water, placing it in a slanting position for a few moments, so as to allow the superabundant water to run off. After which, place it in the press. The press is made with either 3 pieces of board or pasteboard. Lay on the first board 2 sheets of blotting paper. On that lay your specimens. Place straight and smooth over them a piece of old muslin, fine cambric or linen. Then some more blotting paper, and place another board on top of that, and continue in the same way. The blotting paper and the muslin should be carefully removed and dried every day, and then replaced. At the same time, those specimens that are sufficiently dried may be taken away. Nothing now remains but to write on each the name, date, and locality. You can either gum the specimens in a scrapbook, or fix them in, as drawings are often fastened, by making 4 slits in the page and inserting each corner. This is by far the best plan, as it admits of their removal without injury to the page at any future period, if it be required either to insert better specimens or intermediate species. Some of the large algae will not adhere to the paper, and consequently require gumming. The following method of preserving them has been communicated by a botanical friend. After well cleaning and pressing, brush the coarser kinds of algae over with spirits of turpentine, in which 2 or 3 small lumps of gum mastic have been dissolved, by shaking in a warm place. 2/3 of a small phial is the proper proportion, and this will make the specimens retain a fresh appearance. Miss Gifford's Marine Botanist. 2338. To preserve fungi. Receipt of the celebrated botanist William Withering, by which specimens of fungi may be beautifully preserved. Take 2 ounces of sulphate of copper or blue vitriol, and reduce it to powder. Pour upon it a pint of boiling water, and when cold add half a pint of spirits of wine. Cork it well, and call it the pickle. To 8 pints of water add 1 pint and a half of spirits of wine, and call it the liquor. Be provided with a number of wide-mouthed bottles of different sizes, all well fitted with corks. The fungi should be left on the table as long as possible to allow the moisture to evaporate. They should then be placed in the pickle for 3 hours, or longer if necessary. Then place them in the bottles intended for their reception, and fill with the liquor. They should then be well corked and sealed, and arranged in order with their names in front of the bottles. Trust not the man who promises with an oath. 2339. To stuff birds, quadrupeds, etc. Large animals should be carefully skinned, with the horns, skull, tail, hooves, etc. entire. Then rub the inside of the skin thoroughly with the mixture of salt, pepper, and alum, and hang up to dry. Large birds may be treated in the same way, but should not be put into spirits. 2340. Small birds may be preserved as follows. Take out the entrails, open a passage to the brain, which should be scooped out through the mouth. Introduce into the cavities of the skull and the whole body some of the mixture of salt, alum, and pepper, putting some through the gullet and whole length of the neck. Then hang the bird in a cool, airy place, first by the feet, that the body may be impregnated by the salt, and afterwards by a thread through the under mandible of the bill, till it appears to be free from smell. Then hang it in the sun or near a fire. After it is well dried, clean out what remains loose of the mixture, and fill the cavity of the body with wood, oakum, or any soft substance, and pack it in smooth paper. 2341. Birds' eggs. In selecting eggs for a cabinet, always choose those which are newly laid. Make a medium-sized hole at the sharp end with a pointed instrument, and one at the blunt end. Let this last hole be as small as possible. This done, apply your mouth to the blunt end, and blow the contents through the sharp end. If the yolk will not come freely, run a pin or a wire up into the egg, and stir the yolk well about. Now get a cupful of water, and immersing the sharp end of the shell into it, apply your mouth to the blunt end, and suck up some of the water into the empty shell. Then put your finger and thumb upon the 2 holes, shake the water well within, and after this blow it out. The water will clear the egg of any remains of yolk or of white which may stay in after blowing. If 1 injection of water will not suffice, make a 2nd or 3rd. An egg, immediately after it is produced, is very clear and fine, but by staying in the nest and coming in contact with the feet of the bird, it soon assumes a dirty appearance. To remedy this, wash it well in soap and water, and use a nail brush to get the dirt off. The eggshell is now as it ought to be, and nothing remains to be done but to prevent the thin white membrane, which is still inside, from corrupting. Take a wine glass and fill it with a solution of corrosive sublimate in alcohol. Then immerse the sharp end of the eggshell into it, keeping the finger and thumb which hold the egg just clear of the solution. Apply the mouth to the little hole at the blunt end, and suck up some of the solution into the shell. There need be no fear of getting the liquor into the mouth, for as soon as it rises in the shell the cold will strike the finger and thumb, and then the sucking must be immediately discontinued. Shake the shell in the same manner as when the water was in it, and then blow the solution back into the glass. The eggshell will now be beyond the reach of corruption. The membrane forever retains its pristine whiteness, and no insect for the time to come will ever venture to prey upon it. If you wish your egg to appear extremely brilliant, give it a coat of mastic varnish, put on very sparingly with a camel hair pencil. Green or blue eggs must be done with gum arabic, as the mastic varnish is apt to injure the colour. 2352. Fishes. Large fishes should be opened in the belly, the entrails taken out, and the inside well rubbed with pepper, and stuffed with oakum. Small fishes may be put in spirit, as well as reptiles, worms, and insects, except butterflies and moths. Insects of fine colours should be pinned down in a box prepared for that purpose, with their wings expanded. End of section 70. Section 71 of Enquire Within Upon Everything. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Amelia Chesley. Enquire Within Upon Everything by Robert Kemp Philp. Section 71. Arts and Crafts. 2343. Tracing Paper. Mix together by a gentle heat 1 ounce of Canada balsam and 1/4 of a pint of spirits of turpentine. With a soft brush, spread it thinly over one side of good tissue paper. The composition dries quickly, is very transparent, and not greasy, and therefore does not stain the paper to which it is applied. Never walk one way and look another. 2344. Impressions from Coins. Melt a little isinglass glue with brandy, and pour it thinly over the metal, etc., so as to cover its whole surface. Let it remain on for a day or two till it is thoroughly dried and hardened, and then take it off when it will be fine, clear, and hard, and will present a very elegant impression of the coin. It will also resist the effects of damp air, which occasions all other kinds of glue to soften and bend if not prepared in this way. 2345. Method of hardening objects in plaster of Paris. Take 2 parts of stearine, 2 parts of Venetian soap, 1 part of pearlash, and 24 to 30 parts of a solution of caustic potash. The stearine and soap are cut into slices, mixed with the cold lye, and boiled for about half an hour, being constantly stirred. Whenever the mass rises, a little cold lye is added. The pearlash, previously moistened with a little rainwater, is then added, and the whole boiled for a few minutes. The mass is then stirred until cold, when it is mixed with so much cold lye that it becomes perfectly liquid, and runs off the spoon without coagulating and contracting. Previously to using this composition, it should be kept for several days well covered. It may be preserved for years. Before applying it to the objects, they should be well dusted, the stains scraped away, and then coated by means of a thick brush with the wash, as long as the plaster of Paris absorbs it, and left to dry. The coating is then dusted with leather or a soft brush. If the surface has not become shining, the operation must be repeated. 2346. Modelling. Modelling in cork, gutta percha, leather, paper, plaster of Paris, wax, wood, etc. Modelling, in a general sense, signifies the art of constructing an original pattern which is to be ultimately carried out on a large scale, or copied exactly. 2347. Scale of construction. When models are constructed to give a miniature representation of any great work, elevation, or topographical information, they are executed in detail, with all the original parts in just and due proportions, so that the work may be conducted or comprehended better. And if the model is a scientific one, relating to machinery, physical science, etc., then it requires to be even still more accurate in its details. In fact, all models should be constructed on a scale which should be appended to them, so that a better idea may be obtained of the proportions and dimensions. 2348. Materials. The materials used in modelling are plaster of Paris, wax, whiting, putty, clay, pipe clay, common and factory cinders, sand of various colours, powdered fluorspar, oyster shells, bricks, and slate. Gums, acacia and tragacanth, starch, paper, white and brown, cardboard and millboard, cork sheets, cork raspings, and old bottle corks, gutta percha, leather and leather chips, wood, paints, oil, water, and varnish, moss, lichen, ferns, and grass, talc, window and looking-glass, muslin and net, chenille, carded wool, tow, wire, hay, and straw, various varnishes, glue, and cements. 2349. Tools. The tools consist of brushes for paints, varnishes, and cements, 2 or 3 bradawls, a sharp penknife, a chisel, hammer, and punches, scissors, and pencil. 2350. Caves. Caves may be modelled readily in cork, wood, starch paste, or cinders covered with brown paper soaked in thin glue. 2351. To construct caves of cinders. Arrange the cinders, whether common or factory, in such a manner as to resemble the intended design. Then cover in such parts as require it with brown paper soaked in thin glue until quite pulpy. When nearly dry, dust over with sand, powdered brick, slate, and chopped lichen or moss from a pepper box. Touch up the various parts with either oil, water, or varnish colors, and if necessary form your trees of wire covered with brown paper and moss glued on. Better go round than fall into the ditch. 2352. Cave effect. When a cave is constructed in the above manner on a large scale, and the interior sprinkled with powdered fluorspar or glass, the effect is very good by candlelight. 2353. Stalactites. Stalactites may be represented by rough pieces of wood, which must be smeared with glue and sprinkled with powdered fluorspar or glass. 2354. To model caves in cork. Construct the framework of wood and fill up the outline with old bottle corks. The various projections, recesses, and other minutiae must be affixed afterwards with glue, after being formed of cork, or hollowed out in the necessary parts, either by burning with a hot wire and scraping it afterwards, or by means of a sharp-pointed bradawl. 2355. Small trees. If small cork models are constructed, the trees should be formed by transfixing short pieces of shaded chenille with a fine wire, and sticking them into the cork. 2356. Decoration. Various parts of the model must be touched up with oil, water, or varnish colors, and powdered brick, slate, and chopped lichen or moss dusted on as usual. 2357. Wooden models. Wooden models are constructed roughly in deal according to the proper design, and the various fine parts afterwards affixed with glue or brads. 2358. Finer work in wood. In forming the finer parts of the wooden model, a vast amount of unnecessary labor may be saved, and a better effect obtained by burning much of the outline instead of carving it. By this plan, deeper tones of coloring, facility of operating, and saving of time and labor are the result. 2359. Decorating wooden models. In common with other models, those constructed of wood require the aid of lichen, moss, powdered slate, etc., and colors to complete the effect. 2360. Water. When water issues from the original cave, and it is desirable to copy it in the model, a piece of looking-glass should be glued on the stand, and the edges surrounded by glue and paper covered with sand. Sometimes it is requisite to cut away the wood of the stand so as to let in the looking-glass. This, however, is only when the water is supposed to be much lower than the surface of the land. 2361. Starch paste models. Starch paste models are formed in the usual way of the following composition. Soak gum tragacanth in water, and when soft mix it with powdered starch till of a proper consistence. It is much improved by adding some double refined sugar finely powdered. When the model is finished it must be colored correctly and varnished with white varnish, or left plain. This is the composition used by confectioners for modeling the various ornaments on cakes. 2362. Ancient cities. Ancient cities may be constructed of cork or starch paste in the same manner as directed above, bearing in mind the necessity for always working models according to a scale, which should be afterwards affixed to the stand of the model. 2363. Modern cities. Modern cities are better made of cardboard, starch paste, or pipe clay, the houses, public buildings, and other parts being constructed according to scale. 2364. Houses. Houses should be cut out of a long thin strip of cardboard, partially divided by 3 strokes of a penknife, and glued together. This must afterwards be marked with a pencil or pen and ink to represent the windows, doors, stones, etc., and the roof, cut out of a piece of square cardboard equally and partially divided, is then to be glued on, and the chimney, formed of a piece of lucifer match, or wood notched at one end and flat at the other, is to be glued on. A square piece of cardboard must be glued on the top of the chimney, a hole made with a pin in the card and wood, and a piece of grey worsted thinned at the end fixed into the hole for smoke. Examples do not authorize sins. 2365. Public buildings. Cathedrals, churches, and other public buildings are made in the same way, but require the addition of small chips of wood, ends of lucifer matches, cork raspings, or other small pieces of cardboard for the various ornaments, if on a large scale, but only a pencil mark if small. 2366. Starch paste or pipe clay. When constructed of starch paste or pipe clay, the material is rolled flat on a table or a marble slab, and the various sides cut out with a sharp penknife. They are then gummed together and colored properly. 2367. Large models. If large models of houses or buildings are made, the windows are constructed of talc or thin glass, covered with net or muslin. The frames of the windows are made of cardboard, neatly cut out with a sharp penknife. 2368. Countries. Countries should be made of cork, because it is easier to work. Although the starch paste is very agreeable to model with, yet it is liable to shrink, and therefore when in the mass one part dries quicker than another, so that there is not equal contraction, a great objection to its employment in accurate models. Cork, on the contrary, may be easily cut into all forms, and from abounding with pores it is remarkably light, no little consideration to travellers. 2369. Topographical models. Topographical models may, however, be formed of plaster of Paris, but the weight is an objection. A model of a country on a moderate scale, say 1/8 of an inch to a square mile, with its mountains, valleys, and towns may be thus made. A model having been first made in clay, according to scale and plan, moulds should then be taken of various parts in gutta percha, rendered soft by dipping it into hot water, and the parts cast in paper cement. 2370. Paper cement. 1. Reduce paper to a smooth paste by boiling it in water. Then add an equal weight each of sifted whiting and good size. Boil to a proper consistence and use. 2. Take equal parts of paper, paste, and size, sufficiently finely powdered plaster of Paris to make into a good paste, and use as soon as possible after it is mixed. This composition may be used to cast architectural ornaments, busts, statues, etc., being very light and susceptible of a good polish, but it will not stand weather. 2371. Other parts. The several mountains and other parts being formed, join them together in their proper places with some of the No. 1 paper cement, rendered rather more fluid by the addition of a little thin glue. The towns are made of a piece of cork cut and scratched into the form of a town, steeples of cardboard, and trees of blades of moss. Sand is sprinkled in one part, looking-glass in others for the lakes, bays, and rivers, and green baize flock for the verdant fields. 2372. Monuments. Monuments, ancient or modern, are better constructed of cork on account of the lightness and facility in working, more especially the ancient ones. 2373. Ruins. Ruins should be constructed of cork according to the directions given above, and when it is necessary to represent the mouldering walls covered with moss or ivy, a little green baize flock or moss chippings should be attached by mucilage to the part. And oftentimes a brush of raw sienna combined with varnish requires to be laid underneath the moss or flock in order to improve the effect. Prostrate columns and huge blocks are effectively represented in cork, and should be neatly cut out with a sharp penknife, and the various parts supposed to be destroyed by age picked away with a pin or blunt knife afterwards. 2374. Cities and temples. We will suppose that the model is to represent the temple of Theseus at Athens, which was built by Cimon, the son of Miltiades. In the first place we must obtain the necessary dimensions, and then, reducing the number of feet to fractional parts of an inch, form a scale suitable for carrying out the whole. A piece of wood of the necessary size is procured, the plan marked out in pencil, and the ground on which it stands imitated in cork by cutting away the parts that are not required with a sharp penknife, and adding others with glue. The floor of the temple is now to be glued on with common glue, for we should remark that the liquid glue does not dry quickly enough for cork modelling, and is not so good as the old plan. The sides and ends are formed of cork sheets marked with a lead pencil to represent the blocks of stone, and ruined and broken parts imitated by pricking the cork with a blunt penknife or needle. The frieze representing the battle between the centaurs and Lapithae, and the metopes in Mesorisifo, containing a mixture of the labours of Hercules and Theseus, should be drawn upon the sheets of cork according to scale, and coloured with a little lampblack and raw sienna to represent the subject intended, if the scale is small, but if the model admits of it, the groups may be neatly carved with a sharp penknife from the cork, which has been previously outlined with pencil. The next thing we shall have to do is strengthen the interior of the model, and this is done by gluing small pieces of cork at regular intervals at the angles formed by the junctions of any parts. These are put on the inside, and lastly the roof is affixed. Any parts that require to be coloured may be touched up with varnish or watercolours, and lichen affixed with mucilage where it is requisite. 2375. To model from living objects. We will imagine that the reader desires to model the features of some friend, and as there is some difficulty in the matter, on account of the person operated upon having a natural tendency to distort the features when the liquid plaster is poured upon the face, and some danger of suffocation if the process is not well managed, we will proceed at once to describe the various stages of operating. 2376. Procedure 1. Mix the plaster of Paris with warm water, and have it about as thick as cream, but do not mix it until all is ready. Lay the person upon his back, and having raised his head to the natural position when walking, by means of a pillow of bran or sand, cover the parts intended to be cast with oil of almonds or olives, applied by means of a feather, brush, or lump of cotton. Plug the ears with cotton or wool, and insert 2 quills into the nostrils, and plug the space between each quill and the nostril very carefully with cotton. 2377. Procedure 2. Cover the face with the plaster, beginning at the upper part of the forehead, and spread it downwards over the eyes, which should be kept firmly closed, but not in such a manner as to produce any distortion by too violent compression. And continue the plaster as far as the lower border of the chin. Cover that part of the chest and arms that is to be represented, and carry the plaster upwards so as to join the cast of the face. Then carefully remove each, and season for casting by soaking or brushing with linseed oil boiled with sugar of lead or litharge. Some persons boil the moulds in the oil, and many, instead of casting the face in one piece and the chest in another, lay threads across the face and up and down it, leaving the ends out. As the plaster sets, or is nearly set, the threads are pulled through so as to divide the cast into 4, 5, or more pieces. 2378. Procedure 3. The back part of the head is moulded by having an oval trencher sort of vessel, deeper than half the head, and generally made of plaster and boiled in oil. The back of the head being oiled, and this trencher partially filled with liquid plaster of Paris, the head is lowered into it and the cast taken. The back of the neck is cast with the person turned over on his face. 2379. Procedure 4. Each part of the mould is marked so as to secure accurate junction with the adjoining part or parts, sometimes with an X or pipeline, which, passing over the junction of 2 pieces, serves to distinguish them. 2380. Procedure 5. To model the face, join the several pieces and tie them together with twine. Then wrap some rag around the joints to prevent the plaster oozing out, and pour in the plaster, made tolerably fluid, taking care to oil the inside of the mould very carefully first. When the outer part of the mould is nearly set, scoop out the centre with a spoon, and let the whole dry. Then remove the strings, etc., and smooth off the edges of the joints upon the model with a sharp penknife, and carve out the eyes from the mass, otherwise they will appear as if closed. 2381. Wax models. Wax models may be made from the moulds used for the plaster, but when the wax sets at the outside to about 1/8 of an inch, the rest should be poured out of the mould. Or, a smaller portion being poured in, it may be shaken about the inside of the mould until it is coated. The pieces are removed, and the seams trimmed up as in the plaster cast. 2382. Making a cast. If a cast be made in gutta percha from the model in plaster, or what is still better, in fusible metal, then by pressing basil leather moistened with water into the mould, and strengthening the back and centre with the chips of wood affixed by liquid glue, A very nice model may be obtained in leather, which when varnished will look like oak carving, especially if it be stained with Stevens oak stain. 2383. Rustic work seats. Rustic work seats, etc., may be constructed of wire twisted to the proper shape and size, and then covered with gutta percha, rendered soft by being dipped in hot water. The gutta percha should be twisted round the wire previously warmed, and gently heated over a spirit lamp, or dipped again into hot water, so as to allow the various parts to be covered with it. When the model is finished, it should be touched up here and there with oil colors, green, yellow, sienna, and Venetian red, according to fancy, and the effect produced will be very good. End of section 71.
Section 72 of Enquire Within Upon Everything. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Andrus, Waukesha, Wisconsin. Enquire Within Upon Everything by Robert Kemp Philp. Section 72. 2384. Dr. Clark's Pills for Nervous Headache. Socotine, aloes, powdered rhubarb, of each 1 dram. Compound powder of cinnamon, 1 scruple. Hard soap, half a dram. Syrup enough to form the mass. To be divided into 50 pills, of which 2 will be sufficient for a dose, to be taken occasionally. 2385. Pains in the head and face. A severe attack of tic douloureux is said to have been cured by the following simple remedy. Take half a pint of rose water, add 2 teaspoonfuls of white vinegar to form a lotion. Apply it to the part affected 3 or 4 times a day. It requires fresh linen and lotion at each application. This will, in 2 or 3 days, gradually take the pain away. 2386. Sore throat. Those subject to sore throat will find the following preparation simple, cheap, and highly efficacious when used in the early stage. Pour a pint of boiling water upon 25 or 30 leaves of common sage. Let the infusion stand for half an hour. Add vinegar sufficient to make it moderately acid, and honey according to the taste. This combination of the astringent and the emollient principle seldom fails to produce the desired effect. The infusion must be used as a gargle several times a day. It is pleasant to the taste, and if swallowed, contains nothing to render it dangerous in any way. 2387. Deafness. It is now considered injurious to use water for the ear in cases of ear complaint. Pure glycerin has been found to act most beneficially as a solvent. In some forms of ear complaint, powdered borax, as a constituent of the drops to be used, has been found useful, and tannic acid in other forms. Carbolic acid mixed with glycerin is used when a disinfectant is necessary. So delicate, however, is the structure of the internal ear that in all cases it is desirable to consult a medical practitioner. One is not so soon healed as hurt. 2388. A cure for weak and sore eyes. Sulfate of zinc, 3 grains. Tincture of opium, 10 drops. Water, 2 ounces. To be applied 3 or 4 times a day. 2389. Squinting. Squinting frequently arises from the unequal strength of the eyes, the weaker eye being turned away from the object to avoid the fatigue of exertion. Cases of squinting of long standing have often been cured by covering the stronger eye, and thereby compelling the weaker one to exertion. 2390. Pills for gout and rheumatism. Acetic extract of colchicum, 2 grains. Powdered ipecacuanha, 4 grains. Compound extract of colocynth, half a dram. Blue pill, 4 grains. Divided into 12 pills, one to be taken night and morning. 2391. Gout mixture. Wine of colchicum, 1 ounce. Spirit of nitrous ether, 1 ounce. Iodide of potassium, 2 scruples. Distilled water, 2 ounces. A teaspoonful of this mixture to be taken in chamomile tea 2 or 3 times a day. 2392. Mixture for rheumatic gout or acute rheumatism. Half an ounce of nitre, saltpeter, half an ounce of sulfur, half an ounce of flour of mustard, half an ounce of turkey rhubarb, quarter of an ounce of powdered gum guaiacum, a teaspoonful to be taken in a wineglass of cold water every other night for 3 nights, and omit 3 nights. The water should have been well boiled. 2393. To arrest bleeding at the nose. Introduce, by means of a probe, a small piece of lint or soft cotton, previously dipped into some mild styptic, as a solution of alum, friar's balsam, solution of bluestone, or even cold water. This will generally succeed, but should it not, cold water may be snuffed up the nostrils. Should the bleeding be very profuse, medical advice should be procured. In cases of hemorrhage of a severe nature, Rospini's styptic is most beneficial and may be recommended. 2394. Biting the nails. This is a habit that should be immediately corrected in children, as, if persisted in for any length of time, it permanently deforms the nails. Dipping the finger ends in some bitter tincture will generally prevent children from putting them into their mouth, but if this fails, as it sometimes will, each finger end ought to be encased in a stall until the propensity is eradicated. 2395. To prevent galling in invalids. The white of an egg beaten to a strong froth, then drop in gradually, whilst you are beating, 2 teaspoonfuls of spirits of wine. Put it into a bottle and apply occasionally with a feather. 2396. Jaundice. 1 pennyworth of allspice, ditto of flowers of brimstone, ditto of turmeric. These to be well pounded together, and afterwards to be mixed with a half-pound of treacle. 2 tablespoonfuls to be taken every day. 2397. Convulsions. The following remarkable case, in which a surgeon saved the life of an infant in convulsions by the use of chloroform, will be read with interest. He commenced the use of it at 9 o'clock one evening, at which period the child was rapidly sinking, numerous remedies having been already tried without effect. He dropped half a dram of chloroform into a thin muslin handkerchief, and held it about an inch from the infant's face. In about 2 minutes the convulsions gave way, and the child fell into a sleep. By slightly releasing the child from the influence of the chloroform, he was able to administer food, by which the child was nourished and strengthened. The chloroform was continually administered, in the manner described, from Friday evening at 9 o'clock until Monday morning at 9. This treatment lasted 60 hours, and 16 ounces of chloroform were used. No injurious effects, however trivial from the treatment adopted, subsequently appeared. Hide thy domestic wounds. 2398. Asthma. The following is recommended as a relief. 2 ounces of the best honey and 1 ounce of castor oil mixed, a teaspoonful to be taken night and morning. 2399. Coughs. It is said that a small piece of resin dipped in the water which is placed in a vessel on a stove, not an open fireplace, will add a peculiar property to the atmosphere of the room which will give great relief to persons troubled with a cough. The heat of the stove is sufficient to throw off the aroma of the resin, and gives the same relief that is afforded by the combustion, because the evaporation is more durable. The same resin may be used for weeks. 2400. For a cough. Syrup of poppies, oxmel of squills, simple oxmel in equal parts, mixed, and a teaspoonful taken when the cough is troublesome. It is best to have it made up by a chemist. The cost is trifling. 2401. A mixture for a bad cold and cough. Solution of acetate of ammonia, 2 ounces. Ipecacuanha wine, 2 drachms. Antimony wine, 2 drachms. Solution of muriate of morphine, half a drachm. Treacle, 4 drachms. Water, add 8 ounces. 2 tablespoonfuls to be taken 3 times a day. 2402. Pills for a bad cough. Compound ipecacuanha powder, half a drachm. Fresh dried squills, 10 grains. Ammoniacum, 10 grains. Sulfate of quinine, 6 grains. Treacle, sufficient quantity to make a mass. Divide into 12 pills, 1 to be taken morning and night. 2403. Whooping cough. Dissolve a scruple of salt of tartar in a 1/4 pint of water. Add to it 10 grains of cochineal. Sweeten it with sugar. Give to an infant a 1/4 part of a tablespoonful 4 times a day. 2 years old, half a spoonful. From 4 years, a tablespoonful. Great care is required in the administration of medicines to infants. 2404. Roche's embrocation for whooping cough. Olive oil, 2 ounces. Oil of amber, 1 ounce. Oil of cloves, 1 drachm. Mix, to be rubbed on the chest at bedtime. 2405. Offensive breath. For this purpose, almost the only substance that should be admitted at the toilette is the concentrated solution of chloride of soda, from 6 to 10 drops of it in a wineglassful of pure spring water, taken immediately after the operations of the morning are completed. In some cases, the odor arising from carious teeth is combined with that of the stomach. If the mouth be well rinsed with a teaspoonful of the solution of the chloride in a tumbler of water, the bad odor of the teeth will be removed. 2406. Breath tainted by onions. Leaves of parsley eaten with vinegar will prevent the disagreeable consequences of eating onions. 2407. Mixture for indigestion. Infusion of columba, 6 ounces. Carbonate of potass, 1 drachm. Compound tincture of gentian, 3 drachms. Dose 2 or 3 tablespoonfuls daily at noon. 2408. Ointment for sore nipples. Take of tincture of tolu 2 drachms. Spermaceti ointment, half an ounce. Powdered gum, 2 drachms. Mix these materials well together to make an ointment. The white of an egg mixed with brandy is the best application for sore nipples. The person should at the same time use a nipple shield. 2409. Ointment for the piles or hemorrhoids. Take of good lard, 4 ounces, camphor, 2 drachms, powdered galls, 1 ounce, laudanum, half an ounce. Apply the ointment made with these ingredients every night at bedtime. 2410. Ointment for broken chilblains or chapped hands, etc. Sweet oil, 1 pint. Venice turpentine, 3 ounces. Hog's lard, half a pound. Beeswax, 3 ounces. Put all into a pipkin over a slow fire, and stir it with a wooden spoon till the beeswax is all melted, and the ingredients simmer. It is fit for use as soon as cold, but the longer it is kept, the better it will be. It must be spread very thin on soft rag, or, for chaps or cracks, rubbed on the hands when you go to bed. An act is better than a word. 2411. Camphor balls to prevent chaps. Melt 3 drachms of spermaceti, 4 drachms of white wax, with 1 ounce of almond oil, and stir in 3 drachms of camphor, previously powdered by moistening it with a little spirits of wine. Pour small quantities into small gallipots, so as to turn out in the form of cakes. 2412. Cramp in bathing. For the cure of the cramp when swimming, Dr. Franklin recommends a vigorous and violent shock of the part affected, by suddenly and forcibly stretching out the leg, which should be darted out of the water into the air if possible. 2413. Cramp in the legs. Stretch out the heel of the leg as far as possible, at the same time drawing up the toes as far as possible. This will often stop a fit of the cramp after it has commenced. 2414. Hiccough or hiccup. This is a spasm of the diaphragm caused by flatulency, indigestion, or acidity. It may be relieved by the sudden application of cold, also by 2 or 3 mouthfuls of cold water, by eating a small piece of ice, taking a pinch of snuff, or anything that excites counteraction. 2415. Scratches. Trifling as scratches often seem, they ought never to be neglected, but should be covered and protected, and kept clean and dry, until they have completely healed. If there is the least appearance of inflammation, no time should be lost in applying a large bread and water or linseed meal poultice, or hot flannels may be repeatedly applied. Leeches should be applied only when ordered by a medical man, as in some cases erysipelas may be the consequence. 2416. Ringworm. The head should be washed twice a day with soft soap and warm soft water, and when dry, the places should be rubbed with a piece of linen rag dipped in ammonia from gas tar. The patient should take a little sulphur and treacle, or some other gentle aperient, every morning. Brushes and combs should be washed every day, and the ammonia kept tightly corked. 2417. Ointment for scurf in the heads of infants. Lard, 2 ounces. Sulphuric acid, diluted, 2 drachms. Rub them together and anoint the head once a day. 2418. Scurf in the head. Into a pint of water drop a lump of fresh quicklime, the size of a walnut. Let it stand all night, then pour the water off clear from the sediment or deposit. Add a quarter of a pint of the best vinegar and wash the head with the mixture, which is perfectly harmless and forms a simple and effectual remedy. 2419. To restore hair when removed by ill health or age. Rub onions frequently on the part requiring it. The stimulating powers of this vegetable are of service in restoring the tone of the skin and assisting the capillary vessels in sending forth new hair. But it is not infallible. Should it succeed, however, the growth of these new hairs may be assisted by the oil of myrtle berries, the repute of which, perhaps, is greater than its real efficacy. Even if they do no good, these applications are harmless. 2420. Baldness. The decoction of boxwood, which has been found successful in some cases of baldness, is thus made. Take of the common box, which grows in garden borders, stems and leaves 4 large handfuls. Boil in 3 pints of water in a closely covered vessel for a quarter of an hour, and let it stand in a covered earthenware jar for 10 hours or more. Strain, and add 1.5 ounces of eau de cologne or lavender water to make it keep. The head should be well washed with this solution every morning. Never quit certainty for hope. 2421. Lotion for the cure and prevention of baldness. Eau de cologne, 2 ounces. Tincture of cantharides, 2 drachms. Oil of rosemary, oil of nutmeg, and oil of lavender, each 10 drops. To be rubbed on the bald part of the head every night. 2422. Remedy for rheumatism, lumbago, sprains, bruises, chilblains, and bites of insects. 1 raw egg well beaten, half a pint of vinegar, 1 ounce of spirits of turpentine, 1/4 ounce of spirits of wine, 1/4 ounce of camphor. These ingredients to be beaten well together, then put in a bottle and shaken for 10 minutes, after which to be corked down tightly to exclude the air. In half an hour it is fit for use. Directions. To be well rubbed in 2, 3, or 4 times a day. For rheumatism in the head, to be rubbed at the back of the neck and behind the ears. This mixture should not be used for broken chilblains. 2423. Excellent remedy for sprains. Put the white of an egg into a saucer. Keep stirring it with a piece of alum about the size of a walnut until it becomes a thick jelly. Apply a portion of it on a piece of lint or towel large enough to cover the sprain, changing it for a fresh one as often as it feels warm or dry. The limb should be kept in a horizontal position by placing it on a chair. 2424. Remedy for blistered feet. Rub the feet, on going to bed, with spirits mixed with tallow, dropped from a lighted candle into the palm of the hand. 2425. Boils. These should be brought to a head by warm poultices of chamomile flowers or boiled white lily root or onion root, by fermentation with hot water, or by stimulating plasters. When perfectly ripe and ready to break, they may be discharged by a needle or the lancet. Constitutional treatment, Peruvian bark and port wine and sea bathing are desirable. Gentle purgatives should be given occasionally. 2426. Bunions. Bunions may be checked in their early development by binding the joint with adhesive plaster and keeping it on as long as any uneasiness is felt. The bandaging should be perfect, and it might be well to extend it round the foot. An inflamed bunion should be poulticed, and larger shoes be worn. Iodine, 12 grains, lard or spermaceti ointment, half an ounce, makes a capital ointment for bunions. It should be rubbed on gently twice or thrice a day. 2427. Cure of warts. The easiest way to get rid of warts is to pare off the thickened skin which covers the prominent wart. Cut it off by successive layers. Shave it till you come to the surface of the skin, and till you draw blood in 2 or 3 places. When you have thus denuded the surface of the skin, rub the part thoroughly over with lunar caustic. One effective operation of this kind will generally destroy the wart. If not, cut off the black spot which has been occasioned by the caustic, and apply the caustic again. Or acetic acid may be applied in order to get rid of it. 2428. Corns. Number 1. Any remedy for these painful growths to be effectual must include removal of the usual cause, pressure by tight or ill-fitting boots. Strong acetic acid may be used, but great care is necessary in applying it. Avoid burning the adjacent parts. Soft corns may be cured by extract of lead. 2429. Corns, number 2. A very good remedy for corns is that known as celandine, which is harmless and easily applied. Any chemist will supply it. 2430. To cure stings of bees and wasps. The sting of a bee is generally more virulent than that of a wasp, and with some people attended with very violent effects. The sting of a bee is barbed at the end, and is consequently always left in the wound. That of a wasp is pointed only, so that the latter insect can sting more than once, which a bee cannot do. When stung by a bee, let the sting be instantly pulled out, for the longer it remains in the wound, the deeper it will pierce, owing to its peculiar form, and emit more of the poison. The sting is hollow, and the poison flows through it, which is the sole cause of the pain and inflammation. The pulling out of the sting should be done carefully, and with a steady hand, for if any part of it breaks in, all remedies then, in a great measure, will be ineffectual. When the sting is extracted, suck the wounded part if possible, and very little inflammation, if any, will ensue. If hartshorn drops are immediately afterwards rubbed on the part, the cure will be more complete. 2431. A cure for bee stings, etc. Among other simple remedies for this purpose, rubbing the part affected with sweet oil, the juice of onion, or the blue bag used in washing, slightly moistened, will be found efficacious. 2432. Nettle stings. The sting of a nettle may be cured by rubbing the part with rosemary, mint, or sage leaves. Dock leaves are also said to supply an effectual remedy. 2433. Arnica for bites. A correspondent of the Times says, "Noticing in your paper an account of the death of a man from the bite of a cat, I beg to trouble you with the following case, which occurred to myself about 3 weeks ago. I took a strange dog home, which produced consternation among the cats. One of them I took up, to effect a reconciliation between her and the dog. In her terror, she bit me so severely on the first finger of the left hand, as not only to cause 4 of the teeth of her lower jaw to enter the flesh, but so agonizing was her bite that the pressure of her palate caused the finger to swell at the joint on the opposite side to where the lower teeth entered the finger. In a minute or two, the pain was about as excruciating as anything I ever felt, certainly greater than I have suffered from a wound. I got some tincture of arnica, diluted with about 12 times the quantity of water, and proceeded to bathe the finger well with it. In about half a minute the blood began to flow freely, the pain ceased, and the swelling abated, and up to this moment I have had no further inconvenience or pain, not even soreness. 2434. Cure for burns. Of all applications for a burn, there are none equal to a simple covering of common wheat flour. This is always at hand, and while it requires no skill in using, it produces most astonishing effects. The moisture produced upon the surface of a slight or deep burn is at once absorbed by the flour and forms a paste which shuts out the air. As long as the fluid matters continue flowing, they are absorbed and prevented from producing irritation, as they would do if kept from passing off by oily or resinous applications, while the greater the amount of those absorbed by the flour, the thicker the protective covering. Another advantage of the flour covering is that next to the surface it is kept moist and flexible. It can also be readily washed off without further irritation in removing. It may occasionally be washed off very carefully when the crust that it forms has become dry and a new covering be sprinkled on. 2435. Remedy for burns and scalds. Take chalk and linseed, or common olive oil, and mix them in such proportions as will produce a compound as thick as thin honey. Then add vinegar so as to reduce it to the thickness of treacle. Apply with a soft brush or feather, and renew the application from time to time. Each renewal brings fresh relief, and a most grateful coolness. If the injury is severe, especially if it involve the chest, give 10 drops of laudanum to an adult and repeat it in an hour, and again a third time. To a child of 10 years, give in like manner only 3 drops, but beware of giving any to an infant. This plan, with an internal stimulant, according to age, as brandy or sal volatile, or both, should be at once adopted until the arrival of the medical attendant. 2436. Lime water. Lime water beaten up with sweet oil is an excellent application for burns. 2437. Pitting in smallpox. The following is a simple process that has been adopted most successfully, not only in cases of smallpox, in which it completely prevented pitting, but in all eruptive diseases generally, such as measles, scarlatina, nettle rash, chicken pox, etc., and relieving the itching, tingling, and irritation of those complaints, and thereby affording great relief, especially in the case of children. It consists in smearing the whole surface of the body after the eruption is fairly out with bacon fat, and the simplest way of employing it is to boil thoroughly a small piece of bacon with the skin on, and when cold, to cut off the skin with the fat adhering to it, which is to be scored crosswise with a knife, and then gently rubbed over the surface once, twice, or thrice a day, according to the extent of the eruption and the recurrence of itching and irritation. Another plan, practiced by Dr. Alshorn of Edinburgh, is to mix 3 parts of oil with 1 part of white wax, by heat, and while warm and fluid, to paint over the face and neck with a camel hair brush. As this cools and hardens, it forms a mask, which effectually excludes the air and prevents pitting. It is said that if light is admitted into the patient's room through yellow blinds, so that the red and blue rays of the sun are excluded, pitting will be prevented. 2438. Cutaneous eruptions. The following mixture is very useful in all cutaneous eruptions. Ipecacuanha wine, 4 drachms. Flowers of sulphur, 2 drachms. Tincture of cardamoms, 1 ounce. Mix 1 teaspoonful to be taken 3 times a day in a wineglassful of water. 2439. Wash for a blotched face. Rose water, 3 ounces. Sulfate of zinc, 1 drachm. Mix, wet the face with it, gently dry it, and then touch it over with cold cream, which also dry gently off. 2440. Freckles. To disperse them, take 1 ounce of lemon juice, 1/4 of a drachm of powdered borax, and 1/2 drachm of sugar. Mix and let them stand a few days in a glass bottle till the liquor is fit for use, then rub it on the hands and face occasionally. 2441. To remove freckles. Dissolve in 1/2 ounce of lemon juice 1 ounce of Venice soap, and add 1/4 of an ounce each of oil of bitter almonds and deliquated oil of tartar. Place this mixture in the sun till it acquires the consistency of ointment. When in this state, add 3 drops of oil of rhodium and keep it for use. Apply it to the face and hands in the manner following. Wash the parts at night with elderflower water, then anoint with the ointment. In the morning cleanse the skin by washing it copiously in rose water. 2442. Wash for sunburn. Take 2 drachms of borax, 1 drachm of Roman alum, 1 drachm of camphor, 1/2 ounce of sugar candy, and a pound of oxgall. Mix and stir well for 10 minutes or so, and repeat the stirring 3 or 4 times a day for a fortnight, till it appears clear and transparent. Strain through blotting paper and bottle for use. 2443. Teething. Young children, whilst cutting their first set of teeth, often suffer severe constitutional disturbance. At first there is restlessness and peevishness, with slight fever, but not unfrequently these are followed by convulsive fits, as they are commonly called, and are caused by the brain becoming irritated. And sometimes under this condition the child is either cut off suddenly, or the foundation of serious mischief to the brain is laid. The remedy, or rather the safeguard against these frightful consequences, is trifling, safe, and almost certain, and consists merely in lancing the gum covering the tooth which is making its way through. When teething is about, it may be known by the spittle constantly dribbling from the mouth and wetting the frock. The child has its fingers often in its mouth, and bites hard any substance it can get hold of. If the gums be carefully looked at, the part where the tooth is pressing up is swollen and redder than usual, and if the finger be pressed on it, the child shrinks and cries, showing that the gum is tender. When these symptoms occur, the gum should be lanced, and sometimes the tooth comes through the next day, if near the surface. But if not so far advanced, the cut heals and a scar forms, which is thought by some objectionable as rendering the passage of the tooth more difficult. This, however, is not so, for the scar will give way much more easily than the uncut gum. If the tooth do not come through after 2 or 3 days, the lancing may be repeated, and this is more especially needed if the child be very fractious and seems in much pain. Lancing the gums is further advantageous because it empties the inflamed part of its blood, and so relieves the pain and inflammation. The relief children experience in the course of 2 or 3 hours from the operation is often very remarkable, as they almost immediately become lively and cheerful. Contentment will both clothe and feed. 2444. Cure for toothache. 2 or 3 drops of essential oil of cloves put upon a small piece of lint or cotton wool and placed in the hollow of the tooth will be found to have the active power of curing the toothache without destroying the tooth or injuring the gums. 2445. Gutta percha tooth stopping. Since the introduction of gutta percha, the use of metallic succinct for filling decayed teeth has been superseded, especially in cases where the cavities are large. The gutta percha is inodorous, cheap, and can be renewed as often as required. It is only necessary to soften it by warmth, either by holding it before a fire or immersing it in boiling water. Succinct is best when the decayed spots are very small. 2446. Succinct. Take an old silver thimble, an old silver coin, or other silver article, and with a very fine file convert it into filings. Sift through gauze to separate the coarse from the fine particles. Take the finer portion and mix with sufficient quicksilver to form a stiff amalgam, and while in this state fill the cavities of decayed teeth. This is precisely the same as the metallic amalgam used by all dentists. Caution: as it turns black under the action of the acids of the mouth, it should be used sparingly for front teeth. A tooth should never be filled while it is aching. 2447. Rose lip salve. 1. Oil of almonds, 3 ounces. Alkanet, half an ounce. Let them stand together in a warm place, then strain. Melt 1 ounce and a half of white wax and half an ounce of spermaceti with the oil. Stir it till it begins to thicken, and add 12 drops of attar of roses. 2. White wax, 1 ounce. Almond oil, 2 ounces. Alkanet, 1 dram. Digest in a warm place. Stir till sufficiently colored. Strain and stir in 6 drops of attar of roses. End of section 72.
Section 73 of Enquire Within Upon Everything. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Diana Schmidt. Enquire Within Upon Everything by Robert Kemp Philp. Section 73. 2448. Ventilating Bedrooms. A sheet of finely perforated zinc, substituted for a pane of glass in one of the upper squares of a chamber window, is the cheapest and best form of ventilator. There should not be a bedroom without it. 2449. A simple method of ventilation. Get a piece of deal 2 inches wide and 1 inch thick, and as long as the width of the sashes of the window in which it is to be used. Care should be taken to ascertain the width of the sashes exactly, which may be done by measuring along the top of the lower sash from one side of the sash frame to the other. Raise the lower sash, drop in the piece of wood so that it rests on the bottom part of the window frame, the ends being within the stops on either side, and then close the sash upon it. If properly planed up, no draught can enter between the wood and the bottom of the sash, but the air can enter the room in an upward direction, through the opening between the top of the lower sash and the bottom of the upper sash. any direct draught into the interior of the room being prevented by the position of the lower sash. The quiet mind enjoys the sweetest rest. 2450. Bedclothes. The perfection of dress for day or night, where warmth is the purpose, is that which confines around the body sufficient of its own warmth, while it allows escape to the exhalations of the skin. Where the body is allowed to bathe protractedly in its own vapors, we must expect an unhealthy effect upon the skin. Where there is too little allowance for ventilation, insensible perspiration is checked, and something analogous to fever supervenes. Foul tongue, ill taste, and lack of morning appetite betray the evil. 2451. Vapor baths. Vapor baths may be made by putting boiling water in a pan and placing a cane-bottomed chair in the pan. The patient sitting upon it, enveloped from head to foot in a blanket covering the bath. Sulphur, spirit, medicinal, herbal, and other baths may be obtained in the same manner. They should not be taken except under medical advice. 2452. Vapor bath at home. Another equally easy but far more effectual method of procuring a vapor bath at home is to attach one end of a piece of gutta percha tubing to the snout of a kettle on the fire, and to introduce the other end below the chair on which the person requires the bath is sitting, enveloped in a blanket as described above. 2453. Hot water. In bruises, hot water is the most efficacious both by means of insertion and fomentation in removing pain and totally preventing discoloration and stiffness. It has the same effect after a blow. It should be applied as quickly as possible and as hot as it can be borne. The efficacy of hot water in preventing the ill effects of fatigue is too well known to require notice. 2454. Thinning the blood. It is desirable to consider the means of thinning the blood when it has been deprived, by too profuse transpiration in hot, dry winds, of its aqueous particles, and rendered thick and viscid. Water would easily supply this want of fluidity if it were capable of mingling with the blood when in this state. Acid matter cannot be ultimately combined with the blood when the body is in this state. In order to find a menstruum by which water may be rendered capable of combining ultimately with the blood, of remaining long in combination with it, and of thinning it, we must mix it with the substance possessing the property of a soap, and consequently fit to dissolve viscous matters, and make them unite with water. The soap must contain but little salt, that it may not increase the thirst of the parched throat. It must not have a disagreeable taste, that it may be possible to drink a considerable quantity of it, and it must be capable of recruiting the strength without overloading the stomach. Now all of these qualities are to be found in the yolk of egg. No beverage, therefore, is more suitable, whilst it is very agreeable for hot, dry weather, than one composed of the yolk of an egg beaten up with a little sugar according to taste, and mixed with a quart of cool spring or filtered water, half a glass of Moselle or any other Rhenish wine, and some lemon juice. The wine, however, may be omitted, and only the lemon juice be used. In like manner, hartshorn shavings boiled in water may be substituted for the yolk of egg. Equal quantities of beef tea and whey are good for delicate infants. 2455. Beverage for hot weather. The yolk of eggs beaten up, lump sugar to taste, Rhenish wine or not, citric acid powdered, or tartaric acid, small quantity, exact quantity soon found, 1 or 2 drops of essence of lemon on a lump of sugar, to make it mix readily with the water. 1 quart of water. This is really an excellent, agreeable, and without the wine, an inexpensive beverage. Little comforts beget much happiness. 2456. To ascertain the state of the lungs. Persons desirous of ascertaining the true state of their lungs should draw in as much breath as they conveniently can. They are then to count as far as they are able in a slow, audible voice, without drawing in more breath. The number of seconds they can continue counting must be carefully observed. In cases of consumption, the time does not exceed 10, and is frequently less than 6 seconds. In pleurisy and pneumonia, it ranges from 9 to 4 seconds. When the lungs are in a sound condition, the time will range as high as from 20 to 35 seconds. 2457. To avoid catching cold. Accustom yourself to the use of sponging with cold water every morning on first getting out of bed. It should be followed by a good deal of rubbing with a wet towel. It has considerable effect in giving tone to the skin and maintaining a proper action in it, and thus proves a safeguard to the injurious influence of cold and sudden changes of temperature. Sir Astley Cooper said, "The methods by which I have preserved my own health are temperance, early rising, and sponging the body every morning with cold water, immediately after getting out of bed, a practice which I have adopted for 30 years without ever catching cold." 2458. How to prepare artificial seawater. In each gallon of river or rainwater, dissolve about 6 ounces of sea salt, either by stirring it or suspending it in the water in a linen or muslin bag. It dissolves as readily in cold as in hot water. Sea salt is produced by evaporation of seawater. Common salt is sometimes supplied in place of it, but the genuine sea salt, manufactured by well-known firms, which can be procured of any grocer or of most chemists, is specially prepared to enable persons to have a salt water bath at home. 2459. Change the water in which leeches are kept. Once a month in winter, and once a week in summer, is sufficiently often, unless the water becomes discolored or bloody, when it should be changed every day. Either clean pond water or clean rain water should be employed. 2460. Damp linen. Few things are attended with more serious consequences than sleeping in damp linen. Persons are frequently assured that the sheets have been at a fire for many hours, but the question is as to what sort of fire, and whether they have been properly turned, so that every part has been exposed to the fire. The fear of creasing the linen, we know, prevents many from unfolding it, so as to be what we consider sufficiently aired. But health is of more importance than appearances. With gentleness, there need be no fear of want of neatness. 2461. Improving chamomile tonic. Dried orange peel added to chamomile flowers in proportion of half the quantity of the flowers improves the tonic. 2462. Gingerbread aperient. Gingerbread, made with oatmeal or with barley flour, is a very agreeable aperient for children. Beware of giving children medicines too frequently. 2463. Cod liver oil. This very beneficial drug, formerly so unpopular on account of its rank odor and nauseous taste, has of late years largely increased in consumption through the skillful manipulations of modern science in its preparation, whereby both the smell and the flavor have been almost entirely removed, rendering it capable of being taken by even the most delicate stomach. It is extremely efficacious in cases of consumption and debility, checking the emaciation, regulating the appetite, and restoring vitality. Coffee, new milk, and orange wine whichever the patient may fancy, are among the best mediums for taking the oil. A cup must be bitter, that a smile will not sweeten. 2464. Chamomile flowers. Chamomile flowers should be gathered on a fine day and dried upon a tray placed in the sun. All herbs for medicinal purposes and uses should be treated in the same manner. 2465. Decoction of sarsaparilla. Take 4 ounces of the root, slice it down, put the slices into 4 pints of water, and simmer for 4 hours. Take out the sarsaparilla and beat it into a mash. Put it into the liquor again, and boil down to 2 pints. Then strain and cool the liquor. Dose, a wineglassful 3 times a day. Use, to purify the blood after a course of mercury, or, indeed, whenever any taint is given to the constitution, vitiating the blood and producing eruptive affections. 2466. Preston salts. Take of sal ammoniac and salts of tartar of each about 2 ounces. Pound up the sal ammoniac into small bits, and mix them gently with the salts of tartar. After being well mixed, add a few drops of oil of lavender, sufficient to scent, and also a little musk. Stop up in a glass bottle, and when required for use, add a few drops of water or spirits of hartshorn, when you will immediately have strong smelling salts. The musk, being expensive, may be omitted, as the salts will be good without it. Any person can, for a few pence, obtain these ingredients at any druggist's, and they will make salts which, to buy prepared, would cost, at the least, 18 pence. 2467. Destruction of rats. The following receipt for the destruction originated with Dr. Ure is highly recommended as the best known means of getting rid of the most obnoxious and destructive vermin. Melt hog's lard in a bottle plunged in water, heated to about 150 degrees of Fahrenheit. Introduce into it half an ounce of phosphorus for every pound of lard. Then add a pint of proof spirit or whiskey. Cork the bottle firmly after its contents have been heated to 150 degrees, taking it at the same time out of the water, and agitate smartly till the phosphorus becomes uniformly diffused, forming a milky-looking liquid. This liquid, being cooled, will afford a white compound of phosphorus and lard, from which the spirit spontaneously separates, and may be poured off to be used again for the same purpose, but not for drinking, for none of it enters into the combination, but it merely serves to comminute the phosphorus, and diffuse it in very small particles throughout the lard. This compound, on being warmed very gently, may be poured out into a mixture of wheat flour and sugar, incorporated therewith, and then flavored with oil of rhodium or not at pleasure. The flavor may be varied with oil of aniseed, etc. This dough, being made into pellets, is to be laid into rat holes. By its luminousness in the dark, it attracts their notice, and being agreeable to their palates and noses, it is readily eaten, and proves certainly fatal. 2468. To kill slugs. 1. Take a quantity of cabbage leaves, and either put them into a warm oven, or heat them before the fire till they get quite soft. Then rub them with unsalted butter, or any kind of fresh dripping, and lay them in places infested with slugs. In a few hours the leaves will be found covered with snails and slugs, which may then, of course, be destroyed in any way the gardener may think fit. 2469. To destroy slugs. 2. Slugs are very voracious, and their ravages often do considerable damage. not only to the kitchen garden, but to the flower beds also. If, now and then, a few slices of turnip be put about the beds, on a summer or autumnal evening, the slugs will congregate thereon and may be destroyed. 2470. To exterminate beetles. 1. Place a few lumps of unslaked lime where they frequent. 2. Set a dish or trap containing a little beer or syrup at the bottom, and place a few sticks slanting against its side, so as to form a sort of gangway for the beetles to climb up it, when they will go headlong into the bait set for them. 3. Mix equal weights of red lead, sugar, and flour, and place it nightly near their haunts. This mixture, made into sheets, forms the beetle wafers sold at the oil shops. Where reason rules, appetite obeys. 2471. To kill cockroaches. A teacupful of well-bruised plaster of Paris, mixed with double the quantity of oatmeal, to which a little sugar may be added, although this last named ingredient is not essential. Strew it onto the floor or in the chinks where they frequent. 2472. Earwigs. Earwigs are very destructive insects, their favorite food being the petals of roses, pinks, dahlias, and other flowers. They may be caught by driving stakes into the ground and placing on each an inverted flower pot, for the earwigs will climb up and take refuge under the pot, when they may be taken out and killed. Clean bowls of tobacco pipes, placed in a like manner on the tops of smaller sticks, are very good traps, or very deep holes may be made in the ground with a crowbar, into which they will fall, and may be destroyed by boiling water. 2473. To destroy ants. Drop some quicklime on the mouth of their nest, and wash it in with boiling water, or dissolve some camphor in spirits of wine. Then mix with water, and pour it into their haunts, or tobacco water, which has been found effectual. They are averse to strong scents. Camphor, or a sponge saturated with creosote, will prevent their infesting a cupboard. To prevent their climbing up trees, place a ring of tar around the trunk, or a circle of rag moistened occasionally with creosote. 2474. To prevent moths. In the month of April or May, beat your fur garments well with a small cane or elastic stick, then wrap them up in linen, without pressing the fur too hard, and put betwixt the folds some camphor in small lumps. Then put your furs in this state in boxes well closed. When the furs are wanted for use, beat them well as before, and expose them for 24 hours to the air, which will take away the smell of the camphor. If the fur has long hair, as bear or fox, add to the camphor an equal quantity of black pepper in powder. 2475. To get rid of moths. 1. Procure shavings of cedar wood, and enclose in muslin bags, which can be distributed freely among the clothes. 2. Procure shavings of camphor wood, and enclose in bags. 3. Sprinkle pimento, allspice, berries among the clothes. 4. Sprinkle the clothes with the seeds of the musk plant. 5. To destroy the eggs, when deposited in woolen clothes, etc., use a solution of acetate of potash in spirits of rosemary, 15 grains to the pint. 2476. Bugs. Spirits of naphtha rubbed with a small painter's brush into every part of a bedstead is a certain way to get rid of bugs. The mattress and binding of the bed should be examined, and the same process attended to, as they generally harbor more in these parts than in the bedstead. 3 pennyworth of naphtha is sufficient for one bed. 2477. Bug poison. Proof spirit 1 pint, camphor 2 ounces, oil of turpentine 4 ounces, corrosive sublimate 1 ounce. Mix. A correspondent says, I have been for a long time troubled with bugs and never could get rid of them by any clean and expeditious method, until a friend told me to suspend a small bag of camphor to the bed, just in the center, overhead. I did so, and the enemy was most effectually repulsed, and has not made his appearance since, not even for a reconnaissance. This is a simple method of getting rid of these pests, and is worth a trial to see if it be effectual in other cases. 2478. Mixture for destroying flies. 1. Infusion of quassia 1 pint. Brown sugar 4 ounces. Ground pepper 2 ounces, to be well mixed together, and put in small shallow dishes when required. 2479. To destroy flies. 2. To destroy flies in a room, take half a teaspoonful of black pepper in powder, 1 teaspoonful of brown sugar, and 1 tablespoonful of cream. Mix them well together, and place them in the room on a plate where the flies are troublesome, and they will soon disappear. When appetite commands, the pocket pays. 2480. Flies 3. Cold green tea, very strong and sweetened with sugar, will, when set about the room in saucers, attract flies and destroy them. End of section 73.
Section 74 of Enquire Within Upon Everything. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Charlie. Enquire Within Upon Everything by Robert Kemp Philp. Section 74. 2481. Inks. There are many receipts published for making ink. The following is as useful and economical a mode of producing good ink as any of them. 2482. Dr. Ure's Ink. For 12 gallons of ink, take 12 pounds of bruised galls, 5 pounds of gum, 5 pounds of green sulphate of iron, and 12 gallons of rainwater. Boil the galls with 9 gallons of the water for 3 hours, adding fresh water to supply that lost in vapour. Let the decoction settle, and draw off the clear liquor. Add it to the gum, previously dissolved in 1½ gallons of water. Dissolve the green vitriol separately in 1½ gallons of water, and mix the whole. 2483. Ink powder. Ink powder is formed of the dry ingredients for ink, powdered and mixed. Powdered galls 2 pounds, powdered green vitriol 1 pound, powdered gum 8 ounces. 2 ounces of this mixture will make 1 pint of ink. Cost, galls 1 shilling 4d. per pound, green vitriol 1 penny per pound, powdered gum 1 shilling 5d. per pound. 2484. Red writing ink. Best ground Brazil wood 4 ounces, diluted acetic acid 1 pint, alum half an ounce. Boil the ingredients slowly in an enamelled vessel for 1 hour, strain, and add an ounce of gum. 2485. Marking ink without preparation. There are several receipts for this ink, but the following is said to be one of the best of its kind. Dissolve separately 1 ounce of nitrate of silver and 1½ ounce of best washing soda in distilled or rainwater. Mix the solutions and collect and wash the precipitate in a filter. Whilst still moist, rub it up in a marble or Wedgwood mortar with 3 drachms of tartaric acid. Add 2 ounces of distilled water, mix 6 drachms of white sugar, and 10 drachms of powdered gum arabic, half an ounce of archil, and water to make up 6 ounces in measure. 2486A. Ink for zinc garden labels. Verdigris 1 ounce, sal ammoniac 1 ounce, lamp black half an ounce, water half a pint. Mix in an earthenware mortar without using a metal spatula. Directions: to be shaken before use and used with a clean quill pen on bright zinc. Note: another kind of ink for zinc is also used, made of chloride of platinum, 5 grains, dissolved in 1 ounce of distilled or rainwater. But the first, which is much less expensive, answers perfectly, if used as directed, on clean bright zinc. 2486B. Manifold writing. The demand for a rapid and simple method of multiplying letters, circulars, etc., has led in recent years to the invention of several ingenious processes. So few copies are obtainable by the ordinary reporter's system of sheets of tissue paper, or flimsy, interleaved with sheets of prepared black paper, that various kinds of graphs have been produced, by which upwards of 100, and in some cases many more copies, may be produced from one writing. The graph process usually consists of transferring a writing made in an aniline dye onto a gelatine surface, from which, by the application of successive sheets of paper, subjected to a smoothing pressure by the hand, a number of copies may be obtained, and in a manner very similar to the ordinary lithographic process. All those which may be classified as gelatine transfer processes are, however, open to the objection that, after a certain number of copies, the colour grows very faint. Some other methods of manifold writing, such as the Edison, the Trypograph, the Cyclostyle, etc., by which 1,000 copies can be taken from one writing, do not possess this fault, being based on a principle of a fine stencil on prepared paper, and squeezing ink through the minute perforations onto a sheet of paper fixed underneath. The writing in these stencil systems, however, has a dotty and broken appearance, displeasing to many eyes. The cyclostyle being perhaps least faulty in this respect. For those who would like to make a gelatin graph, we append the following recipe: 6 parts by weight of pure glycerin, 4 parts by weight of water, 2 parts of barium sulfate, and 1 part of sugar. Mix them and let them soak for 24 hours. Then melt at a gentle heat, stir until thoroughly mixed, and pour the composition into a tray. Any chemist will supply an aniline dye for the ink. Every pea helps to fill the peck. 2487. Cements. The term cement includes all those substances employed for the purpose of causing the adhesion of 2 or more bodies, whether originally separate or divided by an accidental fracture. As the various substances that may require cementing differ very much in texture, etc., a number of cements possessed of very different properties are required, because a cement that answers admirably under one set of circumstances may be perfectly useless in others. The general principles upon which the success or failure of cementing usually depends are: the different parts of a solid are held together by an attraction between their several particles, which is termed the attraction of cohesion. This attraction acts only when the particles are in the closest possible contact. Even air must not be between them. If, after breaking any substance, we could bring the particles into as close a contact as before, and perfectly exclude the air, they would reunite and be as strongly connected as ever. But in general this is impossible. Small particles of grit and dust get between them, the film of interposed air cannot be removed, and thus, however firmly we press the edges of a broken cup together, it remains cracked china still. The cohesion between the particles of the cement is very much less than the adhesion of the cement to other bodies, and if torn apart, the connected joint gives way, not by the loosening of the adhesion, but by the layer of cement splitting down the centre. Hence the important rule that the less cement in a joint, the stronger it is. To unite broken substances with a thick cement is disadvantageous, the object being to bring the surfaces as closely together as possible. The general principles that ought always to be borne in mind having been mentioned, the manufacture and uses of some of the more useful cements may be described. 2488. Mouth glue. The very useful preparation sold under this title is merely a thin cake of soluble glue, which, when moistened with the tongue, furnishes a ready means of uniting papers, etc. It is made by dissolving 1 pound of fine glue or gelatin in water, and adding half a pound of brown sugar, boiling the whole until it is sufficiently thick to become solid on cooling. It is then poured into moulds, or on a slab slightly greased, and cut into the required shape when cool. See liquid glue, number 2491. Economy is the household mint. 2489. Paste. Paste is usually made by rubbing up flour with cold water and boiling. If a little alum is mixed before boiling, it is much improved, being less clammy, working more freely in the brush, and thinner, a less quantity is required, and it is therefore stronger. If required in large quantity, as for papering rooms, it may be made by mixing 1/4 of flour, 1/4 pound of alum, and a little warm water. When mixed, the requisite quantity of boiling water should be poured on whilst the mixture is being stirred. Paste is only adapted to cementing paper. When used, it should spread on one side of the paper, which should then be folded with the pasted side inwards, and allowed to remain a few minutes before being opened and used. This swells the paper, and permits its being more smoothly and securely attached. If kept for a few days, paste becomes mouldy, and after a short time putrid. This inconvenience may be obviated by the use of 2490. Permanent paste. Permanent paste, made by adding to each half pint of flour paste without alum 15 grains of corrosive sublimate, previously rubbed to a powder in mortar, the whole to be well mixed. This, if prevented from drying by being kept in a covered pot, remains good any length of time, and is therefore convenient. But unfortunately it is extremely poisonous, though its excessively nauseous taste would prevent its being swallowed accidentally. It possesses the great advantage of not being liable to the attacks of insects. 2491. Liquid glue. The liquid glue of the shops is made by dissolving shellac in water, by boiling it along with borax, which possesses the peculiar property of causing the solution of the resinous lac. This preparation is convenient from its cheapness and freedom from smell, but it gives way if exposed to long continued damp, which that made with naphtha resists. 2492. Common glue. Of the use of common glue very little need be said. It should always be prepared in a glue pot or double vessel, to prevent its being burned, which injures it very materially. The chief objection to the use of this contrivance is, that it renders it impossible to heat the glue in the inner vessel to the boiling point. This, however, can be obviated by employing in the outer vessel some liquid which boils at a higher temperature than pure water, such as a saturated solution of salt, made by adding 1/3 as much salt as water. This boils at 224 degrees Fahrenheit, 12 degrees above the heat of boiling water, and enables the glue in the inner vessel to be heated to a much higher temperature than when pure water is employed. If a saturated solution of nitre is used, the temperature rises still higher. 2493. Diamond cement. Soak it in glass in water till it is soft, then dissolve it in the smallest possible quantity of proof spirit by the aid of a gentle heat. In 2 ounces of this mixture dissolve 10 grains of ammoniacum, and whilst still liquid add half a drachm of mastic, dissolved in 3 drachms of rectified spirit. Stir well together, and put into small bottles for sale. Directions for use. Liquefy the cement by plunging the bottle in hot water, and use it directly. The cement improves the oftener the bottle is thus warmed. It resists the action of water and moisture perfectly. 2494. Rice flour cement. An excellent cement may be made from rice flour, which is at present used for that purpose in China and Japan. It is only necessary to mix the rice flour intimately with cold water, and gently simmer it over a fire, when it readily forms a delicate and durable cement, not only answering all the purposes of common paste, but admirably adapted for joining together paper, cards, etc., in forming the various beautiful and tasteful ornaments which afford much employment and amusement to the ladies. When made of the consistence of plaster clay, models, busts, bas-reliefs, etc., may be formed of it, and the articles, when dry, are susceptible of high polish, and are very durable. 2495. Using egg. The white of an egg, well beaten with quicklime, and a small quantity of very old cheese, forms an excellent substitute for cement, when wanted in a hurry, either for broken china or old ornamental glassware. 2496. Cement for broken china, glass, etc. This cement, being nearly colourless, possesses advantages which liquid glue and other cements do not. Dissolve half an ounce of gum acacia in a wineglass of boiling water. Add plaster of Paris sufficient to form a thick paste, and apply it with a brush to the parts required to be cemented together. At night nature is in mourning for the loss of the sun. 2497. Lime and egg cement. Lime and egg cement is frequently made by moistening the edges to be united with white of egg, dusting on some lime from a piece of muslin, and bringing the edges into contact. A much better mode is to slake some freshly burned lime with a small quantity of boiling water. This occasions it to fall into a very fine dry powder, if excessive water has not been added. The white of egg used should be intimately and thoroughly mixed, by beating with an equal bulk of water, and the slaked lime added to the mixture so as to form a thin paste, which should be used speedily, as it soon sets. This is a valuable cement, possessed of great strength, and capable of withstanding boiling water. Cements made with lime and blood, scraped cheese, or curd may be regarded as inferior varieties of it. 2498. White lead as cement. Cracked vessels of earthenware and glass may often be usefully, though not ornamentally, repaired by white lead spread on strips of calico, and secured with bands of twine. 2499. Marine glue. In point of strength, all ordinary cements yield the palm to Jeffrey's patent marine glue, a compound of India rubber, shellac, and coal tar naphtha. Small quantities can be purchased at most of the tool warehouses, at cheaper rates than it can be made. The colour of this glue, however, prevents its being much used. 2500. Coaguline. An exceedingly strong, and at the same time a transparent and colourless cement, is made by Messrs. K. Brothers of Stockport, and is sold by most fancy stationers and chemists under the name of coaguline. It is easily and quickly applied, and will be found extremely serviceable in repairing glass, china, and stone articles. It is inexpensive. 2501. Red cement. Red cement, which is employed by instrument makers for cementing glass to metals, and which is very cheap and exceedingly useful for a variety of purposes, is made by melting 5 parts of black rosin, 1 part of yellow wax, and then stirring in gradually 1 part of red ochre or Venetian red in fine powder, and previously well dried. This cement requires to be melted before use, and it adheres better if the objects to which it is applied are warmed. 2502. A soft cement for corks. A soft cement, of a somewhat similar character to that just described, is useful for covering the corks of preserved fruit and other bottles. It is made by melting yellow wax with an equal quantity of rosin or of common turpentine, not oil of turpentine, but the resin, using the latter for a very soft cement, and stirring in, as before, some dried Venetian red. 2503. Mastic cement. This is employed for making a superior coating to inside walls, but must not be confounded with the resin mastic. It is made by mixing 20 parts of well-washed and sifted sharp sand with 2 parts of litharge and 1 of freshly burned and slaked quicklime, in fine dry powder. This is made into a putty by mixing with linseed oil. It sets in a few hours, having the appearance of a light stone, and we mention it as it may be frequently employed with advantage in repairing broken stonework, as steps, by filling up the missing parts. The employment of Roman cement, plaster, etc., for masonry work hardly comes within the limits of domestic manipulation. 2504. Cement for leather and cloth. An adhesive material for uniting the parts of boots and shoes, and for the seams of articles of clothing, may be made thus. Take 1 pound of gutta percha, 4 ounces of India rubber, 2 ounces of pitch, 1 ounce of shellac, 2 ounces of oil. The ingredients are to be melted together and used hot. Go to bed with the lamb and rise with the lark. 2505. Birdlime. Take any quantity of linseed oil, say half a pint, and put it into an old pot, or any vessel that will stand the fire without breaking. The vessel must not be more than 1/3 full. Put it on a slow fire, stir it occasionally until it thickens as much as required. This will be known by cooling the stick in water, and trying it with the fingers. It is best to make it rather harder than for use. Then pour it into cold water. It can be brought back to the consistency required with a little archangel tar. 2506. Anglo-Japanese work. This is an elegant and easy domestic art. Take yellow withered leaves, dissolve gum, black paint, copal varnish, etc. Any articles, such as an old tea caddy, flower pots, fire screens, screens of all descriptions, work boxes, etc., may be ornamented with these simple materials. Select perfect leaves, dry and press them between the leaves of books. Rub the surface of the article to be ornamented with fine sandpaper, then give it a coat of fine black paint, which should be procured mixed at the colour shop. When dry, rub smooth with pumice stone, and give 2 other coats, dry. Arrange leaves in any manner and variety according to taste. Gum the leaves on the underside, and press them upon their places. Then dissolve some in a glass of hot water, and brush it over the work, dry. Give 3 coats of copal varnish, allowing ample time for each coat to dry. Articles thus ornamented last for years, and are very pleasing. 2507. Ornamental leatherwork. An excellent imitation of carved oak, suitable for frames, boxes, vases, and ornaments in endless variety, may be made of a description of leather called basil. The art consists in simply cutting out this material in imitation of natural objects, and in impressing upon it by simple tools, either with or without the aid of heat, such marks and characteristics as are necessary to the imitation. The rules given with regard to the imitation of leaves and flowers apply to ornamental leatherwork. Begin with a simple object, and proceed by degrees to those that are more complicated. Cut out an ivy or an oak leaf, and impress the veins upon it. Then arrange these in groups and affix them to frames or otherwise. The tools required are ivory or steel points of various sizes, punches, and tin shapes, such as are used for confectionery. The points may be made out of the handles of old toothbrushes. Before cutting out the leaves, the leather should be well soaked in water until it is quite pliable. When dry, it will retain the artistic shape. Leaves and stems are fastened together by means of liquid glue, and varnished with any of the drying varnishes, or with sealing wax dissolved to a suitable consistency in spirits of wine. Wire, cork, gutta percha, bits of stems of trees, etc., may severally be used to aid in the formation of groups of buds, flowers, seed vessels, etc. 2508. Black paper patterns. Mix some lamp black with sweet oil. With a piece of flannel cover sheets of writing paper with the mixture. Dab the paper dry with a bit of fine linen. When using, put the black side on another sheet of paper and fasten the corners together with small pins. Lay on the back of the black paper the pattern to be drawn, and go over it with the point of a steel drawing pencil. The back will then leave the impression of the pattern on the undersheet, on which you may draw it with ink. 2509. Patterns on cloth or muslin. Patterns on cloth or muslin are drawn with a pen dipped in stone blue, a bit of sugar, and a little water. Wet to the consistence wanted. End of section 74. Reading by Charley, BC, Canada.
Section 75 of Enquire Within Upon Everything. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Andrus, Waukesha, Wisconsin. Enquire Within Upon Everything by Robert Kemp Philp. Section 75. 2510. Feather Flowers. Materials. Procure the best white swan or goose feathers. Have them plucked off the fowl with care not to break the web. Free them from down, except a small quantity on the shaft of the feather. Get also a little fine wire, different sizes, a few skeins of fine floss silks, some good cotton wool or wadding, a reel of No. 4 Moravian cotton, a skein of Indian silk, some starch and gum for pastes, and a pair of small sharp scissors, a few sheets of colored silk paper, and some watercolors. Eating and drinking shouldn't keep us from thinking. 2511. Patterns for petals. Having procured 2 good specimens of the flower you wish to imitate, carefully pull off the petals of one, and, with a piece of tissue paper, cut out the shape of each, taking care to leave the shaft of the feather at least half an inch longer than the petal of the flower. Carefully bend the feather with the thumb and finger to the proper shape. Mind not to break the web. 2512. Stem and heart of a flower. Take a piece of wire 6 inches long. Across the top lay a small piece of cotton wool. Turn the wire over it and wind it round until it is the size of the heart or center of the flower which you are going to imitate. If a single flower, cover it with paste or velvet of the proper color, and round it must be arranged the stamens. These are made of fine Indian silk, or feathers may be used for this purpose. After the petals have been attached, the silk or feather is dipped into gum, and then into the farina. Place the petals round one at a time, and wind them on with Moravian cotton, No. 4. Arrange them as nearly like the flower you have for a copy as possible. Cut the stems of the feathers even, and then make the calyx of feathers, cut like the pattern or natural flower. For the small flowers the calyx is made with paste. Cover the stems with paper or silk the same as the flowers. The paper must be cut into narrow strips about 1/4 of an inch wide. 2513. Pastes of calyx, hearts, and buds of flowers. Take common white starch and mix it with gum water until it is the substance of thick treacle. Color it with the dyes used for the feathers and keep it from the air. 2514. To make the farina. Use common ground rice mixed into a stiff paste with any dye, dry it before the fire, and when quite hard, pound it to a fine powder. The buds, berries, and hearts of some double flowers are made with cotton wool wound around the wire, molded to the shape with thumb and finger. Smooth it over with gum water, and when dry, cover the buds, berries, or calyx with the proper colored pastes. They will require 1 or 2 coats, and may be shaded with a little paint, and then gummed and left to dry. 2515. Flowers of 2 or more shades. Flowers of 2 or more shades are variegated with watercolors, mixed with lemon juice, ultramarine, and chrome for blue, and to produce other effects, gold may also be used in powder mixed with lemon juice and gum water. 2516. To dye feathers blue. Into 2 pennyworth of oil of vitriol, mix 2 pennyworth of the best indigo in powder. Let it stand a day or 2. When wanted, shake it well, and into a quart of boiling water put 1 tablespoonful of the liquid. Stir it well, put the feathers in, and let them simmer a few minutes. 2517. Yellow. Put a tablespoonful of the best turmeric into a quart of boiling water. When well mixed, put in the feathers. More or less of the turmeric will give them different shades, and a very small quantity of soda will give them an orange hue. 2518. Green. Mix the indigo liquid with turmeric, and pour boiling water over it. Let the feathers simmer in the dye until they have acquired the shade you want them. 2519. Pink. 3 good pink saucers in a quart of boiling water with a small quantity of cream of tartar. If a deep color is required, use 4 saucers. Let the feathers remain in the dye several hours. 2520. Red. In a quart of boiling water, dissolve a teaspoonful of cream of tartar. Put in 1 tablespoonful of prepared cochineal, and then a few drops of muriate of tin. This dye is expensive, and scarlet flowers are best made with the plumage of red ibis, which can generally be had of a bird fancier or bird stuffer, who will give directions how it should be applied. We seldom repent of having eaten too little. 2521. Lilac. About 2 teaspoonfuls of cudbear into about a quart of boiling water. Let it simmer a few minutes before you put in the feathers. A small quantity of cream of tartar turns the color from lilac to amethyst. 2522. Black, crimson. See instructions upon dyeing, paragraph 2682, etc. 2523. Preparation of feathers for dyeing. The feathers must be put into hot water, and allowed to drain before they are put into the dyes. After they are taken out of the dye, rinse them 2 or 3 times in clear cold water, except the red, which must only be done once. Then lay them on a tray, over which a cloth has been spread, before a good fire. When they begin to dry and unfold, draw each feather gently between your thumb and finger until it regains its proper shape. 2524. Leaves of the flowers. These are made of green feathers, cut like those of the natural flower, and serrated at the edge with a very small pair of scissors. For the calyx of a moss rose, the down is left on the feather, and is a very good representation of the moss on the natural flower. 2525. Waxen flowers and fruit. There is no art more easily acquired, nor more encouraging in its immediate results, than that of modelling flowers and fruit in wax. The art, however, is attended by this drawback, that the materials required are somewhat expensive. 2526. Materials for wax flowers. The appliances required for commencing the making of waxen flowers will cost from 20 cents to 30 cents, and may be obtained at most fancy repositories in large towns. Persons wishing to commence the art would do well to inquire for particulars and see specimens of materials, because in this, as in every other pursuit, there are novelties and improvements being introduced, which no book can give an idea of. 2527. Petals and leaves of wax flowers. Petals and leaves of wax flowers are made of sheets of colored wax, which may be purchased in packets of assorted colors. 2528. Stems. The stems are made of wire of suitable thicknesses, covered with silk and overlaid with wax, and the leaves are frequently made by thin sheets of wax pressed upon leaves of embossed calico. Leaves of various descriptions are to be obtained of the persons who sell the materials for wax flower making. 2529. Models for wax flowers. Ladies will often find among their discarded artificial flowers leaves and buds that will serve as the base of their wax models. 2530. Natural models for wax flowers. The best guide to the construction of a flower, far better than printed diagrams or patterns, is to take a flower, say a tulip, a rose, or a camellia. If possible, procure 2 flowers, nearly alike, and carefully pick one of them to pieces. Lay the petals down in the order in which they are taken from the flower, and then cut paper patterns from them, and number them from the center of the flower, that you may know their relative positions. 2531. Putting petals together. The perfect flower will guide you in getting the wax petals together, and will enable you to give, not only to each petal, but to the contour of the flower, the characteristics which are natural to it. In most cases, they are merely pressed together and held in their places by the adhesiveness of the wax. From the paper patterns, the wax petals or other portions of the flowers may be cut. They should be cut singly, and the scissors should be frequently dipped into water to prevent the wax adhering to the blades. 2532. Utilization of scraps of wax. The scraps of wax that fall from the cutting will be found useful for making seed vessels and other parts of the flowers. He who serves well need not be afraid to ask his wages. 2533. Leaves of flowers. Where the manufactured foundations cannot be obtained, patterns of them should be cut in paper. The Venus appearance may be imparted to the wax by pressing the leaf upon it. 2534. Sprigs of plants. In the construction of sprigs, it is most important to be guided by sprigs of the natural plant, as various kinds of plants have many different characteristics in the grouping of their flowers, leaves, and branches. 2535. Selection of sheets of wax. When about to copy a flower, take care in the selection of good sheets of wax, and see that their colors are precisely those of the flower you desire to imitate. 2536. Imitation of tints, stripes, spots, etc. For the tints, stripes, and spots of variegated flowers, you will be supplied with colors among the other materials, and the application of them is precisely upon the principle of watercolor painting. 2537. Fruit, etc. in wax. For the imitating of fruit in wax, very different rules are to be observed. The following directions may, however, be generally followed. The material of which molds for wax and fruit should be composed is the best plaster of Paris, such as is used for plaster casts, etc. If this cannot be procured, the inferior plaster from the oil shop may be substituted, if it can be obtained quite fresh. If, however, the plaster is faulty, the results of the modeling will of course be more or less faulty also. It is the property of plaster of Paris to form a chemical union with water, and to form a paste which rapidly sets or hardens into a substance of the density of firm chalk. The mold must therefore be formed by impression from the object to be imitated, made upon the plaster before it sets. 2538. Causes of want of accuracy. The use of an elastic fruit in early experiments leads to a want of accuracy in the first steps of the operation, which causes very annoying difficulties afterwards, and therefore a solid, inelastic body, an egg boiled hard, is recommended as the first object to be imitated. 2539. Making the molds. First half. Having filled a small pudding basin about 3/4 full of damp sand, the finer the better, lay the egg lengthways in the sand, so that half of it is above and half below the level of the sand, which should be perfectly smooth around it. Then prepare the plaster in another basin, which should be half full of water. Sprinkle the plaster in quickly till it comes to the top of the water, and then, having stirred it for a moment with a spoon, pour the whole upon the egg in the other basin. 2540. Making the molds. Second half. While the half mold thus made is hardening thoroughly, carefully remove every particle of plaster from the basin in which it was mixed, and also from the spoon which has been used. This must be done by placing them both in water and wiping them perfectly clean. This is highly important, since a small quantity of plaster which has set will destroy the quality of a second mixing of it if it is incorporated therewith. In about 5 minutes the half mold will be fit to remove, which may be done by turning the basin up with the right hand, taking care not to lose the sand, so that the mold falls into the left hand. The egg should then be gently allowed to fall back on the sand out of the mold. If, however, it adheres, lightly scrape the plaster from the edge of the mold and then shake it out into the hollow of the hand. If, however, the exact half of the egg has been immersed in the sand, no such difficulty will arise. This shows how important is exactness in the first position of the object from which a casting is to be taken. The egg being removed and laid aside, the molded casting must be trimmed, that is, the sand must be brushed from the flat surface of the mold with a nail brush very slightly, without touching the extreme and sharp edges where the hollow of the mold commences. Then upon the broad edge from which the sand has been brushed aside, make 4 equidistant hollows, with the round end of a table knife, like the deep impression of a thimble's end. These are to guide hereafter in the fixing of the second half of the mold. The egg should now be replaced in the casting, and the edge of the cast, with the holes, thoroughly lubricated with sweet oil, laid on with a feather, or what is better, a large camel hair brush. Father and mother are kind, but God is kinder. 2541. Casting second half of mold. Into the small pudding basin from which the sand has been emptied, place, with the egg uppermost, the half mold, which, if the operation has been managed properly, should fit close at the edges to the side of the vessel. Then prepare some more liquid plaster as before, and pour it upon the egg and mold, and while it is hardening, round it with a spoon, as with the first half. 2542. Completion of mold. In due time, remove the whole from the basin. The halves will be found readily separable, and the egg being removed, the mold is ready to cast in, after it has been set aside for an hour or two, so as to completely harden. This is the simplest form of mold, and all are made upon the same principle. 2543. Casting egg in wax. The casting of an egg is not merely interesting, as the first step in a series of lessons, but as supplying a means of imitating peculiarly charming objects, which the student of natural history tries almost in vain to preserve. We shall proceed, then, with the directions for the casting of an egg in the mold. 2544. Materials required. For the first experiments, common yellow wax may be used as the material, or the ends of half-burnt wax candles. The materials of the hard, not tallow, composition mold candles will also answer. 2545. Large castings made hollow. Every large object to be imitated in wax should be cast hollow, and therefore, though the transparent lightness required in the imitation of fruits is not requisite in an artificial egg, the egg may be cast upon the same principle as a piece of fruit, in the following manner. Firstly, the two pieces of the plaster of Paris mold must be soaked in hot water for 10 minutes. Secondly, the wax should, in the meantime, be very slowly melted in a small tin saucepan, with a spout to it, care being taken not to allow it to boil, or it will be discolored. As to the quantity of wax to be melted, the following is a general rule. If a lump, the size of the object to be imitated, be placed in the saucepan, it should be sufficient for casting twice, at least. Thirdly, as soon as the wax is melted thoroughly, place the saucepan on the hob of the grate, and taking the parts of the mold from the hot water, remove the moisture from their surfaces by pressing them gently with a handkerchief or soft cloth. It is necessary to use what is called in some of the arts a very light hand in this operation, especially in drying molds of fruits whose aspect possesses characteristic irregularities, such as those on the orange, the lemon, or the cucumber. The mold must not be wiped, but only pressed. If the water has not been hot enough, or if the drying is not performed quickly, the mold will be too cold, and the wax will congeal too rapidly, and settle in ridges and streaks. On the other hand, if the wax has been made too hot, it will adhere to the mold and refuse to come out entire. Fourthly, having laid the two halves of the mold so that there can be no mistake in fitting the one in its exact place quickly on the other, pour from the saucepan into one of the half molds nearly as much wax as will fill the hollow made by the model egg. Quickly fit the other half on top of it, squeeze the two pieces tightly together in the hand, and still holding them thus, Turn them over in every position possible, so that the wax which is slowly congealing in the internal hollow of the mold may be of equal thickness in all parts. Having continued this process at least 2 minutes, the hands, still holding and turning the mold, may be immersed in cold water to accelerate the cooling process. The perfect congealment of the wax may be known after a little experience by the absence of the sound of fluid on shaking the mold. Fifthly, as soon as the mold is completely cooled, the halves may be separated carefully, the upper being lifted straight up from the under, and if the operation has been properly managed, a waxen egg will be turned out of the mold. Lastly, the egg will only require trimming, that is, removing the ridge which marks the line at which the halves of the mold joined, and polishing out the scratches or inequalities left by the knife with a piece of soft rag, wet with spirits of turpentine or spirits of wine. It is always desirable to make several castings of the same object, as the molds are apt to get chipped when laid by in a cupboard, and for this reason, as well as for the sake of practice, we recommend our pupils to make at least a dozen waxen eggs before they proceed to any other object. If they succeed in this completely, they may rest assured that every difficulty which is likely to meet them in any future operation will be easily overcome. He doeth well who doeth good. 2546. Coloring the wax. While the wax is yet on the hob and in a fluid state, stir into it a little flake white, in powder, and continue to stir the mixture while it is being poured into the half mold. It will be found that unless the fixing and shaking of the molds is managed quickly, the coloring matter will settle on the side of the half into which the mixture is poured. A little care in manipulation is therefore again requisite. The coloring of the wax is a matter which comes easily enough by experiment. Oranges, lemons, large gooseberries, small cucumbers, etc., etc., are excellent objects for practice. 2547. Close imitation of the surface. It will be noted by the acute observer that the shell of the common hen's egg has a number of minute holes which destroy the perfect smoothness of its appearance. This peculiarity is imitated in the following simple manner. In the first place, very slightly prick with a fine needle the surface of your waxen egg, and then, having smeared it with spirits of turpentine, rub the surface all over, so as nearly to obliterate the marks of the needlepoint. 2548. Diaphany. This is a beautiful, useful, and inexpensive art, easily acquired, and producing imitations of the richest and rarest stained glass, and also of making blinds, screens, skylights, Chinese lanterns, etc., in every variety of color and design. 2549. Imitation of colored glass. In decorating his house, an Englishman spends as much money as he can conveniently spare. The elegances and refinements of modern taste demand something more than mere comfort. Yet, though his walls are hung with pictures, his drawing rooms filled with bijouterie, how is it that the windows of his hall, his library, his staircase are neglected? The reason is obvious. The magnificent historical old stained glass might be envied, but could not be brought within the compass of ordinary means. Recent improvements in printing and colors led the way to this beautiful invention, by which economy is combined with most perfect results. A peculiar kind of paper is rendered perfectly transparent, upon which designs are printed in glass colors, vitre de couleur, which will not change with the light. The paper is applied to the glass with a clear white varnish, and when dry, a preparation is finally applied, which increases the transparency and adds tenfold brilliancy to the effect. 2550. Imitation of half-light. There is another design printed in imitation of the half-light, abat-jour. This is used principally for a ground covering the whole surface of the glass, within which, the necessary spaces having been previously cut out before it is stuck on the glass, are placed medallion centers of Watteau figures, perfectly transparent, which derive increased brilliancy from the semi-transparency of the surrounding ground. This is by far the cheapest method, though involving extra trouble, as the plain grounds printed in sheets are only a fourth the price of the sheets which contain the medallion Watteau centers or other small designs suitable for the purpose. 2551. Sheets of designs. The transparent sheets measure 20½ inches by 16½ inches and are ready for immediate use. The other articles required are some clear white varnish, some liqueur diaphane, brushes, metal palettes, and ivory sticks. These are all the appliances required. 2552. Calculation of quantities. To ascertain the quantity of designs required, measure your glass carefully, and then calculate how many sheets it will take, the sheets being 20½ inch by 16½ inch as given above. The sheets are arranged so that they can be joined together continuously or cut to any size or shape. 2553. Practical instructions. Choose a fine day for the operation, as the glass should be perfectly dry and unaffected by the humidity of the atmosphere. Of course, if you have a choice, it is more convenient to work on your glass before it is fixed into the frame. If you are working on a piece of unattached glass, lay it on a flat table. A marble slab is preferable, over which you must previously lay a piece of baize or cloth to keep the glass steady. The glass being thus fixed, clean and polish the side on which you intend to operate. In windows, this is the inner side. Then with your brush, lay on it very equably a good coat of the prepared varnish. Let this dry for an hour, more or less, according to the dryness of the atmosphere and the thickness of the coat of varnish. Meantime, cut and trim your designs carefully to fit the glass. If it is one entire transparent sheet, you will find little trouble. Then lay them on a piece of paper, face downwards, and damp the back of them with a sponge, applied several times to equalize the moisture. In this operation, arrange your time so that your designs may now be finally left to dry for 15 minutes before application to the glass, the varnish on which has now become tacky or sticky, and in a proper state to receive them. Apply the printed side next to the glass without pressure. Endeavor to let your sheet fall perfectly level and smooth onto your glass, so that you may avoid leaving creases, which would be fatal. Take now your palette, lay it flat on the design, and press out all the air bubbles, commencing in the center and working them out at the sides. An ivory stick will be found useful in removing creases. You now leave this to dry, and after 24 hours, apply a slight coat of the liqueur diaphane, leaving it on another day. When, if dry, apply a second coat of the same kind, which must be left for several days. Finally, apply a coat of varnish over all. 2554. Probable results. If these directions are carefully followed, your glass will never be affected by time or any variations in the weather, It will defy hail, rain, frost, and dust, and can be washed the same as ordinary stained glass, to which in some respects it is even superior. 2555. Application of diaphany. It is impossible to enumerate the variety of articles to the manufacture of which diaphany may be successfully applied, as it is not confined to glass, but can be done on silk, parchment, paper, linen, etc., after they have been made transparent, which may be accomplished in the following manner. 2556. Management of paper, etc. Stretch your paper, or whatever it may be, on a frame or drawing board, then apply 2 successive coats, a day between each, of diaphanous liquor, and after leaving it to dry for several days, cover it with a thin layer of very clear size, and when dry it will be in a fit state to receive the coat of varnish and the designs. 2557. Management of textile fabrics. Silk, linen, or other stuffs should be more carefully stretched, and receive a thicker coat of size than the paper or parchment. The latter may be strained on a drawing or any other smooth board by damping the sheet, and after pasting the edges, stretching it down while damp. Silk, linen, and other stuffs require to be carefully stretched on a suitable frame. Whatever you use, take great care to allow time to dry before applying the liquor diaphane. 2558. Screens, etc. in diaphany. All kinds of screens, lampshades, and glasses, lanterns, etc., etc., may be made in this way, as heat will produce no effect upon them. The transparent pictures are successful, because they may be hung on a window frame or removed at will, and the window blinds are superior to anything of that kind yet produced. 2559. Vitrimony. Vitrimony is a process of imitating painting on glass similar to diaphany, and potichamony is a process of like nature by which glass plates, vases, etc. are made to resemble porcelain. 2560. Decalomany. This recently discovered and beautiful art consists in transferring colored drawings to glass, porcelain, china, wood, silk, furniture, plaster of Paris, alabaster, ivory, paper, paper hangings, windows, tea trays, oilcloth, and all kinds of fancy articles, in short, materials of any kind, shape, or size, provided they possess a smooth surface, can be decorated with decalomany, the immediate result being an exact resemblance to painting by hand. The art itself is simple and ingenious, and while affording agreeable occupation to ladies, it may be made to serve many useful purposes, on account of the numerous objects which will admit of being thus ornamented. 2561. Materials employed in decalocomany. 1. A bottle of transfer varnish for fixing the drawings. 2. A bottle of light varnish to pass over the drawings when fixed. 3. A bottle of spirit to clean the brushes and to remove those pictures which may not be successful. 4. A piece of beaver cloth about 9 inches square. 5. A paper knife and roller. 6. 2 or 3 camel hair brushes. 7. A basin of water. 8. A bottle of opaque varnish. 2562. Instructions. Thoroughly clean and free from grease the article to be decorated. Then, having cut off the white paper margin of the drawing, dip one of the brushes into the transfer varnish and give it a very light coat, being especially careful to cover the whole of the colored portion, but not to allow it to touch the blank paper. Then lay the drawing, face downwards, on the object to be ornamented, taking care to place it at once where it is to remain, as it would be spoilt by moving. If the varnish, on its first application, is too liquid, allow the picture to remain for about 10 minutes to set. Moisten the cloth with water, and lay it gently on the drawing which has been previously laid in its place on the object to be decorated. Then rub it over with the paper knife or roller so as to cause the print to adhere in every part. This done, remove the cloth. Well soak the paper with a camel hair brush dipped in water, and immediately after lift the paper by one corner and gently draw it off. The picture will be left on the object, while the paper will come off perfectly white. Care must be taken that the piece of cloth, without being too wet, is sufficiently so to saturate the paper completely. The drawing must now be washed with a camel hair brush in clean water to remove the surplus varnish, and then left till quite dry. On the following day, cover the picture with a light coat of the fixing varnish to give brilliancy to the colors. The Stranger in His Wretchedness. 2563. To ornament dark-colored objects. To ornament dark-colored objects, such as the bindings of books, Russia leather, blotting cases, leathern bags, etc., the picture must be previously covered with a mixture of opaque white varnish, taking care not to pass beyond the outline of the design. On the following day, proceed according to the instructions given in the preceding paragraph. 2564. To ornament silk, paper, or articles which will not bear wetting. Varnish the picture with the transfer varnish, as previously explained, following the outline of the design, then allow it to dry for an hour or two. When quite dry, pass a damp sponge over the entire surface of the sheet, so as to remove the composition which surrounds the picture, and which may spoil the object. Let the paper dry once more, and varnish the picture again with the transfer varnish. In about 10 minutes, place it face downward on the object to be decorated, and rub it with a paper knife or roller over the whole of its surface. Finally, moisten the paper with a wet brush, allow it to remain sufficiently long to become moist, then strip the paper off. To remove a spoiled picture from any object, dip a soft rag in the essence and rub it over the surface. 2565. To ensure a successful result. To ensure a successful result, care must be taken to give a very light coating of varnish to the parts to be transferred. When the varnish is first applied, it is very liquid, and must remain 10 minutes, the best condition for transferring being when the varnish is only just sticky without being too dry. 2566. The following designs will be found the most elegant and appropriate. English flowers of every variety, bouquets, tropical birds, flowers and fruits in imitation of aqua tint, garlands with cupids after Watteau, and garlands with birds, domestic scenes, pears and cherries, apples and plums, white grapes and plums, black grapes and peaches, plums and mulberries, large bouquet of roses, bouquets of moss roses and pansies, bouquets of small camellias, bouquets of wallflowers and poppies, bouquets of orange blossom, medallions, various subjects, birds' nests, Gothic initials and monogram, fleur-de-lis, borders various. 2567. Heraldic Decalcomany. Heraldic decalcomany is an extended application of this art, the arms and crests of persons or families being emblazoned in their proper colours according to the rules of heraldry, and prepared for decalcomany. Armorial bearings, thus embellished, serve admirably to ornament and identify the books of a library and pictures of a gallery, to decorate menus for dinner, the invitations to a soirée, etc. By their brilliant colours they give an elegant effect to the table decorations. End of section 75.
Section 76 of Enquire Within Upon Everything. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. Enquire Within Upon Everything by Robert Kemp Philp. Section 76. 2568. Croquet. This outdoor pastime is of comparatively modern creation, and until quite lately was very much in vogue. It may be played by persons of all ages and of either sex, but it is especially adapted for ladies and young persons, as it demands but slight personal exertion, while it affords delightful and health-giving sport. 2569. The ground. The ground is preferably a grass plot of an oblong form, but an ordinary lawn or expanse of even turf will answer the purpose so long as it is of sufficient extent for the operations of the game. 2570. Implements. The implements are balls, mallets, starting and turning pegs, croquet clips or markers, hoops or arches. 2571. Arrangement of the hoops. As much of the interest of this game depends upon the arrangement of the hoops, it is essential that they should be fixed in the ground on definite principles. In the first place, the starting peg is driven in at one end of the ground, and the turning peg is driven in at the other extremity. From each of these pegs a space of 12 feet intervenes. Here a hoop is fixed. Another space of 10 feet intervenes, when a second hoop is fixed. A space of 8 feet then succeeds, and at this point is formed what may be termed the base, on each side of which, at a distance of 20 feet, and succeeding each other at intervals of 10 feet, 3 hoops are driven in. By this arrangement a square is formed, the starting peg leading into its centre, and the turning peg leading from it. Where the ground is small, the distances may be contracted proportionally. Other arrangements of the hoops may be made at the discretion of the players, but the first named plan will be found best worthy of adoption, as it affords the most excellent opportunities for the display of address and skill. 2572. The game. The game consists in striking the balls from the starting peg through the hoops to the peg at the opposite extremity. The balls are then driven back again to the starting peg. The game may be played by any number of persons not exceeding 8. A larger number renders the game tedious. The best number is 4. If 2 only play, each player may take 2 balls, and when as many as 8 play, there should be 2 sides or sets. Each player takes a mallet, ball and croquet clip of the same color or number, the clip being used to indicate the hoop at which, in his turn, he aims. The division into sides, choice of balls, mallets, etc. is determined by the players among themselves. 2573. Laws of Croquet. In this game, as with many other sports when first established, there were differences of opinion on certain points of practice. In 1870, however, at a conference of croquet players, the following rules were settled and adopted. They are now accepted by all players. 1. There shall be no restriction to the number, weight, size, shape or material of the mallets, nor as to the attitude or position of the striker. 2. The players shall toss for choice of lead and of balls, and a succession of games shall take the lead alternately, and keep the same balls. 3. In commencing, each ball shall be placed at 1 foot from the first hoop in a direct line between the pegs, and the ball having been struck is at once in play, and croquetable, whether it shall have made the first hoop or not. 4. A stroke is considered to have been taken if a ball is moved perceptibly, but should the player have struck it accidentally, and the umpire be satisfied that the stroke was accidental, the ball is replaced and the stroke taken again. 5. If the player make a foul stroke, he loses his turn and all the points made therein, and the balls remain where they lie at the option of the adversary. The following are considered foul strokes. A. To strike with the mallet another ball instead of or beside one's own in making the stroke. B. To spoon, that is, to push a ball without an audible knock. C. To strike a ball twice in the same stroke. D. To stop a ball with the foot in taking a loose croquet. E. To allow a ball to touch the mallet in rebounding from the turning peg. F. To fail to stir the passive ball in taking croquet. G. If a player, in striking at a ball which lies against a peg or wire, should move it from its position by striking a peg or wire, the ball must be replaced and the stroke taken again. 6. A player continues to play so long as he makes a point or hits a ball. A point consists in making a hoop or hitting the turning peg in order. 7. The ball has made its hoop when, having passed through from the playing side and ceased to roll, it cannot be touched by a straight edge placed across the wires on the side from which it was played. 8. A player who hits a ball must take croquet, that is, must strike his own ball while in contact with the other, so as perceptibly to stir both. In doing this he is not allowed to place his foot on his ball. A player, when his turn comes round, may hit and croquet each ball in succession, and can do this again after each point made, but between the points can only take croquet once off each ball. 9. A playing ball which hits another after making a point is in hand, and the striker can score no point till he has taken croquet. After hitting another, a ball may be stopped by any player, but should it, in rolling, displace any of the other balls, such balls must remain where they are driven. 10. When, at the commencement of a turn, 2 balls are found touching, croquet must be taken at once, without repeating the hit. 11. When a player, in his stroke, hits 1 or more balls, he must take croquet off the ball that is struck first, but if he has hit 2 simultaneously, he may choose from which of them he will take it, and in both cases a second hit is required before he can take it from the other ball. 12. Should the ball, in making its hoop, strike another that lies beyond the hoop and then pass through it, the hoop and the hit both count. But should any part of the ball that is hit have been lying beneath the hoop, the croquet must be taken, but the hoop does not count. 13. A rover which strikes or is driven by another ball against the winning peg is out of the game and must be removed from the ground. 14. A player who pegs out a rover by a first hit cannot take croquet from it, as the ball is out of the game and he is not entitled to another stroke. 15. Should a player play out of his turn or with a wrong ball, and this be discovered by his antagonist before a second stroke in error has been made, the turn is lost, and all the points made after the mistake, and the balls shall remain as they lay at the time the mistake was discovered, or be replaced to the satisfaction of the antagonist. But if he has made a second stroke before the error is discovered, he continues his break, and the next player follows with the ball that is next in rotation to the one with which he has played, and is liable to lose his turn and all points made therein if he plays with that which would have been the right ball if no mistake had been made. 16. Should a player make the wrong hoop by mistake, or croquet a ball that he is not entitled to croquet, and the mistake be discovered before he has made a second stroke, he loses his turn, and any point so made in error. But if he has made a second stroke before the discovery, he shall be allowed to continue his break. 17. In order to prevent the occurrence of the errors noticed in the above rules, numbers 15 and 16, a player is bound, upon being appealed to declare truly what is his next hoop or point in order, and is entitled to demand of his antagonist what he has played last, and to insist upon his clip being properly placed. 18. When clips are used, they should be moved by the umpire, or with his cognizance, at the end of each turn, and their position shall be conclusive as to the position of the balls in the game. 19. Should a ball in play be accidentally stopped by the umpire, he places it where he considers that it would have rolled to. Should it be stopped by a player, it will rest with the side opposed to that player to say whether the ball shall remain where it stopped, or be placed by the umpire, or the stroke be taken again. 20. If a ball lies within a mallet's length of the boundary, and is not the playing ball, it must at once be put out 3 feet at right angles from the boundary. But if it is the playing ball, it may, at the discretion of the player, either be put out or played from where it lies. 21. If it is found that the height of the boundary interferes with the stroke, the player may, at the umpire's discretion, bring out the ball so far as to allow of the free swing of the mallet, and in taking a croquet both the balls. 22. Should a player, in trying to make his hoop, knock a wire out of the ground with his ball or mallet, the stroke shall be taken again. 23. Any player may set upright a peg or hoop, except the one next in order, and that, however loose, awry, or slanting it may be, must not be altered except by the umpire. 24. No ball may be moved because of its lying in a hole or on bad ground, except by the umpire or with his permission. 25. Where there is no umpire present, permission to move a ball, or to set up a hoop or peg or other indulgence for which an umpire would have been appealed to, must be asked of the other side. 26. The decision of the umpire shall in all cases be final. His duties are: A. To move the clips, or see that they are properly moved. B. To decide on the application of the laws. C. To satisfy any player as to the point that is next to be made, or the right ball to play. D. To keep the score. But he shall not give his opinion, or notice any error that may be made, unless appealed to by one of the players. 27. It was also decided that the mallet should be held within 12 inches of its head. 2574. Supplementary laws. The following were added from the Draft Club laws of Croquet. 1. If a ball be driven partly through its hoop from the non-playing side, and remain so that a straight edge placed in contact with the hoop on the non-playing side touches the ball cannot run its hoop at its next stroke. 2. If in taking croquet the striker's ball go off the ground, the striker loses the remainder of his turn. But if by the same stroke the striker make a point or a croquet, he continues his turn. 3. If, after a croquet, the striker's ball, while rolling, be touched by the striker or his partner, the stroke is foul. 2575. Difference between old and new laws. The chief difference, says Captain Crawley, between these and previous laws will be found in the method of taking the croquet. The new laws say that the foot must not be placed on the player's ball. The generally accepted practice was to take the croquet by putting your foot on your ball and striking it so as to send the other ball off to a distance, or if the other ball belonged to your partner, to merely tap it in the direction desired. The foot practice is still observed by many players. and some think with advantage. 2576. Technical terms used in croquet. 1. Roquet. To strike another ball with your own. 2. Croquet. When two balls are in contact, the player strikes the other away, either with or without putting the foot on your own ball, as may be previously arranged. 3. A loose croquet is made by striking your opponent's ball without putting your foot on your own ball. In taking 2 off, it is, however, necessary that the ball should be seen to move. 4. Wired. A ball is in contact with the hoop so as to prevent it going through. 5. Bridge ball. One that has passed the first arch. 6. Dead ball. One in hand after having roqueted another. 7. To peg. To play for either of the pegs in regular order. 8. The tour. The run given to each player till he fails to strike through a hoop. 9. To dismiss a ball is to croquet it to a distance. 10. Rover. You become a rover when you have completed the hoops from point to point, and instead of hitting the starting peg and retiring, you prefer to strike your ball to any part of the ground, croqueting friends or foes. 11. The terms side stroke, straight stroke, following ball, overrunning a bridge, running a bridge, etc. explain themselves. 2577. Bagatelle. An indoor game played on an oblong board usually from 6 to 10 feet long by 1.5 feet to 3 feet in width. The bed of the table is of slate covered with a fine green cloth, and at the upper end, which is rounded, there are 9 holes or cups numbered from 1 to 9. Thus, first row 5, second row 3, 2, third row 8, 9, 7, fourth row 4, 6, last row 1, forming a diamond shape. Into these holes ivory balls are driven by a leather-pointed cue. The player stands at the lower end of the table, and his object is to hold the balls successively into the several cups. 9 balls are used, 8 white and 1 red, or 7 white with 2 colored balls. The red is placed on a spot just in front of the 1 hole, and the game is played according to the following. 2578. Rules. 1. Any number of persons may play, whether singly or on sides. 2. Each player strings for lead, and he whose ball falls into the highest hole begins. 3. The winner of the lead plays the 9 balls successively up the table from baulk, first striking at the red ball on the spot. 4. The red ball counts double when holed, and each white ball scores to its game a number corresponding to that marked in the hole. When 2 colored balls are used, each count double. 5. The red ball must be first struck, and the rest of the balls are played up to the holes, the sum total of all the holes filled being the striker's score. 6. Any number of rounds agreed on may be played, and the highest aggregate total by a player or by partners wins the game. 7. A ball rebounding beyond the baulk line, or forced off the table, is put aside, and not reused in that round. 2579. The French game, or sans égal. The French game, or sans égal, is played as follows. The player who wins the lead takes 4 balls, leaving the other 4 for his opponent, and placing the black ball on the spot. He plays at it from baulk, and scores all he can. The other player then strikes up one of his balls, and so on alternately, the maker of the highest number of points winning. While the colored ball is on the table, it must be struck, and when it is holed, it counts double, in addition to any other score made by the same stroke. If either player hole his adversary's ball, he forfeits to him the number scored by the stroke. If he failed to strike the black ball, he forfeits 5 points. The rules as to rebounding balls foul strokes, etc. are the same as in the ordinary game. 2580. Old Cannon Game. Old Cannon Game, sometimes played on a table without holes or pockets, consists entirely of cannons, 2 balls struck in succession by the player's ball. The game, 50 or 100 up, each cannon counting 2 points, is played with 3 balls only, a white, spot white and black or red ball. When played on the ordinary bagatelle table, the holes filled after making a cannon score to the player. 1 point is forfeited for missing the white, 5 points for missing the red, and all points made without a cannon. The players go on alternately, the first who scores the stipulated number winning the game. End of section 76.
Section 77 of Enquire Within Upon Everything. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Fournier, Centerville, Virginia, USA. Enquire Within Upon Everything by Robert Kemp Philp. Section 77. 2581. Other Games. Mississippi, True Madame, Cockamaroo, and other toy games are sometimes played on the bagatelle table, but they need no description. To play well at any of the games, however, requires great care and nicety. Much depends on the manner of holding and using the cue, and the slight degree of force employed in making the stroke. Some experts are able to fill all the holes at one essay, placing the colored balls in the 8 and 7 at the first stroke, and then playing direct at the cups or at the cushion till all the balls are holed. At the French game, 100 or more cannons at a break is by no means unusual. 2582. Billiards. This well-known game of skill is played on a rectangular table with 3 ivory balls, white, spot white, and red, the object being to drive one or other of them into either of the 6 pockets, and to strike 1 ball against the 2 others. The first stroke is known as a hazard, and the second as a cannon. The instrument for striking at the ball is a long tapering stick called a cue, and the game is scored by hazards, cannons, misses, and forfeitures. The ball struck with the cue is known as the player's ball. The ball played as the object ball. The ball struck into a pocket is a winning hazard. The player's ball falling into a pocket after contact with the white or red is a losing hazard. 3 principal games are played on the billiard table: the English game or billiards, pyramids, and pool. 2583. English billiards. English billiards, the best of all the games, is usually played 50 or 100 up. The points are thus reckoned: 3 for each red hazard, 2 for each white hazard, and 2 for each cannon. A coup, that is running in a pocket or off the table without striking a ball, is a forfeiture of 3 points. 2583. English billiards. English billiards, the best of all the games, is usually played 50 or 100 up. The points are thus reckoned: 3 for each red hazard, 2 for each white hazard, and 2 for each cannon. A coup, that is running in a pocket or off the table without striking a ball, is a forfeiture of 3 points. A miss gives 1 point to the adversary. The game commences by stringing for lead and choice of balls. The red ball is placed on the spot at the top of the table, and the first player either strikes at it or gives a miss. Every time the red ball is pocketed, it is replaced on the spot. He who makes a hazard or cannon goes on playing till he fails to score. Then the other goes on, and so they play alternately till one or the other completes the required number of points and wins the game. 2584. Pyramids. Pyramids is a game played by 2 persons, or by 4 in sides, 2 against 2. 15 balls are placed close together in the form of a triangle or pyramid, with the apex towards the player. Thus, 5 balls in the first row, 4 balls in the second row, 3 balls in the third row, 2 balls in the fourth row, and 1 ball in the last row. The center of the apex ball covers the second or pyramid spot, and the first player strikes at the mass with a white ball from baulk. Pyramids is a game consisting entirely of winning hazards, and he who succeeds in pocketing the greatest number of balls wins. A single point is scored for each winning hazard, and a forfeiture of a point for each losing hazard. The game being usually played for a stake, so much, say 6 pence, a ball, and so much, say 1 shilling 6 pence for the game. 2585. Pool. A game played by 2 or more persons, consisting of winning hazard only. Each player subscribes a certain stake to form a pool or gross sum, and at starting has 3 chances or lives. He is then provided with a marked or colored ball, and the game proceeds thus. The white ball is placed on the spot, and the red is played to it from bulk. If the player pocket the white, he receives the price of a life from the owner of the ball. If he fail, the next player, yellow, plays on the red, and so on alternately, till all have played or till a ball is pocketed. When a ball is pocketed, the player strikes at the ball nearest his own, and goes on playing as long as he can score. The first player who loses his 3 lives can star. That is, he can purchase as many lives as are held by the lowest number remaining in the pool. The order of play is usually red upon white, yellow upon red, green upon yellow, brown upon green, blue upon brown, black upon blue, spot white upon black, white upon spot white, and this order is retained so long as all the original players remain in the game. When the number of players is reduced to 2, they can, if they possess an equality of lives, as 2 each or 1 each, divide the stake, or they may by agreement play out the game for the entire pool. 2586. Single pool. Single pool is a game for 2 players, the white winning game, originally played with 2 balls, for a money stake upon each life. 2587. Nearest ball pool. Nearest ball pool is the same as ordinary pool, except that the player, after taking a life, plays upon the ball nearest to the upper or outer side of the bulk. Or, if his ball be in hand, upon the ball nearest the bulk, semicircle. 2588. Black pool. Black pool is ordinary pool, with the addition of a black ball, which is placed on the center spot. When, after pocketing the ball proper to be played on, the black is struck into a pocket, each player pays the price of a life to the striker. 2589. Skittle pool. Skittle pool is pool with 3 balls and 12 little skittles, placed in order round the table. A stake is determined on, and a price paid out of the pool for every skittle knocked over after striking a ball. An amusing game for a party of ladies and gentlemen. 2590. Penny pot. Penny pot is pool without restriction as to the number of lives, played by any number of players, who pay a penny each to the taker of every life or winning hazard. For the scientific principles of billiards, and the full rules of the several games played on the billiard table, the reader is referred to the excellent little shilling volume, Billiards Made Easy. Footnote 1. Billiards Made Easy, with the scientific principles of the spot stroke and the side stroke, familiarly explained, by winning hazard, illustrated by practical diagrams, with a chapter on bagatelle, Houlston and Sons. End of footnote 1. And the more elaborate treatise by Captain Crawley. 2591. Boss, or the 15 puzzle. Apparently simple, this game is really difficult of solution. 15 cubes of wood, severally marked from 1 to 15, are placed indifferently in a box made to hold 16. Thus, the puzzle consists in sliding the cubes from square to square, without lifting them or removing them from the box, until they are placed in their natural order. It is easy enough to move the squares up to 12, but to get the last 3 into order is often a puzzle indeed. If the figures fall in either of the following positions, 13, 15, 14, 14, 13, 15, or 15, 14, 13, the problem is unsolvable. It follows, therefore, that the last row must be either 14, 15, 13, or 15, 13, 14. If you get the cubes into either of these positions, you can easily bring them all right. But if you cannot, the only way is to begin the game all over again. Several other ways are suggested. Cavendish, Mr. H. Jones, thinks he solves the puzzle by turning the box half round. But as this is only possible when the figures are on circular pieces of wood, his solution merely cuts the knot, instead of unraveling it. 2592. The 34 puzzle. This is an adaptation of the old magic square, which amused the philosophers of old. A sketch of it appears in Albert Durer's painting of Melancholia. 16 discs or squares, numbered from 1 to 16, are placed indifferently on the table, or they may be in the 15 box, and the puzzle is to so arrange them as to make the sum of the figures add up to 34, whether counted up, down, across, or angularly. Here is the solution. This is the simplest, but a more elaborate plan is to so arrange the figures that any form of the blocks will form a square sum of 34. See the annex solution, which the ingenious in may still further complicate. 2593. Fox and Geese. This old-fashioned game is played on a solitaire board. 17 geese occupy the upper part of the board lines, with the fox in the middle, thus. The object of the game is to confine the fox in a corner so that he cannot move. The geese march forward in straight lines, not on the diagonals, and whenever a goose is on the spot next the fox, the latter can take him, as in draughts, by jumping over to the vacant spot behind. The fox can move backwards, forwards, or sideways on the straight lines, but the geese must go forward and are not allowed to retreat. Properly played, the geese must win. But when the number of geese is reduced to 6, it is impossible for them to confine the fox. There are several ways of playing the game: by placing the fox and geese in other positions, or by insisting on the fox catching all the geese. In the latter case, the fox chooses his own starting place. The game may also be played with 8 geese and a fox. Another way of playing this game is on an ordinary draft board, with 4 white men for the geese and a black king for the fox. The geese can only move forward, but the fox moves either way. The object of the geese is to pen up the fox so that he cannot move. The object of the fox is to break through the line of defense. If the game be properly played, the geese must win. Place them on the draft board thus. The secret is to keep the geese in a line. The fox tries to prevent this, and if he can succeed in doubling the geese, or getting one to stand before the other, he is nearly surely to pass through them. 2594. The Royal Game of Goose. In the old German game, the figure of a goose is printed on a large sheet of paper and divided into 63 squares or divisions. The object of the players, any number of whom may join in the game, is to make 63 points by successive throws of 2 dice. A pool is made by equal contributions by the players, the first of whom gaining the required number wins. The players throw alternately and add each individual throw to that already made. Each player's position is shown on the goose by a counter, a wafer, or any small article. Any number beyond 63 sends the thrower back as many points as he exceeds 63. Thus, if he were 58, and by a 6 and 5 he threw 11, he would go forward 5 squares to 63, and back 6 squares from 63. In addition to this, certain numbers on the goose are barred, and if the player make them, he is fined 2 counters, which are added to the pool. The numbered goose is sold at most toy shops, but a numbered draft board will serve as well. 2595. Troco, or lawn billiards. This is a game that may be played by any number of persons in a field or open space. The implements are wooden balls and long-handled cues at the ends of which are spoon-like ovals of iron. In the center of the troco ground is fixed a ring of iron, which moves freely on a pivot, the spike of the ring being driven into a piece of wood let into the ground. The wooden ball is lifted from the ground by means of the spoon-ended cue and thrown towards the ring, the object of the player being to pass the ball through the ring, and he who succeeds in making any given number of points by fairly ringing his ball or cannoning against the other balls wins the game. Cannons are made by the player striking 2 balls successively with his own ball fairly delivered from his spoon. Thus, says the most recent writer on the game, a clever player may make a large number of points, 5, 7, or more at a stroke, 2 the first cannon, 2 for a second cannon, and 3 for the ring. This, however, is very seldom accomplished. Considerable skill is required in throwing the ball, as the ring, turning freely on its pivot, twists round on being struck. To make the ring, it is necessary, therefore, that the ball be thrown fairly through its center. But in order to get nearer to it, a judicious player will endeavor to make 2 or 3 cannons, if the balls lie within a convenient distance, and at a proper angle to each other. If the ball be thrown with sufficient force, it will glance off from the ball struck in a line corresponding to its first or original line of projection. 2596. Rules. 1. Troco may be played by 2 or more persons, each of whom is provided with a ball and a cue. When more than 2 play, sides are chosen, and the side which first makes the requisite number of points wins the game. 2. The players stand in a circle, in the center of which is set up the pivot ring. 3. Each player starts from any portion of the circle distant not less than 4 yards from the ring. The first player lifts his ball with the spoon cue and throws it towards the ring, each of the others taking his turn alternately, the balls remaining on the ground where they stop rolling. 4. If the first player fail to make his ring, the next goes on, who may either throw at the ring or at the ball in the circle. 5. Partners may assist each other in getting near the ring, but no player at starting may step within 4 yards of the ring. 6. 2 points are counted for every cannon, and 3 for every fairly made ring, and successive points are reckoned for any number of rings or cannons. 7. Each player goes on till he fails to cannon or ring his ball, when the next plays, and so on, till the required number of points are made. 8. 1 point is taken off the player's score for every foul stroke. Foul strokes are made by touching a ball with hand or person while it is in play, by playing with a wrong ball, by playing out of turn, by overturning the ring, and by making 2 or more steps while throwing the ball. 9. Each player after the start must go on from the place at which his ball was left after the previous stroke. 10. All disputed points must be settled by the umpire, whose decision is final. 11. No ball in play must be removed from its position except by a stroke from another ball, and every ball is considered to be in play while it is within the circle, which may be of any dimensions chosen by the players previous to the commencement of the game. 12. Any player leaving a game before it is finished loses it. The game is played 15, 21, or any other determined number of points. The balls should be perfectly round and smooth. They are generally made of boxwood or lingam vitae and weigh from about 3 to 5 pounds each. The balls, cues, etc. are sold by most dealers in croquet implements. End of section 77.
Section 78 of Enquire Within Upon Everything. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Avai in September 2015. Enquire Within Upon Everything by Robert Kemp Philp. Section 78. 2597. Habits of a Man of Business. A sacred regard to the principles of justice forms the basis of every transaction and regulates the conduct of the upright man of business. The following statements afford a bird's-eye view, as it were, of his habits, practice, and mode of procedure. 1. He is strict in keeping his engagements. 2. He does nothing carelessly or in a hurry. 3. He employs nobody to do what he can easily do himself. 4. He keeps everything in its proper place. 5. He leaves nothing undone that ought to be done and which circumstances permit him to do. 6. He keeps his designs and business from the view of others. 7. He is prompt and decisive with his customers and does not overtrade his capital. 8. He prefers short credits to long ones and cash to credit at all times, either in buying or selling, and small profits in credit cases with little risk to the chance of better gains with more hazard. 9. He is clear and explicit in all his bargains. 10. He leaves nothing of consequence to memory which he can and ought to commit to writing. 11. He keeps copies of all his important letters which he sends away, and has every letter, invoice, etc. belonging to his business titled, classed, and put away. 12. He never suffers his desk to be confused by many papers lying upon it. 13. He is always at the head of his business, well knowing that if he leaves it, it will leave him. 14. He holds it as a maxim that he whose credit is suspected is not one to be trusted. 15. He is constantly examining his books and sees through all his affairs as far as care and attention will enable him. 16. He balances regularly at stated times, and then makes out and transmits all his accounts current to his customers, both at home and abroad. 17. He avoids as much as possible all sorts of accommodation in money matters, and lawsuits where there is the least hazard. 18. He is economical in his expenditure, always living within his income. 19. He keeps a memorandum book in his pocket, in which he notes every particular relative to appointments, addresses, and petty cash matters. 20. He is cautious how he becomes security for any person, and he is generous when urged by motives of humanity. Let a man act strictly to these habits, ever remembering that he hath no profits by his pains, whom Providence doth not prosper, and success will attend his efforts. 2598. Taking a shop or place of business. If you are about to take a place of business, you will do well to consider the following remarks. 2599. Small capitalists. Let us take the case of a person who has no intimate knowledge of any particular trade, but having a very small capital, is about to embark it in the exchange of commodities for cash, in order to obtain an honest livelihood thereby. It is clear that unless such a person starts with proper precaution and judgment, the capital will be expended without adequate results, rent and taxes will accumulate, the stock will lie dead or become deteriorated, and loss and ruin must follow. For the last absorption acting upon a small capital will soon dry up its source, and we need not picture the trouble that will arise when the mainspring of a tradesman's success abides by him no more. 2600. Larger capitalists. The case of the larger capitalist can scarcely be considered an exception to the same rule, for it is probable that the larger capitalist, upon commencing a business, would sink more of his funds in a larger stock, would incur liability to a heavier rent, and the attendant taxes, the wages of assistants and servants, would be greater, and, therefore, if the return came not speedily, similar consequences must sooner or later ensue. 2601. Localities. Large or small capitalists should, therefore, upon entering on a shopkeeping speculation, consider well the nature of the locality in which they propose to carry on trade, the number of the population, the habits and wants of the people, and the extent to which they are already supplied with the goods which the new adventurer proposes to offer them. 2602. New neighborhoods. There is a tendency among small capitalists to rush into new neighborhoods with the expectation of making an early connection. Low rents also serve as an attraction to these localities. General experience, however, tends to show that the early suburban shops seldom succeed. They are generally entered upon at the very earliest moment that the state of the locality will permit. Often before the house is finished, the shop is tenanted, and goods exposed for sale, even while the streets are unpaved and while the roads are as rough and uneven as country lanes. The consequence is that as the few inhabitants of these localities have frequent communication with adjacent centres of business, they, as a matter of habit or of choice, supply their chief wants thereat, and the newly arrived shopkeeper has to depend principally for support upon the accidental forgetfulness of his neighbour, who omits to bring something from the cheaper and better market, or upon the changes of the weather, which may sometimes favour him by rendering a trip to town exceedingly undesirable. 2603. Failures. While the grass is growing, the horse is starving, and thus, while the new district is becoming peopled, the funds of the small shopkeeper are gradually eaten up, and he puts up his shutters just at the time when a more cautious speculator steps in to profit by the connection already formed, and to take advantage of the new improved condition of the locality. It seems, therefore, desirable for the small capitalists rather to run the risk of a more expensive rent in a well-peopled district than to resort to places of slow and uncertain demand, for the welfare of the small shopkeeper depends entirely upon the frequency with which his limited stock is cleared out and replaced by fresh supplies. 2604. Precautions. But should the small capitalist still prefer opening in a suburban district where competition is less severe and rents and rates less burdensome, there are certain precautions which he will do well to observe. He should particularly guard against opening a shop to supply what may be termed the superfluities of life, for the inhabitants of new suburban districts are those who, like himself, have resorted to a cheap residence for the sake of economy. Or, if this be not the case, if they are people of independent means who prefer the detached villa to the town house, squeezed up on both sides, they have the means of riding and driving to town, and will prefer choosing articles of taste and luxury from the best marts, enriched by the finest display. 2605. Necessaries or luxuries. The suburban shopkeeper should, therefore, confine himself to supplying the necessaries of life. Hungry people dislike to fetch their bread from 5 miles off, and to bring vegetables from a long distance would evidently be a matter of considerable inconvenience. The baker, the butcher, the greengrocer, the beer retailer, etc., are those who find their trade first established in suburban localities. And not until these are doing well should the tailor, the shoemaker, the hatter, the draper, the hosier, and others expect to find a return for their capital in reward for their labor. 2606. Civility. In larger localities where competition abounds, the small shopkeeper frequently outstrips his more powerful rival by one element of success, which may be added to any stock without cost, but cannot be withheld without loss. That element is civility. It has already been spoken of elsewhere, but must be enforced here as aiding the little means of the small shopkeeper to a wonderful degree. A kind and obliging manner carries with it an indescribable charm. It must not be a manner which indicates a mean, grovelling, time-serving spirit, but a plain, open, and agreeable demeanour, which seems to desire to oblige for the pleasure of doing so, and not for the sake of squeezing an extra penny out of a customer's pocket. 2607. Integrity. The sole reliance of the shopkeeper should be in the integrity of his transactions and in the civility of his demeanour. He should make it the interest and the pleasure of the customer to come to his shop. If he does this, he will form the very best connections, and so long as he continues this system of business, they will never desert him. 2608. Duties of a shopkeeper. He should cheerfully render his best labour and knowledge to serve those who approach his counter and place confidence in his transactions. Make himself alike to rich and poor, but never resort to mean subterfuge and deception to gain approbation and support. He should be frugal in his expenditure, that in deriving profits from trade he may not trespass unduly upon the interests of others. He should so hold the balance between man and man that he should feel nothing to reprove his conscience when the day comes for him to repose from his labours and live upon the fruits of his industry. Let the public discover such a man, and they will flock around him for their own sakes. 2609. A very useful book. A very useful book, The Handybook of Shopkeeping, Shopkeeper's Guide, Houlston and Sons, London, published at 1 shilling, enlarges upon these subjects in a very able manner, and gives most useful hints to people in every department of trade. 2610. Early rising. The difference between rising every morning at 6 and 8 in the course of 40 years amounts to 29,200 hours, or 3 years, 121 days and 16 hours, which are equal to 8 hours a day for exactly 10 years. So that rising at 6 will be the same as if 10 years of life, a weighty consideration, were added, wherein we may command 8 hours every day for the cultivation of our minds and the dispatch of business. 26.11. Frugality. 1. The great philosopher, Dr. Franklin, inspired the mouthpiece of his own eloquence, Poor Richard, with many a gem of purest ray serene, encased in the homely garb of proverbial truisms. On the subject of frugality we cannot do better than take the worthy mentor for our text, and from it address our remarks. A man may, if he knows not how to save as he gets, quote, keep his nose all his life to the grindstone, and die not worth a groat at last. A fat kitchen makes a lean will. End quote. Quote, many estates are spent in getting, since women for tea forsook spinning and knitting, and men for punch forsook hewing and splitting. End quote. 2. If you would be wealthy, think of saving as well as of getting. The Indies have not made Spain rich, because her outgoes are greater than her incomes. 3. Away with your expensive follies, and you will not have so much cause to complain of hard times, heavy taxes, and chargeable families. 4. What maintains one vice would bring up 2 children. 5. You may think, perhaps, that a little tea, or superfluities now and then, diet a little more costly, clothes a little finer, and a little entertainment now and then, can be no great matter, but remember, many a little makes a mickle. 6. Beware of little expenses. A small leak will sink a great ship, as Poor Richard says, and again, who dainties love shall beggars prove. And moreover, fools make feasts, and white men eat them. 7. Here you are all got together to this sale of fineries and knick-knacks. You call them goods, but if you do not take care they will prove evils to some of you. You expect they will be sold cheap, and perhaps they may, for less than they cost, but if you have no occasion for them, they must be dear to you. 8. Remember what Poor Richard says, buy what thou hast no need of, and ere long thou shalt sell thy necessaries. 9. At a great pennyworth, pause a while. He means perhaps that the cheapness is apparent only, and not real, or the bargain, by straightening thee in thy business, may do thee more harm than good, for in another place he says, many have been ruined by buying good pennyworths. 10. It is foolish to lay out money in the purchase of repentance, and yet this folly is practised every day at auctions for want of minding the almanac. 26.12. Cash and Credit. If you would get rich, don't deal in bill books. Credit is the tempter in a new shape. Buy goods on trust, and you will purchase 1,000 articles that cash would never have dreamed of. A shilling in the hand looks larger than 10 shillings seen through the perspective of a 3 months' bill. Cash is practical, while credit takes horribly to taste and romance. Let cash buy a dinner, and you will have a beefsteak flanked with onions. Send credit to market, and he will return with 8 pairs of woodcocks and a peck of mushrooms. Credit believes in diamond pins and champagne suppers. Cash is more easily satisfied. Give him 3 meals a day, and he doesn't care much if 2 of them are made up of roasted potatoes and a little salt. Cash is a good adviser, while credit is a good fellow to be on visiting terms with. If you want double chins and contentment, do business with cash. 26.13. Hints upon money matters. Have a supply of change in hand, shillings, sixpences, halfpence. This will obviate the various inconveniences of keeping people at the door, sending out at unreasonable times, and running or calling after any inmate in the house supposed to be better provided with the needful. The tradespeople with whom you regularly deal will always give you extra change, when you are making purchases or paying bills, while those to whom you apply for it on a sudden emergency may neither be willing nor able to do so. Some housekeepers object to this arrangement, that as soon as £5 notes or sovereigns are changed, they always seem to go, without their understanding how, but to such persons I would humbly intimate that this is rather the fault of their not getting understanding than any inevitable consequence of getting change. The fact is that it is the necessity of parting with your money which obliges you to get the larger pieces changed, and not the circumstance of having smaller coin that necessitates your parting with your money, though it certainly facilitates your doing so when the necessity arrives. However, as it is easier to count a few sovereigns than many shillings, and loose money is most objectionable, it is well to put up reserve change in small collective packets, and to replenish the housekeeping purse from these, daily or weekly, as may be most convenient. Death does not blow a trumpet. 2614. Save time and trouble. If money for daily expenses has to pass through the hands of a servant, it is a time and trouble-saving plan to settle with her every night, and to make up her cash in hand to a certain similar sum. This will prevent such puzzling calculations as the following. Let me see. I gave you 10 shillings on Saturday, and 9 pence the day before. Was it 9 pence? No, it must have been 11 pence, for I gave you 1 shilling, and you gave me 1 penny out for the beggar. Then there was 6 shillings 6 pence on Monday, and 8 pence you owed me from last money, and then the 1 shilling 6 pence your master gave you for a parcel. You brought him 2 pennies back, and 3 pence half out of the butcher's bill. No, you had to give 3 halfpence to the butcher, but you came to me for the halfpence, and I had no coppers, so we still owe him the halfpence. By the way, don't forget to pay him the next time you go. Then there's the baker. No, I paid the baker myself, and I think the housemaid paid the butterman. But you got in the cheese the day before, and I have a sort of recollection that I may possibly owe you for that, all but a few pence you must have had left of mine, that I told you to take off from the chimney-piece. Well, cook, I think that's nearly all. Now, how do your accounts stand? This the poor cook, who is a cook and not a conjurer, finds it no easy matter to discover. All that she is quite certain of is that her disbursements have somewhat exceeded her receipts, and being an honest woman, though a poor one, she wishes to cheat neither her mistress nor herself, but what with her memory, and her want of it, her involved payments and different receipts, what she owed her mistress and what her mistress owes her, what she got from her master and what was partly settled by the housemaid, the balance from the butcher's bill and the intricacies of the cheese account, the poor woman is perfectly bewildered. She counts again and again, recapitulates her mistress's data and her own, sums upwards, backwards, and forwards, and endeavours to explain the differences between them. Then, if she can read and write, she brings her slate to explain the explanation, and the united calculations of maid and mistress, which are after all entirely unavailing to produce a more correct account, probably consume more time and are expressed in more words than would suffice to fill another volume like the present. 2 minutes daily reckoning from a regular sum in hand would do the business effectually, and prevent either party from being out of pocket or out of temper. Thus, for instance, the maid has her usual sum of 5 shillings to account for. She pays during the day for bread, 1 shilling 9 pence, beer, 6 pence, vegetable and fruit, 10 pence, milk, 4 pence, matches, 1 penny, parcel, 1 shilling, total 4 shillings 6 pence. This is easily reckoned even by the unlearned. The mistress enters the items in her day-book, takes the remaining 6 pence, and again gives her servant 5 shillings in convenient change, to be as readily accounted for on the succeeding day. Home truths for home peace, or muddle defeated. Time brings everything to those who can wait. 26:15. Don't run in debt. Don't run in debt. Never mind, if your clothes are faded and torn. Mend them up, make them do. It is better by far than to have the heart weary and worn. Who'll love you the more for the shape of your hat, or your ruff, or the tie of your shoe, the cut of your vest or your boots or cravat, if they know you're in debt for the new? There's no comfort, I tell you, in walking the street in fine clothes if you know you're in debt, and feel that, perchance, you some tradesman may meet, who will sneer, they're not paid for yet. Good friends, let me beg of you, don't run in debt. If the chairs and the sofas are old, they will fit your back better than any new set, unless they are paid for with gold. If the house is too small, draw the closer together, keep it warm with a hearty good will. A big one unpaid for in all kinds of weather will send to your warm-hearted chill. Don't run in debt. Now, dear girls, take a hint, if the fashions have changed since last season. Old nature is out in the very same tint, and old nature, we think, has some reason. But just say to your friend that you cannot afford to spend time to keep up with the fashion, that your purse is too light and your honour too bright to be tarnished with such silly passion. Men, don't run in debt. Let your friends, if they can, have fine houses and feathers and flowers, but unless they are paid for, be more of a man than to envy their sunshiny hours. If you've money to spare, I have nothing to say, spend your silver and gold as you please, but mind you, the man who his bill has to pay is the man who is never at ease. Kind husbands, don't run into debt any more. 'Twill fill your wife's cup full of sorrow, to know that a neighbour may call at your door with a claim you must settle tomorrow. Oh, take my advice, it is good, it is true, but, lest you may some of you doubt it, I'll whisper a secret now, seeing 'tis you. I have tried it, and know all about it. The chain of a debtor is heavy and cold, its links all corrosion and rust. Gild it o'er as you will, it is never of gold, then spurn it aside with disgust. End of section 78.
Section 79 of Enquire Within Upon Everything. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Betty B. Enquire Within Upon Everything by Robert Kemp Philp. Section 79. 2616. Carving, Ceremonies of the Table, etc. A dinner table should be well laid, well lighted, and always afford a little spare room. It is better to invite one friend less in number than to destroy the comfort of the whole party. 2617. The laying out of a table. The laying out of a table must greatly depend upon the nature of the dinner or supper, the taste of the host, the description of the company, and the appliances possessed. It would be useless, therefore, to lay down specific rules. The whiteness of the tablecloth, the clearness of glass, the polish of plate, and the judicious distribution of ornamental groups of fruits and flowers are matters deserving the utmost attention. 2618. A sideboard. A sideboard will greatly relieve a crowded table, upon which may be placed many things incidental to the successive courses until they are required. 2619. Menu. A bill of fare or menu at large dinner parties where there are several courses should be provided neatly inscribed upon small tablets and distributed about the table that the diners may know what there is to come. 2620. Napkins. Napkins should be folded neatly. The French method, which is very easy, of folding the napkin like a fan, placing it in a glass, and spreading out the upper part is very pleasing, but the English method of folding is like a slipper, and placing the bread inside its folds is convenient as well as neat. As the virtue is in the tree, such is the fruit. 2621. Bread. Bread should be cut into thick squares, the last thing after the table is laid. If cut too early, it becomes dry. A tray should be provided in which there should be a further supply of bread, new, stale, and brown. For cheese, pulled bread should be provided. 2622. Carving knives. Carving knives should be put in edge before the dinner commences, for nothing irritates a good carver or perplexes a bad one more than a knife which refuses to perform its office, and there is nothing more annoying to the company than to see the carving knife gliding to and fro over the steel while the dinner is getting cold, and their appetites are being exhausted by delay. 2623. Joints. Joints that require carving should be set upon dishes sufficiently large. The space of the table may be economized by setting upon small dishes those things that do not require carving. 2624. The carver. The carver should have plenty of room, however closely the diners are compelled to sit together. 2625. The vegetables. The vegetables, if the table is very crowded, may be placed upon the sideboard and handed round by those who wait upon the guests. 2626. Smaller joints. Geese, turkeys, poultry, sucking pigs, etc., should be carved before being set on table, especially in those cases where the whole or the principal part of such dishes is likely to be consumed. 2627. Handing round. The carver should supply the plates, and the waiter hand them round, instead of putting the question to each guest as to which part he prefers, and then striving to serve him with it, to the prejudice of others present. 2628. Ladies. Ladies should be helped before gentlemen. 2629. Waiters. Waiters should present dishes on the left hand so that the diner may help himself with his right. 2630. Wine. Wine should be taken after the first course, and it will be found more convenient to let the waiter serve it, than to hand the decanters round, or to allow the guests to fill for themselves. 2631. Removal. Waiters should be instructed to remove whatever articles upon the table are thrown into disuse by the progress of the dinner, as soon as they are at liberty. 2632. Finger bowls. Finger glasses or glass bowls filled with water, slightly scented or not, as may be preferred, and slightly warm in winter and iced in summer, should be handed round. 2633. Dessert. When the dessert is served, the wine should be set upon the table, and the decanters passed round by the company. 2634. Fried fish. Fried fish should be divided into suitable slices before the fire as soon as it leaves the frying pan. 2635. Cod's head and shoulders. The thick part of the back is best. It should be carved in unbroken slices, and each solid slice should be accompanied by a bit of the sound from under the backbone or from the cheek, jaws, tongue, etc. of the head. 2636. Hake. Hake, if sent to table simply boiled, is served as cod. The better way of dressing hake is to cut it transversely to the length into slices about 1 inch in thickness. These should be fried and sent to table garnished with parsley. 2637. Turbot. Strike the fish slice along the backbone, which runs from head to tail, and then serve square slices from the thick part, accompanying each slice with some of the gelatinous skin of the fins and thin part, which may be raised by laying the fish slice flat. 2638. Brill. Brill is served in the same manner. 2639. John Dory. John Dory is also served in the same way. This fish has a favorite piece on the cheek. 2640. Plaice and flatfish. Plaice and flatfish generally are served in the same manner. 2641. Soles. Soles, when large, may be served as turbot, but when small, they should be sliced across. 2642. Salmon. Serve a slice of the thick with a smaller slice of the thin part. Keep the flakes of the thick part as unbroken as possible. 2643. Mackerel. Mackerel should be served in pieces cut through the side when they are large. If small, they may be divided through the backbone and served in halves. The shoulder part is considered the best. 2644. Haddock and Gurnet. Haddock and Gurnet are served as directed for mackerel. 2645. Whiting. Whiting are usually fried and curled. They should be cut in halves down the back and served. The shoulder part is best. 2646. Eels. Eels are usually cut into several pieces, either for stewing or frying. The thick parts are considered best. 2647. Trout. Trout, if small, are served whole. If large, they may be divided through the backbone and served in halves. The same applies to perch and other smaller freshwater fish. 2648. Pike and jack. Pike and jack should be served in thick, unbroken pieces taken from the side or shoulder of the fish, accompanied by a piece of the stuffing with which these fish are usually filled. 2649. Remarks. The roes of mackerel, the sound of cod, the head of carp, the cheek of John Dory, the liver of cod, etc., are severally considered delicacies, though not by all persons. 2650. Saddle of mutton. Cut thin slices parallel with the backbone, or slice it obliquely from the bone to the edge. 2651. Haunch of mutton or venison. Make an incision across the knuckle end right into the bone and set free the gravy. Then cut thin slices the whole length of the haunch. Serve pieces of fat with slices of lean. 2652. Rump or sirloin of beef. The undercut, called the fillet, is exceedingly tender, and some carvers will turn the joint and serve the fillet first, reserving the meat on the upper part to be eaten cold. From the upper part, whether hot or cold, the slices should be cut lengthways from top to bottom, so that the fat and lean may be distributed in fair proportions. 2653. Ribs of beef. Ribs of beef are carved in the same way as the sirloin, but there is no fillet. 2654. Round of beef. First cut away the irregular outside pieces to obtain a good surface, and then serve thin and broad slices. Serve bits of the udder fat with the lean. 2655. Brisket of beef. Cut off the outside, and then serve long slices. Cut the whole length of the bones. 2656. Shoulder of mutton. Make a cross incision on the forepart of the shoulder, and serve slices from both sides of the incision. Then cut slices lengthways along the shoulder blade. Cut fat slices from the round corner. Another and more economical way is to cut slices from the under part when first brought to table. The joint then presents a better appearance when cold. 2657. Leg of mutton. Make an incision across the center and serve from the knuckle side, or the opposite according to choice. The knuckle side will be generally found well done, and the opposite side underdone for those who prefer it. 2658. Loin of mutton. Cut down between the bones into chops. 2659. Quarter of lamb. Lay the knife flat and cut off the shoulder. The proper point for incision will be indicated by the position of the shoulder. A little lemon juice may be squeezed over the divided part, and a little cayenne pepper, and the shoulder transferred to another dish, for the opposite end of the table. Next, separate the brisket or short bones by cutting lengthways along the breast, then serve from either part as desired. Travel north or south, or east or west. 2660. Loin of veal. Loin of veal may be cut across through the thick part, or slices may be taken in the direction of the bones. Serve pieces of kidney and fat with each plate. 2661. Fillet of veal. Fillet of veal is carved as a round of beef. The browned bits of the outside are esteemed, and should be shared among the company, with bits of fat and of forcemeat from the centre. 2662. Breast of veal. Breast of veal should be divided by cutting the brisket, or soft bones, the same as the basket of lamb. When the sweetbread comes to table with the breast, a small piece should be served on each plate. 2663. Sucking pig. Sucking pig should be sent to table in two halves, the head divided and one half laid at each end of the dish. The soldiers and legs should be taken off by the obvious method of laying the knife under them and lifting the joint out. They may be served whole or divided. The ribs are easily divided and are considered choice. 2664. Tongues. Tongues are cut across in tolerably thick slices. 2665. Calves' heads. Calves' heads are carved across the cheek, and pieces taken from any part that is come at table. The tongue and brain sauce are served separate. 2666. Knuckle of veal. Knuckle of veal is carved by cutting off the outside pieces and then obtaining good slices, and apportioning the fat to the lean, adding bits of the sinew that lie around the joint. 2667. Leg of pork. Leg of pork is carved as a ham, but in thicker slices. When stuffed, the stuffing must be sought for under the skin at the large end. 2668. Loin of pork. Loin of pork is carved the same as a loin of mutton. 2669. Spare rib of pork. Spare rib of pork is carved by separating the chops, which should previously have been jointed. Cut as far as the joint, then return the knife to the point of the bones and press over to disclose the joint, which may then be relieved with the point of the knife. 2670. Hams. Hams are cut in very thin slices from the knuckle to the blade. 2671. Pheasants. Carve the breast in slices, then take off the legs and wings. 2672. Fowls. Fix the fork firmly into the breast, then slip the knife under the legs and lay it over and disjoint. Detach the wings in the same manner. Do the same on both sides. The smaller bones require a little practice, and it would be well to watch the operations of a good carver. When the merry thought has been removed, which it may be by slipping the knife through at the point of the breast, and the neck bones drawn out, the trunk may be turned over and the knife thrust through the backbone. 2673. Partridges. Partridges are best carved by cutting off the breast and then dividing it, but for more economical carving, the wings may be cut with a small breast slice attached. 2674. Woodcocks. Woodcocks may be cut right through the centre from head to tail. Serve with each portion a piece of the toast upon which they come to table. 2675. Pigeons. Pigeons may be carved as woodcocks or as partridges. 2676. Snipes. Snipes may be carved the same as woodcocks. 2677. Turkey. Cut slices from each side of the breast down to the ribs. The legs may then be removed, and the thighs divided from the drumsticks, which are generally tough, but the pinions of the wing are very good, and the white part of the wing is preferred by many to the breast. The stuffing is usually put in the breast, but when truffles, mushrooms, or oysters are put into the body, an opening must be made into it by cutting through the apron. 2678. Goose. The apron must be cut off in a circular direction. When a glass of port wine mixed with a teaspoonful of mustard may be poured into the body or not. Some of the stuffing should then be drawn out and the neck of the goose being turned a little towards the carver. The flesh of the breast should be sliced on each side of the bone. The wings may then be taken off, then the legs. The other parts are carved the same as a fowl. A man's own hose is still the best. 2679. Ducks. Ducks may be carved when large, the same as geese, but when young, like chickens. The thigh joints, however, lie much closer into the trunk than those of fowls. 2680. Hares. Hares should be placed with their heads to the left of the carver. Slices may be taken down the whole length of the back. The legs, which next to the back are considered the best eating, may then be taken off, and the flesh divided from or served upon them, after the small bones have been parted from the thighs. The shoulders, which are not much esteemed, though sometimes liked by sportsmen, may be taken off by passing the knife between the joint and the trunk. When a hare is young, the back is sometimes divided at the joints into 3 or 4 parts, after being freed from the ribs and underskin. 2681. Remarks. Sufficient general instructions are here given to enable the carver, by observation and practice, to acquit himself well. The art of carving does not consist merely in dissecting the joints sent to table, but in the judicious and economical distribution of them, and the grace and neatness with which this distribution is effected. Every dish should be sent to table properly garnished, where needed, and the carver should preserve the neatness of the arrangement as much as possible. End of section 79.
Section 80 of Enquire Within Upon Everything. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. Enquire Within Upon Everything by Robert Kemp Philp. Section 80. 2682. Dyeing. The filaments from which stuffs of all kind are fabricated are derived either from the animal or vegetable kingdom. We recognize the former by the property they possess of liberating ammonia on being treated with potash, while the latter afford a liquor having an acid reaction under the same treatment. The animal kingdom furnishes 3 varieties, silk, wool, and the furs, etc., of various animals. The vegetable kingdom also 3, flax, hemp, and cotton, all of which require certain preliminary preparations to render them fit for the dyer, which do not come within our province, our space only admitting of a rapid glance at the production of the various colours. 2683. General observations. The various shades produced by colouring matters may be classified in one or other of the following groups. Simple. 1. Blue. 2. Red. 3. Yellow. Binary. 4. Violets. 5. Orange colours. 6. Green. Ternary. 7. Compound colours. 8. Black. Some colours adhere at once to the stuff, and are called substantial colours, while others require that the material to be dyed should undergo some previous preparation in order to render it permanent. The substances used to fix the colouring matters are called mordants, which should possess 4 qualifications. 1. They should possess an equal affinity for the fibre of the material and the colouring matter. 2. They should be incapable of injuring or destroying either by prolonged action. 3. They should form, with the colour, a compound capable of resisting the action of air and water. 4. They should be capable of readily conforming to the various operations of the dyer. 2684. For the reason just given, the acetate or tartrate of iron is preferable to the sulphate, and the acetate or tartrate of alumina to alum. For reds, yellows, green, and pinks, aluminous mordants are to be used. For blacks, browns, puces, and violets, the acetate or tartrate of iron must be employed. For scarlets, use a tin mordant, made by dissolving in strong nitric acid 1/8 of its weight of sal ammoniac, then adding by degrees 1/8 of its weight of tin, and diluting the solution with 1/4 of its weight of water. Cunning men's cloaks sometimes fall. 2685. Calico, linen, and muslin, blue. Blue. Wash well to remove dressing and dry, then dip in a strong solution of sulphate of indigo, partly saturated with potash, and hang up. Dry a piece to see if the colour is deep enough. If not, dip again. Saxon blue. Boil the article in alum, and then dip in a strong solution of chemical blue. 2686. Calico, linen, and muslin, buff. Buff. Boil an ounce of annatto in 3 quarts of water. Add 2 ounces of potash, stir well and put in the calico while boiling, and stir well for 5 minutes. Remove and plunge into cold pump water. Hang up the articles without wringing, and when almost dry, fold. 2687. Calico, linen, and muslin, pink. Pink. Immerse in the acetate of alumina mordant, and then in the colouring of a pink saucer. 2688. Calico, linen, and muslin, green. Green. Boil the article in an alum mordant, and then in a solution of indigo mixed with any of the yellow dyes until the proper colour is obtained. 2689. Calico, linen, and muslin, yellow. Yellow. 1. Cut potato tops when in flour and express the juice. Steep articles in this for 48 hours. 2. Dip in a strong solution of weld after boiling in an aluminous mordant. Turmeric, fustic, annatto, etc. will answer the same as weld. 2690. Cloth, black. Impregnate the material with the acetate of iron mordant, and then boil in a decoction of madder and logwood. 2691. Cloth, madder red. Boil the cloth in a weak solution of pearl ash, an ounce to a gallon of water. Wash, dry, and then steep in a decoction of bruised nut galls. After drying, it is to be steeped twice in dry alum water, then dried, and boiled in a decoction made of 3/4 pound of madder to every pound of the article. It should then be taken out and dried, and steeped in a second bath in the same manner. When dyed, the articles should be washed in warm soap and water, to remove a dun-coloured matter given out by the madder. 2692. Cloth, scarlet. 3/4 pint of a tin mordant, made by dissolving 3 pounds of tin in 60 pounds of hydrochloric acid, is added to every pound of lac dye, and digested for 6 hours. To dye 25 pounds of cloth, a tin boiler of 75 gallons capacity should be filled nearly full with water, and a fire kindled under it. When the heat is 150 degrees Fahrenheit, half a handful of bran and 2 ounces of tin mordant are to be thrown into it. The froth which arises is skimmed off, the liquor is made to boil, and 2 pounds and 3/4 of lac dye, previously mixed with 1 pound and 3/4 of the solvent, and 14 ounces of the tin solvent, are added. Immediately afterwards, 2 pounds and 3/4 of tartar, and 1 pound of ground sumac, both tied up in a linen bag, are to be added, and suspended in the bath for 5 minutes. The fire being withdrawn, 5 gallons of cold water, and 2 pints and 3/4 of tin mordant being poured into the bath, the cloth is immersed in it. The fire is then replaced, and the liquid made to boil rapidly for an hour, when the cloth is removed and washed in pure water. 2693. Cloth, yellow. Use No. 2 for calico. Quercitron and weld produce a solid yellow. Fustic, a very brilliant tint, while turmeric yields a less solid yellow. 2694. Feathers, black. Use the same as for cloth. 2695. Feathers, blue. Every shade may be given by indigo, or dip in silk dye. 2696. Feathers, crimson. Dip in acetate of alumina mordant, then in a boiling hot decoction of Brazil wood, and last of all pass through a bath of cudbear. 2697. Feathers, pink or rose colour. Pink or rose colour is given by safflower and lemon juice. 2698. Feathers, deep red. Proceed as for crimson, omitting the cudbear bath. The fat man knoweth not what the lean think. 2699. Feathers, yellow. Mordant with acetate of alumina, and dip in a bath of turmeric or weld. 2700. Hair, black. As the object in view is simply to dye the hair without tinging the skin, the following will be found the best. Take equal parts of litharge and lime, mix well and form into a paste with water, if a black is desired, with milk if brown. Clean the head with a small tooth comb, and then well wash the hair with soda and water to free it from grease. Then lay on the paste pretty thick, and cover the head with oilskin or a cabbage leaf, after which go to bed. Next morning the powder should be carefully brushed away, and the hair oiled. 2701. Leather, black. Use No. 4 black stain, see paragraph 1430, and polish with oil. 2702. Gloves, nankeen. Steep saffron in boiling hot soft water for about 12 hours. Sew up the tops of the gloves to prevent the dye staining the insides. Wet them over with a sponge dipped in the liquid. A teacupful of dye will do a pair of gloves. 2703. Gloves, purple. Boil 4 ounces of logwood and 2 ounces of roche alum in 3 pints of soft water till half wasted. Strain and let it cool. Sew up the tops, go over the outsides with a brush or sponge twice, then rub off the loose dye with a coarse cloth. Beat up the white of an egg and rub it over the leather with a sponge. Vinegar will remove the stain from the hands. 2704. Silk, black. The same as for cloth, but black dyeing is difficult. 2705. Silk, blue. 1. Wash quite clean, rinse well, and then dip in a hot solution of sulphate of iron. After a short time take it out and rinse again. Have ready in another vessel a hot solution of prussiate of potash, to which a small quantity of sulphuric acid has been added. Dip the silk in this liquid. On removal, rinse in clean water and expose to the air to dry. 2. Wash well, rinse, wring out, and then dip in the following. Boil a pound of indigo, 2 pounds of woad, and 3 ounces of alum in a gallon of water. When the silk is of a proper colour, remove, rinse, and dry. 2706. Silk, carnation. Boil 2 gallons of wheat and an ounce of alum in 4 gallons of water. Strain through a fine sieve. Dissolve half a pound more of alum and white tartar, add 3 pounds of madder, then put in the silk at a moderate heat. 2707. Silk, crimson. Take about a spoonful of cudbear, put it into a small pan, pour boiling water upon it, stir and let it stand a few minutes. Then put in the silk, and turn it over in a short time, and when the colour is full enough, take it out. But if it should require more violet or crimson, add a spoonful or 2 of purple archil to some warm water, steep and dry it within doors. It must be mangled, and ought to be pressed. 2708. Silk, lilac. For every pound of silk, take 1½ pounds of archil, mix it well with the liquor, make it boil for 1/4 of an hour, dip the silk quickly, then let it cool and wash it in river water. And a fine half violet or lilac, more or less full, will be obtained. 2709. Silk, madder red. Use the dye for cloth. 2710. Silk, yellow. Take clear wheat bran liquor 15 pounds, in which dissolve 3/4 pound of alum. Boil the silk in this for 2 hours, and afterwards take 1/2 pound of weld and boil it till the colour is good. Nitre used with alum and water in the first boiling fixes the colour. 2711. Wool, blue. Boil in a decoction of logwood and sulphate or acetate of copper. 2712. Wool, brown. Steep in an infusion of green walnut peels. 2713. Wool, drab. Impregnate with brown oxide of iron, and then dip in a bath of quercitron bark. If sumac is added, it will make the colour a dark brown. No lock will hold against keys of gold. 2714. Wool, green. First imbue with the blue, then with the yellow dye. 2715. Wool, orange. Dye first with the red dye for cloth, and then with a yellow. 2716. Wool, red. Take 4½ pounds of cream of tartar, 4¼ pounds of alum. Boil the wool gently for 2 hours. Let it cool, and wash it on the following day in pure water. Infuse 12 pounds of madder for half an hour with a pound of chloride of tin in lukewarm water. Filter through canvas. Remove the dye from the canvas and put it in the bath, which is to be heated to 100 degrees Fahrenheit. Add 2 ounces of aluminous mordant. Put the wool in and raise to boiling heat. Remove the wool, wash and soak for 1/4 hour in a solution of white soap in water. 2717. Wool, yellow. Dye with that used for calico, etc. 2718. Dyeing bonnets. Chip and straw bonnets or hats may be dyed black by boiling them 3 or 4 hours in a strong liquor of logwood, adding a little green copperas occasionally. Let the bonnets remain in the liquor all night, then take out to dry in the air. If the black is not satisfactory, dye again after drying. Rub inside and out with a sponge moistened in fine oil. Then block. 2719. To dye hair and feathers green. Take of either verdigris or verditer 1 ounce, gum water 1 pint. Mix them well, and dip the hair or feathers into the mixture, shaking them well about. End of section 80.
Section 81 of Enquire Within Upon Everything. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Betty B. Enquire Within Upon Everything by Robert Kemp Philp. Section 81. 2720. To clean white satin and flowered silks. Roman numeral 1. Mix sifted stale breadcrumbs with powder blue and rub it thoroughly all over the article. Then shake it well and dust it with clean soft cloths. Afterwards, when there are any gold or silver flowers, take a piece of crimson ingrain velvet, rub the flowers with it, which will restore them to their original luster. Roman numeral 2. Pass them through a solution of fine hard soap of a moderate heat, drawing them through the hand. Rinse in lukewarm water, dry, and finish by pinning out. Brush the flossy or bright side with a clean clothes brush the way of the nap. Finish them by dipping a sponge into a size made by boiling isinglass in water and rub the wrong side. Rinse out a second time and brush, and dry near a fire in a warm room. Silk may be treated in the same way, but not brushed. 2721. Cleaning silk, satins, colored woolen dresses, etc. 4 ounces of soft soap, 4 ounces of honey, the white of an egg, and a wineglassful of gin. Mix well together, and scour the article with a rather hard brush thoroughly. Afterwards rinse it in cold water, leave to drain, and iron whilst quite damp. 2722. To clean black cloth clothes. Clean the garments well, then boil 4 ounces of logwood in a boiler or copper containing 2 or 3 gallons of water for half an hour. Dip the clothes in warm water and squeeze dry, then put them into the copper and boil for half an hour. Take them out and add 3 drachms of sulphate of iron. Boil for half an hour, then take them out and hang them up for an hour or 2. Take them down, rinse them thrice in cold water, dry well, and rub with a soft brush which has had a few drops of olive oil applied to its surface. If the clothes are threadbare about the elbows, cuffs, etc., raise the nap with a teasel or half-worn hatter's card filled with flocks, and when sufficiently raised, lay the nap the right way with a hard brush. 2723. To clean furs. Strip the fur articles of their stuffing and binding, and lay them as nearly as possible in a flat position. They must then be subjected to a very brisk brushing with a stiff clothes brush. After this, any moth-eaten parts must be cut out and neatly replaced by new bits of fur to match. Sable, chinchilla, squirrel, fitch, etc. should be treated as follows. Warm a quantity of new bran in a pan, taking care that it does not burn, to prevent which it must be actively stirred. When well warmed, rub it thoroughly into the fur with the hand. Repeat this 2 or 3 times, then shake the fur and give it another sharp brushing until free from dust. White furs, ermine, etc. may be cleaned as follows. Lay the fur on a table and rub it well with bran made moist with warm water. Rub until quite dry, and afterwards with dry bran. The wet bran should be put on with flannel, and the dry with a piece of book muslin. The light furs, in addition to the above, should be well rubbed with magnesia or a piece of book muslin after the bran process. Furs are usually much improved by stretching, which may be managed as follows. To a pint of soft water, add 3 ounces of salt. Dissolve. With this solution, sponge the inside of the skin, taking care not to wet the fur, until it becomes thoroughly saturated. Then lay it carefully on a board with the fur side downwards, in its natural position. Then stretch as much as it will bear, and to the required shape, and fasten with small tacks. The drying may be accelerated by placing the skin a little distance from the fire or stove. Gold is no balm to a wounded spirit. 2724. Cleansing feathers of their animal oil. The following receipt gained a premium from the Society of Arts. Take for every gallon of clean water 1 pound of quicklime, mix them well together, and when the undissolved lime is precipitated in fine powder, pour off the clean lime water for use. Put the feathers to be cleaned in another tub, and add to them a quantity of the clean lime water, sufficient to cover them about 3 inches when well immersed and stirred about therein. The feathers, when thoroughly moistened, will sink, and should remain in the lime water 3 or 4 days, after which the foul liquor should be separated from them by laying them in a sieve. The feathers should be afterwards well washed in clean water and dried upon nets, the meshes of which may be about the fineness of cabbage nets. The feathers must be from time to time shaken on the nets, and as they get dry they will fall through the meshes, and must be collected for use. The admission of air will be serviceable in drying. The process will be completed in 3 weeks. When thus prepared, the feathers need only be beaten to get rid of the dust. 2725. To clean white ostrich feathers. 4 ounces of white soap, cut small, dissolved in 4 pints of water, rather hot, in a large basin. Make the solution into a lather by beating it with birch rods or wires. Introduce the feathers and rub well with the hands for 5 or 6 minutes. After this soaping, wash in clean water as hot as the hand can bear. Shake until dry. 2726. Cleaning straw bonnets. They may be washed with soap and water, rinsed in clear water, and dried in the air. Then wash them over with white of egg well beaten. Remove the wire before washing. Old straw bonnets may be picked to pieces and put together for children, the head parts being cut out. 2727. To bleach a faded dress. Wash it well in hot suds and boil it until the color seems to be gone. Then wash and rinse and dry it in the sun. If still not quite white, repeat the boiling. 2728. Bleaching straw bonnets, etc. Wash them in pure water, scrubbing them with a brush. Then put them into a box in which has been set a saucer of burning sulfur. Cover them up so that the fumes may bleach them. 2729. Clothes balls. Take some fuller's earth, dry till it crumbles to powder, moisten it with the juice of lemon, add a small quantity of pearlash, work and knead carefully together till it forms a thick paste. Make into balls and dry them in the sun. Moisten the spot on clothes with water, then rub it with the ball. Wash out the spot with pure water. O heart, but try it once, 'tis easy to be. 2730. To wash china crepe scarves, etc. If the fabric be good, these articles of dress can be washed as frequently as may be required, and no diminution of their beauty will be discoverable, even when the various shades of green have been employed among other colors in the patterns. In cleaning them, make a strong lather of boiling water, suffer it to cool. When cold or nearly so, wash the scarf quickly and thoroughly. Dip it immediately in cold hard water in which a little salt has been thrown, to preserve the colors. Rinse, squeeze, and hang it out to dry in the open air. Pin it at its extreme edge to the line, so that it may not in any part be folded together. The more rapidly it dries, the clearer it will be. 2731. To wash a white lace veil. Put the veil into a strong lather of white soap and very clear water, and let it simmer slowly for a quarter of an hour. Take it out and squeeze it well, but be sure not to rub it. Rinse it twice in cold water, the second time with a drop or two of liquid blue. Have ready some very clear, weak gum arabic water or some thin starch or rice water. Pass the veil through it and clear it by clapping. Then stretch it out evenly and pin it to dry on a linen cloth, making the edge as straight as possible, opening out all the scallops and fastening each with pins. When dry, lay a piece of thin muslin smoothly over it and iron it on the wrong side. 2732. Blonde lace. Blonde lace may be revived by breathing upon it and shaking and flapping it. The use of the iron turns the lace yellow. 2733. Washing bed furniture, etc. Before putting into the water, see that you shake off as much dust as possible, or you will greatly increase your labor. Use no soda or pearlash, or the articles will lose their color. Use soft water, not hot, but warm. Have plenty of it. Rub with mottled soap. On wringing out the second liquor, dip each piece into cold hard water for finishing. Shake out well and dry quickly. If starch is desired, it may be stirred into the rinsing water. 2734. Washing with lime. 1. Half a pound of soap, half a pound of soda, quarter of a pound of quicklime. Cut up the soap and dissolve it in half a gallon of boiling water. Pour half a gallon of boiling water over the soda and enough boiling water over the quick lime to cover it. The lime must be quick and fresh. If quick, it will bubble up when the hot water is poured over it. Prepare each of these in separate vessels. Put the dissolved lime and soda together and boil them for 20 minutes. Then pour them into a jar to settle. 2735. Washing with lime, 2. After having made the preparation, set aside the flannels and colored articles, as they must not be washed in this way. They may be washed in the usual way while the others are boiling. The night before, the collars and wristbands of shirts, the feet of stockings, etc., should be rubbed well with soap and set to soak. In the morning, pour 10 gallons of water into the copper, and having strained the mixture of lime and soda well, taking great care not to disturb the settlings, put it, together with the soap, into the water, and make the whole boil before putting in the clothes. A plate should be placed at the bottom of the copper to prevent the clothes from burning. Boil each lot of clothes from half an hour to an hour, then rinse them well in cold blue water. When dry, they will be beautifully white. The same water will do for 3 lots. Wash the finer things first. 2736. Washing. Supremacy of soap suds over lime. To save your linen and your labor, pour on half a pound of soda, 2 quarts of boiling water, in an earthenware pan. Take half a pound of soap, shred fine, put it into a saucepan with 2 quarts of cold water, stand it on a fire till it boils, and when perfectly dissolved and boiling, add it to the former. Mix it well and let it stand till cold, when it will have the appearance of a strong jelly. Let your linen be soaked in water, the seams and any other soiled part rubbed in the usual way, and remain till the following morning. Get your copper ready and add to the water about a pint basin full. When lukewarm, put in your linen and allow it to boil for 20 minutes. Rinse it in the usual way, and that is all which is necessary to get it clean, and to keep it in good color. Housekeepers will find the above receipt invaluable. But to appear so, what a strain and misery. 2737. Hard water. When water is hard and will not readily unite with soap, it will always be proper to boil it before use, which will be found sufficiently efficacious, if the hardness depends solely upon the impregnation of lime. Even exposure to the atmosphere will produce this effect. In a great degree upon spring water so impregnated, leaving it much fitter for lavatory purposes. In both cases, the water ought to be carefully poured off from the sediment, as the neutralized lime, when freed from its extra quantity of carbonic acid, falls to the bottom by its own gravity. To economize the use of soap, put any quantity of pearlash into a large jar, covered from the dust. In a few days the alkali will become liquid, which must be diluted in double its quantity of soft water, with an equal quantity of new slacked lime. Boil it half an hour, frequently stirring it, adding as much more hot water, and drawing off the liquor, when the residuum may be boiled afresh, and drained, until it ceases to feel acrid to the tongue. 2738. Washing machines. Much labor in washing has been saved by the introduction of washing machines, by which the toil of washing day, formerly so severe, has been much abridged. Suitable machines for washing, wringing, and mangling may be purchased at comparatively low prices of any of the makers of what is termed labor-saving machinery, such as Kent, Bradford, 12 Trees, etc. Preparations for softening water and facilitating the process exist in the extract of soap and the various washing powders now to be purchased of most grocers and oil and color men. Cold water soap, too, has achieved considerable popularity, for by its use a lather can be quickly produced even in the hardest water. 2739. Save soap and labor. Soap and labor may be saved by dissolving alum and chalk in bran water, in which the linen ought to be boiled, then well rinsed out and exposed to the usual process of bleaching. 2740. Hardly any soap. Soap may be dispensed with, or nearly so, in the getting up of muslins and chintzes, which should always be treated agreeably to the Oriental manner, that is, to wash them in plain water and then boil them in rice water, after which they ought not to be submitted to the operation of the smoothing iron, but rubbed smooth with a polished stone. This work, which is known as calendering, is very heavy and laborious, and is done by men. 2741. Improvements. The economy which must result from these processes renders their consideration important to every family, in addition to which we must state that the improvements in philosophy extend to the laundry as well as to the wash-house. 2742. Gum arabic starch. Procure 2 ounces of fine white gum arabic and pound it to powder. Next put it into a pitcher and pour on it a pint or more of boiling water, according to the degree of strength you desire, and then, having covered it, let it set all night. In the morning pour it carefully from the dregs into a clean bottle, cork it and keep it for use. A tablespoonful of gum water stirred into a pint of starch that has been made in the usual manner will give to lawns, either white or printed, a look of newness to which nothing else can restore them after washing. It is also good, much diluted, for the white muslin and bobbinet. Life's but a means to an end. 2743. Mildew out of linen. Rub the linen well with soap, then scrape some fine chalk and rub it also on the linen. Lay it on the grass. As it dries, wet it a little, and the mildew will come out with a second application. 2744. To render linen, etc., incombustible. All linen, cotton, muslins, etc., etc., when dipped in a solution of tungstate of soda or common alum, will become incombustible. 2745. Sweet bags for linen. These may be composed of any mixtures of the following articles: flowers, dried and pounded, powdered cloves, mace, nutmeg, cinnamon, leaves, dried and pounded, of mint, balm, dragonwort, southernwood, ground ivy, laurel, hyssop, sweet marjoram, oreganum, rosemary. Woods such as cassia, juniper, rhodium, sandalwood, and rosewood. Roots of angelica, zedori, orris, all the fragrant balsams, ambergris, musk, and civet. These latter should be carefully used on linen. 2746. Rings. Rings which have stones in them should always be taken off the finger when the hands are washed, or they will become discolored. End of section 81.
Section 82 of Enquire Within Upon Everything. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Andrus, Waukesha, Wisconsin. Enquire Within Upon Everything by Robert Kemp Philp. Section 82. 2747. Adulterations. A series of papers were published in the Lancet and elsewhere a few years back on the subject of adulteration. These brought about a parliamentary inquiry. The inquiry ended in demonstrating that nearly everything we ate and drank was adulterated, in many cases with ingredients very prejudicial to human health. The result of the inquiry was the passing of an Act of Parliament in 1875 for the purpose of putting a stop to this wholesale adulteration by making it a criminal offence. The Act is called the Sale of Foods and Drugs Act, and the following are the most important clauses it contains. No person shall mix, color, stain, or powder any article of food with any ingredient or material, so as to render the article injurious to health, with the intent that the same may be sold in that state, and no person shall sell such article under a penalty not exceeding £50. No person shall sell to the prejudice of the purchaser any article of food or any drug which is not of the nature, substance, and quality of the article demanded under a penalty not exceeding £20. The Act also provides for the appointment of public analysts for counties and boroughs. An Act passed in 1887 provides that all substances or compounds made to imitate butter shall be sold as margarine, and all wrappers, etc., used in its sale must be plainly marked. These acts are intended for the protection of the public, but we give below the names of a few of the chief articles of consumption that are liable to be adulterated, and, when possible, how to detect the adulteration, or the best mode of avoiding it. 2748. Bread. The chief adulteration of bread is alum. This is added to give the bread a pure white color, which is supposed to be an advantage, thus enabling the baker to use inferior or damaged flour. The presence of alum can be detected by soaking a piece of the bread in an ammoniaca tincture of logwood. If alum be present, the bread will be turned blue, whereas pure bread will remain pink. Recent investigations have proved that the presence of alum is extremely injurious, especially to children, affecting the coats of the stomach and impairing the digestion. 2749. Butter. Butter is made heavy by water, being beaten up with it. Cheap samples are sometimes adulterated with other fats and grease, which however require an experienced analyst to detect. 2750. Cayenne pepper. The cayenne of commerce is adulterated with brick dust, red wood dust, cochineal, vermilion, and red lead. The last two are highly injurious. These can be detected by anyone possessing a good microscope. The best way to avoid the impurities is to purchase the capsicums or chilies, pounding them with a pestle and mortar, and rubbing through a sieve, in small quantities as required. The pepper is far better flavored when fresh ground. Beginning, mean, and end to all things. God. 2751. Chocolate and cocoa. Those who prefer the pure cocoa can obtain the nibs, or more properly beans, and grind them. But many prefer the soluble cocoa, which is simply cocoa modified by admixture with less stimulating substances. 2752. Coffee. Coffee is adulterated with roasted beans, peas, and acorns, but chiefly with chicory. Having your own mill, buy the roasted beans, find out a respectable grocer, ascertain his roasting days, and always buy from a fresh roast. If you like the flavor of chicory, purchase it separately and add to taste. Chicory in small quantities is not injurious, but you need not pay the coffee price for it. Grind your coffee and mix it with chicory yourself. 2753. Milk. Milk is adulterated by skimming off part of the cream, also by the addition of water. 2754. Mustard. Mustard is adulterated with flour and turmeric. As, however, mustard is usually sold in tins, it is easy to obtain it pure, as under the Sale of Foods and Drugs Act. All that is mixed with flour and other flavorings has to be labeled as such on the outside of the package. Many prefer this mixture to the pure article. 2755. Pepper. Pepper is adulterated with inferior grain, husks of seeds, and even dust of a variety of descriptions. Having your pepper mill, purchase the seed whole and grind for yourself. You will then obtain the pure article at a moderate cost. 2756. Sausages. The most offensive of all adulterations are found in these savory morsels. Horseflesh, diseased animals, and odds and ends of every description appear in the tempting guise of sausages. To escape this evil, make your own sausages by the aid of the sausage machine, which will enable you to add many savory morsels to the attractions of your table. This same machine may be used for chopping vegetables, which it will do to such perfection that they will perfectly dissolve in soups and stews, and afford most delicious made dishes. And in this you will soon save the cost of the machine. 2757. Tea. Tea is all examined now by the customs authorities before duty is allowed to be paid upon it. It is, therefore, practically pure. This was only done about a year ago. 2758. Water. This perhaps is more often adulterated than any other article of consumption. As a rule, the water supplied by the companies to the large towns is exceedingly pure, that supplied by the London companies being analyzed every month by a government official. But the adulteration chiefly rests with the consumer or householder in not keeping the cisterns clean. Soot, dust, and even dead mice, cockroaches, etc., being allowed to contaminate the water. Also by permitting the overflow pipe to be conducted with the soil pipe or drain, whence the water absorbs poisonous gases. The overflow pipes should in all cases be entirely disconnected with all drains, and the cisterns should, if possible, have a cover. The cisterns should invariably be cleaned out thoroughly at least every 3 months. In places where the water is drawn from wells, great care should be taken that the well cannot be contaminated by any drain or cesspool leaking into it. Many cases of serious illness, notably diphtheria, have been traced to this cause. When there is the least reason to doubt the purity of the well, all the water for drinking purposes should be boiled before using, and no time should be lost in having it examined by an experienced analyst. All water that is used for drinking should be first filtered through a reliable filter. Small glass filters for the table can now be obtained in every town for 2 or 3 shillings. Good ware makes a quick market. 2759. Other evils besides adulterations. The butcher cannot adulterate the beef and the mutton, but he can send home short weight, and in casting up a bill he can reckon the odd ounces at 1 penny each, instead of 1/2 penny. And the baker, besides putting alum into the bread to make it white and retain water, can send home deficient weight. The same with the grocer, the greengrocer, and the coal merchant. The publican can give short measure, and froth up the porter to fill the jug and disguise the shortness of quantity. And the draper can slip his scissors on the wrong side of his finger and make a yard contain only 33 inches. We don't mean to say that they do this, nor do we mean to say that they don't. We argue that people ought to possess the means of ascertaining who among shopkeepers are honest, and who are not. Then the just would meet with justice, and the unjust would suffer for their own sins. 2760. Nutritious proportions. Bread contains 80 nutritious parts in 100, meal 34 in 100, French beans 92 in 100, common beans 89 in 100, peas 93 in 100, lentils 94 in 100, cabbages and turnips, the most aqueous of all the vegetables compared, produce only 8 pounds of solid matter in 100 pounds. Carrots and spinach produce 14 in the same quantity, whilst 100 pounds of potatoes contain 25 pounds of dry substance. From a general estimate it results that 1 pound of good bread is equal to 2 pounds and a half or 3 pounds of potatoes, that 75 pounds of bread and 30 of meat may be substituted for 300 pounds of potatoes. The other substances bear the followed proportions: 4 parts of cabbage to 1 of potatoes, 3 parts of turnips to 1 of potatoes, 2 parts of carrots and spinach to 1 of potatoes, and about 3 parts and a half of potatoes to 1 of rice, lentils, beans, French beans, and dry peas. 2761. Use of fruit. Instead of standing in any fear of a generous consumption of ripe fruits, we regard them as conducive to health. We have no patience in reading the endless rules to be observed in this particular department of physical comfort. No one ever lived longer or freer from disease by discarding the fruits of the land in which he finds a home. On the contrary, they are necessary to the preservation of health, and are therefore designed to make their appearance at the very time when the condition of the body, operated upon by deteriorating causes not always understood, requires their renovative influences. 2762. Blackberries. Blackberries are very beneficial in case of dysentery. The berries are healthful eating. Teas made of the roots and leaves is good, and syrup made from the berries excellent. 2763. Sloe wine. Sloe wine is useful in cases of diarrhea, the astringent properties of this fruit tending to counteract relaxation of the bowels. It is made by steeping sloes in water and letting them stand therein until a thick coating of mildew is formed on the surface. This is removed, and the liquor is then strained and bottled and tightly corked down. Not more than from half a wineglassful to a wineglassful should be taken when required. 2764. Early milk. Morning's milk, says an eminent German philosopher, commonly yields some hundredths more cream than the evening's at the same temperature. That milked at noon furnishes the least. It would therefore be of advantage in making butter, etc., to employ the morning's milk, and keep the evening's for domestic use. Of all smells, bread. Of all tastes, salt. 2765. Lawn tennis. This fashionable and delightful game, suitable for both ladies and gentlemen, is generally played on a lawn or grass plat by 2, 3, or 4 players, with balls and racket bats. The object of the game is to strike a ball over a net and keep it in play backwards and forwards within certain limits. The court or ground may be of any size consistent with the lawn, the base lines being marked out by chalk, or tapes slightly pinned to the turf, which should be frequently mown and rolled. The mode of play may be seen from the following leading rules, which are now generally accepted by all players. 2766. Rules of Lawn Tennis. 1. The court, for a single-handed game, should be 78 foot long and 27 foot wide, and for a double-handed game the same length but 36 foot wide, divided across the center by a net attached to 2 upright posts. The net should be 3 foot 6 inches high at the posts and 3 foot at the center. At each end of the court, parallel with the net, are the base lines, whose extremities are connected by the side lines. The half-court line is halfway between the side lines and parallel with them. The service lines are 21 foot from the net and parallel with it. 2. The balls should be 2 1/2 inches in diameter and 2 ounces in weight. 3. The players stand on opposite sides of the net. The player who first delivers the ball is called the server, the other the striker out. 4. At the end of each game, the striker out becomes server, and the server striker out. 5. The server stands with 1 foot behind the baseline and delivers the service from the right and left courts alternately. 6. The balls served must, without touching the net, drop within the court nearest to the net, diagonally opposite to that from which the striker serves it. 7. If the service be delivered from the wrong court, it is a fault. It is also a fault if the server does not stand in the manner as stated above, or if the ball served drop in the net or beyond the service line, or if it drop out of court, or go in the wrong court. 8. A fault must not be taken, that is, played back to the server. 9. The striker out may not volley the service. Volleying is striking the ball back before it has touched the ground. 10. The ball, having been returned, must be kept in play either by volleying it or striking it back after the first bounce. A ball bouncing twice is out of play. 11. If, in serving, the ball touch the net and go over into the proper court, it counts to neither server nor striker out. 12. The server scores if the striker out volley the service, or fail to return the service in such a way that the ball would fall within the opponent's court. 13. 2 consecutive faults count a stroke against the server. 14. If the ball, when in play, touch either player, it scores a stroke for his opponent. 15. The first stroke won by either player scores 15 to that player. The second, won by the same player, raises his score to 30, his third stroke to 40, and his fourth counts game. If, however, the players have both scored 40, it is called deuce, and the next stroke won by either is called advantage to the winning of it, and if he also win the following stroke, he scores game. Should he lose it, the score returns to deuce. The player winning 2 consecutive strokes directly following a deuce scores game. 16. Whichever player first scores 6 games is considered to win the set. 2767. Three-handed and four-handed lawn tennis. 1. The laws as given above apply equally to these games. The difference in the width of the court has been stated. 2. In four-handed tennis, the players deliver the service in turns. Thus, supposing A and B are partners opposed to C and D, A serves in the first game, C in the second, B serves in the third, and D in the fourth, and so on. 3. In three-handed tennis, the single player serves in each alternate game. 4. No player may return a service that has been delivered to his partner. 2768. Badminton. Badminton is a game similar to lawn tennis, but it is played with shuttlecocks instead of balls and over a higher net. That thou mayest injure no man, dove-like be. 2769. Bills of exchange and promissory notes. Inland bill of exchange, draft, or order for the payment to the bearer, or to order at any time otherwise than on demand of any sum of money. Duty, pounds, shillings, and pence. Not above £5, 1 pence. Above £5 and not above £10, 2 pence. Above £10 and not above £25, 3 pence. Above £25 and not above £50, 6 pence. Above £50 and not above £75, 9 pence. Above £75 and not above £100, 1 shilling. Above £100 and not above £200, 2 shillings. Above £200 and not above £300, 3 shillings. Above £300 and not above £400, 4 shillings. Above £400 and not above £500, 5 shillings. Above £500 and not above £600, 6 shillings. Above £600 and not above £700, 7 shillings. Above £700 and not above £800, 8 shillings. Above £800 and not above £900, 9 shillings. Above £900 and not above £1,000, 10 shillings. And for every additional £100 or fractional part of £100, 1 shilling. 2770. Percentages or discounts, showing the reduction per pound on discounts allowed for cash purchases at rates ranging from 1 to 50%. 2771. A table of the number of days from any day of any one month to the same day of any other month. What is the number of days from the 10th of October to 10th July? Look in the upper line for October. Let your eye descend down that column till you come opposite to July, and you will find 273 days, the exact number of days required. Again, what is the number of days from 16th of February to 14th August? Under February and opposite to August is 181 days, from which subtract the difference between 14 and 16, 2 days. The exact number of days required is 179 days. NB. In leap year, if the last day February comes between, add 1 day for the day over to the number in the table. And serpent-like, that none may injure thee. 2772. For mistresses and servants, table of expenses, income, and wages, showing at one view what any sum from £1 to £1,000 per annum is per day, week, or month. 2773. Interest table for savings, investments, etc., showing what any sum from £1 to £500 will produce for a given number of days, which may be, by simple addition, calculated at £5 per cent, for months or years, for sums up to £5,000, or any other amount. The groat is ill saved which shames its master. 2774. Interest table for 1 year. By this table unlimited calculations may be made. Thus, to find interest on £1,250 per annum, add sums given for £1,000, £200, and £50. 2% is found by taking half of 4%, 8% by doubling 4%, 7.5% by adding 5 to 2.5%, and so on. End of section 82. End of Enquire Within Upon Everything by Robert Kemp Philp.